Chapter 659. This. Han Meng seemed to have understood a little, but his mind was still a mess. Breaking the promise? We can't be the first to break the promise. But what if the Shao family breaks the promise? That's their problem. Although our ancestors forbade us from breaking the promise, he didn't tell us to stretch our necks and wait for death, right? Han Fengshui snorted and said, the Shao family breaking the promise makes them enemies. And it's a life and death grudge that wants to destroy the Han clan. Do you need me to teach you how to deal with enemies? Besides, if the Shao family really makes a move, it's a great thing for the Han clan. Because we can finally get rid of this. He didn't continue, but the meaning was clear. I understand. Han Meng bowed his head in complete submission. His father's wisdom, decisiveness, and sharpness were far beyond his own. Good. Meng, you have to understand one thing. The so-called brothers, there is another saying, 2 brothers for a lifetime. You have to look at this sentence cautiously, especially the first 3 words, 1 lifetime. This is the key. Han Fengshui sighed and said, brothers can go through fire and water for each other, even die 10,000 times. However, after this life, the descendants of brothers might not necessarily become brothers. If it goes on for a few more generations, they may become passers-by or even enemies. He sighed and said, even if they are brothers born from the same mother, after a few generations the blood relationship will fade. Not to mention the descendants of brothers with different surnames. As time goes on, is there ever a banquet that doesn't come to an end? So, don't forcefully transfer your feelings to the next generation. Because that's a shackle to the next generation, an enormous shackle. I'll remember, I won't forget. Han Meng finally relaxed. Since his father said so, he was already prepared in his heart. The reason why I mention this to you today is to wake you up, to let you understand that you made such a mistake with Yao, and Meng, and because of this mistake, how much tragedy has it caused? Do you understand? Han Fengshui looked at his son helplessly and even a little annoyed. But it was only after the Shao family begged me to agree to the marriage. It was difficult for me to refuse. Han Meng lowered his head guiltily. You stopped the Shao family from seeking revenge after the incident with Yao. So, you felt that you owed them something. So, you gave them more and more power in the Silver City, and let them take charge of some important places. But you didn't know that this was an irreparable mistake. Once there was such a wound, it would not heal. The more you accommodate them, not only will they not feel grateful, but it will also encourage their ambitions. So, if the Shao family rebelled, it was actually because you allowed them to do so in the past 10 years. Han Fengshui looked at his son sternly. You should know that you are the leader of the Silver City. He was the master of the Silver City. Even if the Shao family was dissatisfied, what could they do? If he dared to show his true face, he would be punished according to the family rules. As a leader, if he did not have cruel and ruthless methods, how could he not fall? So, your benevolent character has cast the root of this betrayal. You must take this as a warning. Fortunately, it has happened now. If it happens again after I die, then wouldn't the thousands of years of hard work of our ancestors belong to the Shao family? Then, how will you face the Han family ancestors? Han Meng was sweating profusely. He was ashamed beyond words. Han Fengshui smiled and said slowly, well, it's good that you understand. It's not too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. You should go out first. You should know that the Silver City still has the Han family. Even if the Shao family rebelled, they wouldn't be able to do much. He gently sneered. Then he casually said, do you think that you're very powerful just because you've got more than 20 spirit Xian experts? Han Meng was relieved. He suddenly felt that there was nothing in the world that was worthy of his attention. His father was already a super expert at the Venerable Realm. If the Shao family's Xin Xian couldn't even enter his eyes, then in his father's eyes, wouldn't he be no different from a chicken or a dog? There's one more thing, it's about the Jun family. Jun Moxie from the Jun family has announced that he will come to the Silver City on the 2nd of February to take revenge on the Shao family. Father, do you have any other opinions on this? Han Meng was about to leave when he suddenly thought of this matter and asked. The cycle of karma and retribution. The Shao family should bear the consequences of their own actions. The Han family must not get involved in this matter. Han Fengshui's eyes flashed and he said in a low voice, even if the Shao family did not rebel before this, we must not get involved. 10 years ago, the Jun family was bullied by the Shao family without the slightest ability to resist. But today they can fight back. It's only been 10 years, you have to see what this means. The Jun family is definitely not a party to be trifled with. Han Meng's heart skipped a beat and he walked out with his head down, suddenly feeling relaxed. The only thing on his mind now was the safety of the third elder and his daughter, who had been away for a long time. He no longer cared about the Shao family's little tricks in the Silver City. Maybe Han Fengshui was confident and thought that everything was under control, but how would the truth turn out? This was something that no one could say for sure. Nothing was absolute in this world, everything was possible. The 14th of the first month. Jun Wuxia frowned as he sat in front of Princess Ling Meng's bed. He stretched out his finger to feel her pulse. Dugu Xiaoyi, who was beside him, had a worried look on her face as she asked anxiously. How is she? She won't die, Jun Moxie said lightly. Why are you so cold? Dugu Xiaoyi pouted and rolled her eyes at him. Sister Raimu is so pitiful, and you are still making sarcastic remarks. When will Sister Raimu wake up? Pitiful. She is indeed pitiful. But there are so many people in this world who are more pitiful than her. She is definitely one of the luckier ones in this world. After all, she still has us to take care of her. Jun Wuxia slowly retracted his finger and said lightly, her injury was actually not that serious. Wen Songyu's palm was extremely powerful, but it wasn't aimed at her. She was so desperate to save her mother that she took it head-on without caring about her own condition. She was pushed down by the huge force, and when she fell she accidentally hit a stone on the ground, which injured her skull and caused a blood clot in her head. That's why she was unconscious until now. If I were to break it open for her, I would be able to wake her up immediately. But now her consciousness is in a mess. Even though she is unconscious, it is still the same. If she wakes up at this time, her skull injury has not healed yet. Once she becomes emotional and we are not around, it is very likely that her blood vessels will burst and she will lose consciousness forever. So, I will try not to move her. Let her wake up after her trauma is basically healed. Poor Sister Raimu. I don't know how she will face such a cruel fact after she wakes up. With tears in her eyes, the little girl looked at Princess Raimu lying on the bed and said pitifully. But the next moment she returned to her usual self. Her pretty big eyes stared at Jun Moxie with jealousy. Brother Wuxia, has your mistress been looking for you these days? No. That girl can't wait to hide from me. How dare she look for me? Jun Moxie smirked and pinched Dugu Xiaoyi's smooth and pretty face. He chuckled and said, I have a way to deal with little Lolas like you, ha. Dugu Xiaoyi blushed and shouted, who is the same as that girl? I'm not a loli. During this period of time she had already understood the meaning of loli. Listening to these words, it was obvious that Jun Moxie was thinking that she was too small. How could she tolerate this? She immediately puffed up her cheeks and retorted angrily. You say you are not a loli. Then what are you? Jun Moxie held back his laughter. I. Dugu Xiaoyi rolled her big eyes and suddenly chuckled. She actually struck a flirtatious pose and said in a seductive voice, my place is big. I'm already a big girl. It is not a problem for me to get married. The place that should be big is big? Where is it big? Why can't I see it? Come here, let me feel which part is big. Jun Moxie said in surprise and reached out his hand curiously. Pervert. Dugu Xiaoyi jumped and dodged it. She hugged her chest and said with hatred, I said, I can get married. Who asked you to check? Oh, really? Then I will definitely find a good husband for you in a few days. Jun Moxie was shocked and immediately said seriously, Xiaoyi, what do you think of Tang Yuan? Leave it to me as long as you nod your head. Jun Wuxia vowed solemnly. Dugu Xiaoyi was instantly furious. She screamed and jumped into his arms. She opened her mouth and bit his shoulder with her snow-white teeth. Jun Moxie howled and bared his teeth. Little girl, why are you like Little White? Your teeth are really good. After saying that, he remembered that he hadn't seen Little White for a long time. He couldn't help but ask, where's Little White? Little White is big now. I can't carry him anymore. Dugu Xiaoyi whistled proudly. Suddenly, a white shadow rushed in and jumped into Jun Moxie's arms. It was Little White with a leopard head and big eyes. Damn, he's really heavy. Jun Moxie grabbed its two front paws and pulled them down. He roughly estimated that this fellow was at least 50 kilograms. He actually grew so fast. When Sister Shuiyin was here she often fed it so it became fatter and fatter. His body also became bigger and longer. It's not Little White anymore, it's Big White now. Dugu Xiaoyi mumbled, it's big now but it's not as cute as before. She suddenly became excited and said, but Little White is very powerful now. My brothers can't beat it anymore. Jun Moxie was shocked. How old is this fellow now? The 7 bull-like strong men of the Dugu family can't beat it anymore? Chapter 660. Jun Moxie didn't know that when Mei Shuiyin was here, she had fed Little White good food that the previous leopard kings couldn't even get their hands on. Under such extreme stimulation, in addition to the fact that Little White had already been promoted by June Moxie, it naturally grew at a godly speed. Not only that, the strong medicinal effects of those good food were still in its body that hadn't been completely digested. If it was completely digested, it would probably be comparable to a peak 8th level Shen beast even before it truly grew up. One had to know that a peak 8th level Shen beast was equivalent to an expert like Tian Shen. However, the moment he mentioned Mei Shuiyin, June Moxie couldn't help but feel a little startled. Had she already left for so long? Her return date was set at the 2nd of February. She would be back in a few days. Dugu Xiaoyi sensitively noticed that he was distracted and couldn't help but say worriedly, "Big brother Wuxia, you have big sister Shuiyin but you can't abandon me. I'm already yours, I've been yours even longer than big sister Shuiyin." June Moxie almost spat out the tea in his mouth as he asked with a dumbfounded expression, "What? Since when are you one of my people? When did this happen? Why didn't I know about it?" "It's yours. It's yours." Dugu Xiaoyi pouted and shouted, "Anyway you can't abandon me. I want. Of course I want." June Moxie suddenly beamed with delight and stretched out his hands. "Come good Xiaoyi, let big brother hug and kiss you and also check where you've grown big." Dugu Xiaoyi shrieked and looked at him while trembling. What do you want to do? Don't mess around. Since you're already mine, what's wrong with hugs and kisses? Isn't this proper procedure? Come, don't be shy." June Moxie's smile became even more sinister. "Don't come over. I'm going to scream." Dugu Xiaoyi jumped and almost jumped to the door. Her face was deathly pale and she still had some lingering fear in her voice. "No, no. I saw it that day. Sister Qinghan was very miserable because of you." Suddenly she turned around and ran away. June Moxie was stunned. "I saw it that day. Sister Qinghan was so miserable because of you?" June Wuxia couldn't help but think of Guan Qinghan. He thought of Dugu Xiaoyi's words, and his heart started to burn with passion. Then he thought of Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi's words. Although this little girl was quite fierce at times, she was still quite cute most of the time. He walked out of the door with a smile on his face. He wanted to see if the little girl had gone far, but he didn't expect to see another little girl, Han Yen Meng, hopping over with her hands clasped behind her back. June Moxie laughed and said, "Aya, it's my little wife. We're really fated. Are you here to warm my bed? Quick, quick, let's hurry while it's still early." Han Yen Meng screamed as soon as she saw him. Her beautiful face turned pale. She turned around and hastily ran away like a fish that had escaped the net. The young Master June had been feeling very happy since he had managed to deal with the two little Lolas in such a short time. In fact, he felt very proud and elated. So he smiled mischievously, turned around and walked towards his courtyard. He was about to enter the Hongjun Pagoda to refine pills, but he was stopped by Jun Wui the moment he turned around. As the 2nd of February approached, Jun Wui was even more diligent in his cultivation. But his appearance here surprised June Moxie a little. "The 2nd of February is approaching. What are your plans?" Third Master June had buried this matter in his heart for a long time. His eyes were burning with passion. "Wait," June Moxie said. "Wait for the people from Tian Fa and the Dongfang family to arrive. Then we can set off immediately. The journey to the Silver City is a long one. Even if we set off now, we may not be able to make it in time for the 2nd of February. What are your plans?" Jun Wui was a little anxious. "Third uncle, you must know that Tian Fa has a special kind of flying Shen beast." June Moxie smiled and said, "I've already arranged everything. We can set off when the people from grandmother's family arrive." "So that's how it is." Jun Wui was relieved. At this time they suddenly heard a voice coming from the door. It was the guard's voice. "Young master, may I ask who you are looking for?" "Sunrise Dongfang, I am invincible." A childish voice sounded. But it was filled with the vicissitudes of life. "Big brother, please tell June Moxie that I, Dongfang, am invincible." June Moxie snorted and laughed. "Sunrise Dongfang, I am invincible?" Young Master June took a step out of the door, and it was none other than that eccentric little boy. June Moxie pretended to be serious and said, "It's actually Dongfang. Hero has arrived. The walls of my house are shining. May Hero Dongfang rule the martial world for thousands of years." "Cousin. Ah, I'm here." It was Dongfang and little Huai outside the door. They opened their arms and rushed over. Suddenly they stopped and scratched their heads. "What did you say?" "What? Rule the martial world. This is an exclusive slogan that I, your cousin, specially made for you, Hero Dongfang," Jun Moxie said sincerely. Sunrise Dongfang, I am invincible. Since I am invincible, I am invincible. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't establish a world-shaking cause? So, naturally, I want to unify the martial world for thousands of years. What do you think, Hero Dongfang? Jun Moxie said with a smile. Sunrise Dongfang, I am invincible. Unify the martial world for thousands of years. Dongfang repeated it twice. Then his eyes lit up. He laughed and said arrogantly, Not bad. Not bad, that's great. Unify the martial world for thousands of years. This is the direction that I, Dongfang, will work towards after I am invincible. Cousin, you're really too talented. Just a few simple words made my blood boil. This is a noble goal. Although thinking of it is equivalent to half the success, the other half still needs perseverance to be completely successful. Jun Moxie encouraged him. Yes. I understand. Dongfang Xiaobai's eyes lit up as he fell into an extreme fantasy. A long, shiny line appeared on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he somersaulted in the air and laughed. The sun rises in the east, only I am undefeatable. Unify the martial world for thousands of years. Why woo. Kid, what are you shouting for? A voice came from behind. It was Dongfang Wenqing and the others. They had not seen each other for a few steps, but Dongfang had already jumped over. Dongfang Wendao grabbed his son and slapped his little but, silly kid, what are you shouting for? Unify the martial world? This is not something that can be said so casually. Dongfang Wenqing said heavily and looked at Jun Moxie reproachfully. Since ancient times, the martial world has always been divided. Each does their own thing. There has never been such a thing as unifying the martial world. Even the three holy lands do not dare to say that they have unified the martial world. They have always been doing things their own way. If this gets out, the Dongfang family will become the target of public criticism. It's just an ambition. I believe they won't take it too seriously. Besides, if the disciples of the Dongfang family take this as their goal, I believe it's also a good thing. Jun Moxie laughed dryly. His mouth was still talking nonsense, but he felt a little guilty in his heart. After all, the method of bearing children that he had given to his uncle before he left was indeed very effective, but it was also very... Why didn't he go crazy this time? And it's such a long journey. It's really tiring. Wuxia, is the old man at home? Dongfang Wenqing looked at Jun Moxie lovingly. There was a strong sense of gratitude in her eyes. Jun Moxie was startled. Didn't he realize that there was something fishy about it? And he's still doing it? He can't be so slow, can he? Suddenly, his body twitched inexplicably and he burst into laughter. Jun Moxie's guess was right. Dongfang Wenqing had not realized that Jun Dashao's prescription was a joke. Not only did she not realize that it was a joke, but she also felt that the medicine was effective so quickly and miraculously. She was most grateful to her nephew. How could she know that she had been tricked by her dear nephew? The group of people walked into the Jun family's house accompanied by Jun Wui. They exchanged greetings along the way. Jun Moxie approached Dongfang Wenqing and asked, Uncle, are you tired? What are you talking about? It's been a long and arduous journey. How could I not be tired? What nonsense are you thinking about? Don't you have any serious thoughts in your head? You're really asking for a beating. Dongfang Wenqing's face turned red, then black. How could he not know what his nephew was asking about? But how could he say it out loud? He immediately put on the airs of an uncle and reprimanded him sternly. Jun Wuxia shrunk his head back. He was speechless at the way this fellow was trying to save face. Fine. I wanted to remind you that you don't have to work so hard. I didn't expect that before I could open my mouth, I would get a hot fart. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. If you want to work hard, then go ahead and work hard. The number of Sky Rank and Earth Rank assassins that Dongfang Wenqing and the others brought was quite considerable. Each of them was a top-notch assassin. There were more than 100 of them in total. The three Dongfang brothers were leading them. With the help of Jun Moxie's miraculous elixirs, the former had broken through the bottleneck and entered the ranks of Supreme Masters. His strength had improved tremendously. Not to mention that his lifelong wish had been resolved by Jun Moxie. It was the time for him to be proud, especially the Sky Rank assassins of the Dongfang family. They looked proud and walked with their heads held high. They felt that their lineup was enough to look down on the current generation. In the past, the Dongfang family had shaken the whole continent with their strength. This time, with a lineup that was even stronger than before, they were invincible and no hero in the world dared to be called. But this pride of looking down on the current generation was shattered soon after. Humans were still afraid of comparison. The oncoming grassland eagle deity, Solitary Eagle, had a cold expression. His elegant long hair flew in the wind. His black robe was like iron and his eyes were like an eagle's. As soon as he appeared, an unprecedentedly powerful aura followed. And this was just the beginning, because the hurricane swordsman, Feng Wanyun, also appeared. His robe was as white as snow. His eyes were as sharp as swords. His body was tall and straight. His face was expressionless and silent like a mountain. But his aura was not the least bit inferior to that of Solitary Eagle. "I'm in a bad mood," I was reported again. Boss called me out of bed early in the morning and scolded me for the whole morning. And I also corrected myself for the whole morning. Well, it was very complete. I was reported for being vulgar, erotic, violent, desecrating traditional culture, affecting cross-strait relations. Well, this time it's not affecting the international environment. But cross-strait relations. Where did that come from? Desecrating traditional culture, where did that come from? What a big accusation. I'm very impressed. I now believe that if the Third World War breaks out, it must be because of this evil monarch from another world. I'm very impressed with myself. I didn't know that I had such great power. I'm also very happy when I think about it this way, because Jun Moxie definitely doesn't have my ability. Playing the zither under the Chinese gold thread tree, I'll also make fun of myself. The book is still written and the plot continues. To those who report me maliciously, I can only say, I don't know who you are and I can't control what you do in the future. Do as you please. It doesn't matter. Hearing the cries of the cicadas, don't you plant crops? Chapter 661. The appearance of two superior supremes at the same time, that kind of domineering and terrifying aura, the aura of a super expert that emanated from their bones, was like a scorching sun that shone brightly, causing the heavenly rank assassins of the Dongfang family to instantly go silent out of fear. Oh my, so the Jun family still has two hidden experts. These are the experts of the experts. I should restrain myself a little. If I lose face here, it's not just me but the whole Dongfang family. Hearing that the family had arrived, Dongfang Wenxin also came out to welcome them. The three brothers, Dongfang Wenxing, were pleasantly surprised to find that their little sister's complexion had improved a lot. They couldn't help but be overjoyed. A moment later, Jun Zhantian also came out to meet everyone. The group of people gathered in the main hall, and exchanged greetings after a long time of reunion. Jun Wu-yi called out to his left and right, and arranged for the in-laws troops to be properly arranged. At the same time, in the faraway Tianfa forest, the entire troop was made up of 5 burly men. These burly men not only had rough bodies, but their appearances were also grotesque. There were more than 500 of them, and each of them looked ferocious and ferocious. Not a single one of them was easy to deal with. There was a very similar adjective for them, and that was valiant, strong. They were really too strong. Any one of them was more than 2 meters tall, and their arms and thighs were obviously at the level of a pole. When people saw them, their minds would be filled with valiant, tall, strong, valiant, strong, and other such words would automatically appear in their minds. And everyone's eyes were almost the same, cruel and bloodthirsty. There was almost no emotion in them at all. But at this moment, such a group of ferocious people were queuing up obediently, waiting to be scolded. These people were the first batch of people that Mei Shuiyan had gathered all the peak-level Shen beasts to transform. And these Shen beast kings who had just transformed into human form all had the strength of a human supreme master. And almost all of them were high-level supreme masters. In other words, the strength of these people was at least equivalent to Long Crane and Bear Mountain when they first arrived in Tianxiang. A total of 500 people. What a terrifying force. Looking at the boss in front of them, everyone's eyes were filled with heartfelt gratitude and respect. Mei Shuiyan sat up high, looking indifferently at the Tianfa soldiers in front of her. There was a hint of fanaticism in her eyes. It had been 10,000 years. For 10,000 years, the Tianfa forest had never been as glorious as it was today. Even when Tianfa was at its strongest in the past, it had never displayed such frightening strength. At most, they would have more high-end forces than now, but their follow-up forces and potential would definitely not be as abundant as now. Each of these beast kings had consumed a pill just as they were about to break through and used it to charge forward in one fell swoop. In other words, each and every one of these beast kings had unimaginable potential for future development. In the future, there might be more than 500 supremes or even 500 venerables. This was because they had already passed the most difficult stage of transformation, and they were about to break through the next stage in one fell swoop. In the future, his cultivation would definitely progress at a tremendous pace. From now on, their journey to becoming a venerable one would be a bright and smooth one. It was just a matter of time. If there were really more than 500 venerables, Mei Shuiyin felt terrified just thinking about it. In fact, she even felt a little panicked. But the blood in her body also began to heat up. Right now, even if the 3 holy lands added up, there would not be more than 20 venerables. Even if the younger generation improved, it was just a matter of replacing the old with the new. It would definitely not exceed this number by too much. But Tianfa, as long as there was enough time, they could produce 500 venerables. Or even more. What a terrifying number that was. And all of this was bestowed by Jun Moxie. At the front of the troops were the 8 beast kings led by Long Crane and Bear Mountain. The youngest Condor King was the most tragic. He had been in seclusion for a long time and had finally broken through with great difficulty. The moment he came out, he discovered that his Condor tribe had actually produced more than 10 beast kings who had successfully transformed. This shock was no small matter. After breaking through with great difficulty, he was filled with confidence. But at the same time, he felt that his position as a beast king was so unstable that he was almost scared out of his wits. Mei Shuiyin naturally would not mistreat her youngest brother. She gave the Condor King a pill, causing him to leap up another level. Only then did the Condor King calm down. But at the same time he also felt a wave of regret. If I had known that there were such good things, why would I have gone into seclusion? How much suffering did I have to go through? How much trouble did I have to go through? How much trouble would it have saved me if I had just eaten 2 pills like eating candy? This thought of his led to a beating. This Condor King who had just come out of seclusion was directly beaten into a pig's head by Tiger King and Bear King. The 2 beast kings were filled with grief and indignation. All the good things were brought back by us. But the ones who were abused the most were the 2 of us. Was there still justice in this world? Seeing that their youngest brother was still trying to act innocent after taking advantage of him, the 2 beast kings did not hold back. Without another word, they went forward and gave the Condor King a beating. It was a beating that was even more explosive than a beating. With regards to this matter, Mei Shuiyin, as the boss, had many complicated matters to attend to. She definitely could not turn a blind eye to everything and allow the Condor King to be tortured for 2 days straight. Since it had just broken through, it definitely needed more training. Hence, the Condor King was tortured to the point where its feathers were almost torn to shreds. Is that all? Is everyone here? Mei Shuiyin raised her eyebrows and asked sternly. Everyone is here. Long Crane stood up straight with his mouth wide open. This mission is of great importance. There must be no mistakes. All the flying beast kings will accompany us. In addition, select 1,000 peak-level flying Shen beasts and prepare to carry everyone to the snow mountain. This matter must be done properly. Mei Shuiyin gave the order lightly, but her tone was full of authority and unquestionable. Yes. Long Crane was naturally in charge of the flying beast kings, so he hurriedly agreed. Bear Mountain, you leave 50 people behind to guard the Tianfa forest. The rest of you set off together. Mei Shuiyin looked coldly at Bear Mountain. Yes. Bear Old Third puffed up his chest and replied in a high-spirited manner. Everyone wear a piece of clothing. It's fine when you're a Shen beast, but now that you've turned into a human, how can you look like this? Mei Shuiyin frowned. Of the 500 beast kings in front of them, other than Long Crane and Bear Mountain, who were well-dressed because of their brother-in-law, the rest of the beast kings were still in their human forms and were naked. They only had some leaves to cover their bodies, making them look like the Hulk. Yes, boss. Big Bear beamed with delight as he agreed. He called out to a few Bear tribe members and turned to leave. Not long after he came back, each of them carrying a mountain of red cloth in their arms. It was the leftovers from the previous purchase. Bear Mountain did not stand on ceremony. He raised his nose and ordered, everyone take a piece of red cloth and wrap it around your body. Make a tree bark belt and tie it around your body. Look at all of you, you look like savages with leaves hanging all over your body. How can you behave like this? Then Big Bear turned to Mei Shuiyin and said, Boss, don't you think it's a pity to lose those bear fur coats? If we had brought them back, get lost. Mei Shuiyin only said one word. This guy really has the cheek to say that. Bear Mountain shrank his neck and quickly turned around. He said fiercely, what are you looking at? Why aren't you putting on your clothes? Putting on red cloth? So, under Bear Big Beast King's order, the 500 strong men all turned into brides, all dressed in bright red. The Snake King couldn't help but laugh. It had to be said that such a fiendish and strong man was wearing a red cloth. It was a very visual impact to the people around him. The corner of Mei Shuiyin's mouth also twitched. Then she returned to her usual cold demeanor and ordered sternly, "Everyone go back and prepare. We will set off in 2 days. If anyone doesn't listen, kill them." "Yes." The 500 strong men shouted in unison. Their eyes were filled with a wild fighting spirit. "After we go back, we will eat and drink to our heart's content. Go to the Monkey King's place and get some monkey wine. Drink as much as you can. This operation is for Big Sister's future, and for brother-in-law's great cause. Everyone keep your spirits up. When we get there, if anyone makes brother-in-law angry, I will skin him alive." Bear Mountain glared and roared. It was like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Brr. The 500 strong men's eyes were filled with excitement. "Fourth brother, it's fine if you mobilize them, but why are you mobilizing my monkey wine as well? That's our treasure and we don't have much of it. Are you trying to empty it?" Monkey King Ho Chi scratched his head and jumped up to protest. "I can't not protest. How many mouths are there? If everyone drinks to their heart's content, then the monkey race's 100 years of brewing wine will be gone. What's wrong? Are you distressed for Big Sister and brother-in-law?" Bear Mountain, Earthcracker, Sherbucho and the others asked maliciously. Ho Chi was scared and panic-stricken. His face was as red as his buttocks. Who's anxious? It's just a little wine, right? Drink it. I don't feel distressed. Brothers, everyone go and get the wine. The Monkey King is very generous today. He just said that everyone can drink as much as they want. Don't be polite. If you can't drink it, you can take it away." Bear Mountain raised his arms and shouted. Wow. A strange roar pierced through the sky of Tianfe. Monkey King Ho Chi wanted to cry, but no tears came out. The 500-plus people scattered like 500 excited brides. Their bright red clothes reflected the snow on the ground, making them look like nimble flames as they dashed towards the Monkey Clan's gathering place. Mei Shuiyin couldn't help but laugh. She stood up and walked down with Qiansun Serpent Queen. "Big Sister." Ho Chi looked at her pitifully. "Ho Chi, isn't it just a little wine? Is it worth it to feel distressed?" Mei Shuiyin rolled her eyes at him and said in a low voice, "I'll give you one more divine pill later. You won't feel bad about it, really?" Ho Chi opened his eyes wide. His eyes turned red in an instant. He looked like a pair of fiery eyes at this moment. "Really?" Mei Shuiyin nodded and smiled. "Wahaha, roar." The Monkey King screamed and jumped. He did a dozen somersaults in the air. Then he rushed out and shouted, "Drink! Everyone drink to your heart's content. If it's not enough, we have a secret warehouse over there. We can drink as much as we want today." Chapter 662. Seeing the Monkey King acting so funny and changing so quickly, the Qiansun Serpent Queen couldn't help but laugh out loud even though she was full of worries. In the distance, the 9th-level Shen beasts who had just transformed into their human forms were wearing red cloths. They were twisting their butts as they chased after each other. A strong aroma of wine had already spread throughout the Tianfa forest. At the same time, on a mountain peak far away from human habitation. This place was an independent mountain peak surrounded by mountains. This place was very close to the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. Surrounded by mountains and ravines, this mountain peak stood out from the rest. In addition to being surrounded by mountains, it was also surrounded by clouds and mist. The clouds and mist were like white ribbons, floating and sinking halfway up the mountain, faintly discernible. An elegant figure came as if riding the wind. From the foot of the mountain he did not seem to stop at all. He went all the way to the peak of the mountain as if he was riding on the clouds. With a wave of his sleeve, a leisurely strong wind slowly blew out from his sleeve. It was gentle and slow. However, a pile of rocks in front of him suddenly silently turned into stone powder that filled the sky. With a wave of this person's sleeve, the stone powder was flung out with a schwa sound. It was unknown how far it flew. On the ground of the mountain peak, a wide platform with a circumference of 40 to 50 feet appeared out of thin air. The man smiled faintly. His hands grasped the air and suddenly lifted up. In the center of the platform, a large stone suddenly rose up slowly. It was as if it had originally been placed on the ground. The large stone slowly rose up, and its shape constantly changed subtly. Finally, it turned into a small and exquisite tea table. It was smooth and clean and the light was like a mirror. That person did the same thing and made 3 more armchairs next to the small tea table. Although the armchairs were made of stone, they were extremely comfortable to sit on. The lines were even softer, as if they were made by heaven. That person chuckled and casually grabbed a stone the size of a human head. He casually squeezed it and in an instant, it turned into a teapot. On the teapot, there were dragons and phoenixes embroidered on it, vivid and lifelike. Even a famous craftsman might not be able to carve such exquisite craftsmanship. The teapot was ready, and a few teacups appeared one by one. At this time he stopped and took out a small bag from his bosom. There was only a small handful of tea leaves in it. The man carefully poured it into the teapot, and then with a wave of his right hand, the pure white snow on the mountain peak actually flew over from the void and condensed above the teapot. Then it automatically turned into a pool of clear water and poured into the teapot. In a moment the teapot was full. The man waved his hand, and the snow in the void disappeared without a trace with a schwa. The man slowly sat down on the main seat of the 3 armchairs and held the teapot in his hand. In just a moment the teapot actually emitted traces of hot air. After another moment the water in the teapot was completely boiling. A rich tea fragrance floated out and did not dissipate for a long time. He gently lifted the teapot and first poured himself a cup. The tea was dark green in color and the bottom could be seen. The strong fragrance filled the air. He took a sip and a faint smile appeared on his face. This man looked to be only about 30 years old. His face was like jade and his lips were red and his teeth were white. His eyes were like bright stars and his eyebrows were like distant mountains. He wore a white robe with a light green belt around his waist. It was slightly tightened, but it made him look even more elegant and elegant. He leisurely sat down. Sitting at the peak of this mountain range, it was as if he was sitting in his own home. The piercingly cold mountain wind blew his hair and robe, and his entire person seemed to be riding the wind and flying away. Anyone who looked at him would know that he was a graceful and talented scholar. However, no one would have thought that this scholar would have such a heaven-defying technique. Without a sound, even the clouds at the waist of the mountain didn't move in the slightest. Almost at the same time, 2 figures strangely appeared behind the white-clothed man. It was as if they had been standing there for a long time. "You've come." The man in white did not turn his head and said lightly, "I've prepared some good tea. I'll treat you to a cup. The tea has been boiled 3 times and the timing is just right. This is produced by the only 10,000-year-old tea tree in the Immortal Palace. It only produces a few taels of tea every year. You're lucky." Behind him was a purple-robed old man and a middle-aged man in hemp garments. Both of them looked confident and at ease. They looked like ordinary people who had never practiced Shen skills before. The purple-robed old man casually sat down on an armchair. This old man had round eyes and a leopard's head. His stature was tall and sturdy, and his body was strong and healthy. His face was covered with a curly beard. At first glance he looked like a fierce Zhang Fei. It seemed as if he did not have the slightest bit of scheming. Anyone who saw him for the first time would think that he was a reckless and impulsive man. If one were to say that this person did things according to his heart, and did not consider the consequences, no one would doubt it. In short, he was the most typical symbol of a well-developed but simple-minded person. However, such a person was actually the master of one of the 3 holy lands, the master of the illusory ocean of blood, Huyanao. This person could not be underestimated. Anyone who dared to look down on this straightforward man would pay a heavy price. They would either die or eventually serve him. No matter how shrewd, careful, or intelligent they looked, they were no exception. This was not a rare thing. If he was a brainless person, how could he lead one of the 3 holy lands, the illusory ocean of blood? If one had to give an evaluation, then Huyanao was definitely an iconic person who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. "Amo Wudao, you little white face. Pei, you old white face. Ai, what should I say about you, old man? 200 years ago, you had the appearance of a white-faced scholar. You're still the same now. Just looking at you gives me a headache. You made yourself look like a little white face. Don't tell me you want to go out and seduce innocent women? You shameless old thing, you haven't used it for 80 to 100 years. Can you still use it?" Huyan Albo picked up a cup of tea and said casually. While looking at Mo Wudao with disdain, he swallowed the tea in one gulp. Then he let out a comfortable breath. "The 10,000-year-old tea tree is indeed extraordinary. It's delicious. Who doesn't know what's going on? Huyan please don't show your hoodlum face in front of us. Actually, we all know that you're a very sinister old man. Deliberately acting in front of us is just making a fool of yourself." The white-clothed man Mo Wudao smiled lightly and raised the teapot. "You say I'm old white face, how many years has it been? Haven't you been pretending to be a hoodlum and a villain? Actually, everyone is already tired of looking at you. Old don't you think so?" "Who doesn't say so? Everyone knows that the worldly gentleman Mo Wudao is a hypocrite. Acting like a white-faced scholar and a little white face is just right. It's his true character. But you, Venerable Ao Tian Huyan is a downright despicable person. Yet you insist on acting so excessively. You think that just because you're a little taller and deliberately grow a big beard, you can act like a barbarian. In fact, who can you fool with your sinister and despicable face? This I've known for at least 200 years. The hemp-clothed man who had insulted the two people as soon as he opened his mouth, leisurely sat down and politely picked up a cup of tea. First he brought it to his nose and deeply sniffed it. Then he gently took a sip, closed his eyes and carefully savored it. After a while he sighed and said, "It's really good tea, good tea. The aroma lingers in the mouth and the aftertaste is endless. Drinking this wonderful tea and closing my eyes, isn't it better than facing a hypocrite and a despicable person?" On his head he wore a shining golden crown. Under the illumination of the sun, it was as if a golden rainbow had been added to the mysterious peak of the mountain. "Shiruachin, are you a good bird?" Huyen Ao Bo said angrily, "Golden Crown King Shiruachin. Aha, you wear a crown every day and act like a king in the supreme golden city. Actually, everyone knows that you used to sell straw sandals many years ago." This hemp-clothed man turned out to be the lord of the supreme golden city of the three holy lands, Golden Crown King Shiruachin. As for the white-clothed man, he was naturally the lord of the hermitage, the worldly gentleman Mo Wudao. In this cold winter weather, the masters of the three great holy lands had actually gathered here. But why? Hearing Huyen Ao Bo's sarcasm, Shiruachin didn't get angry. He just squinted his eyes and smiled faintly. He shrugged his shoulders and said with interest, "This reminds me of an interesting incident many years ago. At that time I remember that Huyen Ao Bo lost a bet after drinking. I forgot what the bet was. I only remember that he stroked his hair in a flirtatious manner in front of the two of us and said in a coquettish voice, 'This humble one is Huyen Ao Bo. Everyone says that this humble one is very proud. Look, is it really proud? If this matter is publicized in the illusory blood sea, I believe it will be very interesting.'" Mimicking the tone of a prostitute, he said these words in a seemingly casual manner. When he finished he burst out laughing. Mo Wudao laughed and clapped his hands. He was overjoyed. Huyen Ao Bo's face instantly turned purple and he said angrily, "We have already agreed not to mention this matter again. Why did you say it again? Do you think your words are bullsh*t? Mo Wudao was overjoyed and said, "This is retribution. Who asked you to expose his background and say that he sold straw sandals? You asked for it, so how can you blame anyone else? Isn't that right, old Shi-er?" Huyen Ao Bo snorted and said, "Both of you are not good people. Didn't you collude with each other to make things difficult for me the last time we met? You can't even clean up your own mess and you still have the cheek to talk about me. This time we are not deliberately making things difficult for you. We are really curious." Shiruachin smiled and said, "Huyen Ao Bo, you old brat, you even asked if Mo Wudao's item could be used. Actually, we have always been curious about where you are depressed. Where is it? But this time I finally understand. You are already over 300 years old, but you still have a son who is not even 50 years old. You are really depressed where you should be depressed and erect where you should be erect. I admire you, haha." Chapter 663. Mo Wudao burst into laughter. He held the tea table with his hands and laughed so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. The most important thing was that when Shiruachin said this, he had a serious look on his face, and when he said that he had a son in his 50s, his tone was full of amazement. Made people laugh. Huyen Ao Bo's face turned red, and he rubbed his thigh with his thick palm. He said angrily, "What's wrong with this? This proves that the old lady's heart is not old and she is not old at all. Unlike you guys, did I say anything wrong? I saw that your items are rusty and can't be used anymore. If you're not convinced, take them out and show them. Is it shameful for me to have a son? At least my grave will emit some green smoke after 100 years. What about you guys? Ah, green smoke? I think it's green smoke?" Shiruachin rolled his eyes in disdain. "I heard that your precious son was scared by a junior Jun Moxie, and you still have the face to brag here. Who knows, he might be castrated when he goes out. Aren't you worried that you'll have to watch your son die before you?" Speaking of this, Huyen Ao Bo's face suddenly turned gloomy. "Jun Moxie. Mo Wudao, what are you trying to do by asking us to come here in such a hurry? What's the point of saying all this? Is it fun?" Jun Moxie. Mo Wudao smiled elegantly, making his rosy lips and white teeth appear even more prominent. He spoke clearly, "The reason I invited the two of you here today is for this young man." "Ah, Mo Wudao, don't tell me your brain is in knots? He's just an ant-like young man. Is it worth it for the three of us to gather here and discuss with such great fanfare? Are you overestimating this young man, or are you not taking our identities seriously? Are you getting worse and worse? Huyan Aobua sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the other two looking at him as if he was an idiot. Jun Moxie, 18 years old this year. The direct descendant of the Tianxiang Empire's Tianxiang City's Jun family, the son of the White General Jun Wu Hui. According to the data, this boy had been extremely naughty and mischievous since he was a child. In fact, he had the bad reputation of being the #1 debauchee in Tianxiang during his youth. Could be said that he was extremely unbearable. In fact, his Xian Qi cultivation hadn't even reached grade 4 until last March. However, 3 months later she had suddenly advanced to the Gold Xian realm. Then, 3 months later, when she had first arrived at the Southern Heaven region, she had already reached the peak of Yu Xian's cultivation. After returning from Tiannan, he had climbed to the peak of Tian Xian's level. This period of time was less than 2 months. And after he returned to Tianxiang City, he suddenly became an expert of Shen Xian in less than a month. Together with the Venerable Mei of the Tian Fa Forest, he went to the Dongfang family. On the way he even displayed the cultivation of a supreme martial artist. Although this kind of advancement is terrifying, it is still within the scope of control. However, just a few days ago the third city lord of the Supreme Golden City, Du Ju, personally tested this boy. His cultivation is at least at the level of a supreme martial artist. When one reaches the level of a supreme martial artist, it is extremely difficult to control him. Shirua Chen slowly explained everything that had happened in Jun Moxie's life in detail. Towards the end, his tone became heavy. This young man, from a mere grade 3 to the level of a supreme martial artist, did not even take more than a year. He successfully broke through more than 30 levels and climbed to the ranks of the world's top experts in one fell swoop. Huyanao Bo, I don't know if you still think that Jun Moxie is just an ant that can be crushed at any time after listening to this. Do you have the confidence? Anyway, I don't. Huyanao Bo's face changed instantly and he stuttered. According to the intelligence of the illusory blood sea, Jun Moxie has always been intelligent. For the sake of the Jun family, although he has extraordinary skills, he has been enduring humiliation and humiliation ever since he was a child. He has never revealed his powerful strength and only played around with the name of a playboy. The so-called playboy and mischievous playboy is just a facade, but how did he become like this? This is too unbelievable. This is also a coincidence. The Supreme Golden City has just brought in a talented newcomer as a reserve candidate for the war for seizing the heavens. This person is also from Tianxiang City, a direct descendant of the Imperial Tutor's mansion, Li Yuran. This person has been paying attention to Jun Moxie for a long time, and he has never missed any of Jun Moxie's movements. Shirua Chen said solemnly, and Jun Moxie's previous cultivation cannot be faked at all. From the detailed information provided by Li Yuran, the Supreme Golden City's 9 elders, 5 masters, and 3 city lords have come to the same conclusion. He suddenly raised his head and said word by word, before this, Jun Moxie was definitely not faking it. Moreover, all of his achievements had only come from this year onwards, one after another. In other words, this person has rushed from the 3rd grade to the Superior Supreme in just 1 year. Mo Wudao's calm face finally became serious. On the other side, Huyanao Bo also opened his eyes wide and fell into deep thought. As the leaders of the Holy Lands, these two people could be said to have seen a lot of things in their lives. In this world, it was rare for anyone to be more knowledgeable than these two people. But when they heard the speed of Jun Moxie's improvement, they were shocked and even horrified. This was not a speed that a human could have. Even the legendary immortals might not be able to achieve this. But this fact was clearly placed in front of them. From the inferior 3rd grade Xian Qi to the Superior Supreme in 1 year. The 3 of us used to be proud of our outstanding cultivation speed, and we were also proud that no one could surpass us in our respective fields. Now, may I ask you, from the 3rd grade Xian Qi to the Superior Supreme, how many years did it take? Shirua Chen sighed and asked. Mo Wudao's face darkened and Huyanao Bo's eyes flickered, but neither of them spoke. Because both of them felt speechless. Compared with such a speed, the speed that they were proud of was not worth mentioning. The 3 of them were about the same age and their cultivation was also similar. They were confident that they were all geniuses, and their speed of cultivation was one of the things that they were proud of. From nothing to the Superior Supreme, it only took them 50 years. Such a speed of cultivation could basically be regarded as the best in this world. But now, when compared to Jun Moxie's speed, he felt as if he was nothing more than a piece of trash. The thing that they were most proud of had now become the most ridiculous joke. This kind of feeling made the three of them very uncomfortable. Even if they knew that Jun Imosia's progress wouldn't last forever, and that it wouldn't prove anything. But the facts were the facts. The facts had proven that someone had managed to accomplish what they had painstakingly struggled for 50 years in a short span of a year. According to my guess, Jun Moxie's miraculous speed of cultivation means that his talent is naturally the best in the world. There is no doubt about this. But this is still secondary. The real key should be his mysterious master. Shirua Chen made the final decision and said in a deep voice, "Only an extremely powerful master, a mysterious skill that we don't know about, and some other miraculous encounters can create such a miracle. So, the main reason why I invited the two of you here today is because of this. We must have an effective strategy to deal with it." Mo Wudao's face darkened, and there was a rare look of worry on his jade-like face. Don't forget that the three Holy Lands have worked together to deal with Venerable Mei several times. And now, Venerable Mei is actually in love with Jun Moxie. Everyone knows that we can deal with Venerable Mei no matter what. Because although Venerable Mei is a Shen beast, he is able to see the big picture. For the sake of the war for seizing the heavens, I believe that he will not go too far. A gentleman can be deceived easily. Then he continued, and Venerable Mei happens to be a true gentleman. We've taken advantage of this. That's why we've been able to force her into a corner time and time again. Moreover, we don't have to worry about our own safety. Although we admit that we are a little despicable, it is undeniable that this is the Jianghu. But now the situation has completely changed. Shirua Chen continued, ever since Venerable Mei joined hands with Jun Moxie, the situation has become messy. Firstly, with the help of Jun Moxie, their power has increased. Secondly, I believe that under the influence of Jun Moxie, Venerable Mei's attacks are becoming more and more vicious. Now, he doesn't seem to care about the war for seizing the heavens anymore. He has become a vengeful person. The number of experts that the three Holy Lands have lost is close to 100. This is a rather terrifying number. Even with the foundation of the three Holy Lands, it is still a little difficult for us to bear the burden. From a certain point of view, Venerable Mei is quite traditional. He would rather be hurt than let the world be trampled on. This is what he pursues and also the creed of Tian Fa. Therefore, it has become something that we can use to our utmost advantage. Before this has always been his biggest weakness. But this Jun Moxie is different. This person can be said to be an extremely vicious character. This man isn't a gentleman at all. In fact, he's a complete bastard. From Jun Imosia's actions, it can be seen that he is extremely narrow-minded, protective of his own people by nature, vicious and merciless and cruel. He has never repaid enmity with kindness. He has always pursued the principle of an eye for an eye, and blood for blood. Towards anyone who stood in front of him, he would kill them all without mercy. He is decisive in his actions, decisive in killing and never soft-hearted. He is also extremely vengeful and will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He can be said to be an extremely terrifying young man. Thinking of his terrifying growth speed, this young man is now a great threat to the three Holy Lands. The degree of danger is even higher than that of Venerable Mei. Jun Moxie will be the biggest threat to the three Holy Lands, Mo Wudao said solemnly. Chapter 664. Shirua Chen sneered, I'm not the only one who said this. If he's given the chance to grow, the destruction of the three Holy Lands will be imminent. Based on his character and style, he will not care about the war for seizing the heavens. In fact, he is a lawless person. The safety of the continent and the people of the world may be able to make everyone worry, but it will not affect him. Because in his eyes, the people of the world are no different from grass. Therefore, his plan to deal with the three Holy Lands is inevitable and predictable. Huyanao Bo put away his reckless attitude and spoke in a deep voice with a dignified expression. So, this Jun Imosia can be said to be a natural-born man of the pugilistic world. You should know that these things are not something that can be taught. Even an experienced Jianghu man may not be able to reach this level without decades of training and countless lessons of blood and tears. But Jun Moxie seems to be self-taught, and he is even more familiar with it than us who have been in Jianghu for hundreds of years. That's right. Jun Moxie was born to be a Jianghu man, but he was born into a powerful family. But we have to admit that Jun Imosia will bring calamity to our three families in a few years at most. Because we have dealt with his women and not just once. This is an irreconcilable enmity, and for an extremely arrogant and self-centered person like Jun Moxie, it is definitely an irreconcilable enmity. Mo Wudao raised his eyelids and said slowly, You should know that he dared to go against the Shuihan manor for a mere Guanqing Han, who was not even his woman at that time. This is a lesson for him. His slow words made Shi Ruoqin and Huyan Aobo feel heavy at the same time. Everyone has a weakness, and Jun Moxie is no exception. His weakness lies in his family and his women. This is his biggest weakness. But at the same time, this is the strongest point. Shi Ruoqin sighed deeply, because there are many indications that his mysterious master is stationed at the Jun family's residence. And this is also our greatest worry. We don't even know who his master is, what level of cultivation he has, and what level he has reached. We don't even know where he came from. We don't know anything. Shi Ruoqin smiled bitterly. So far, we only know that the person who taught such a disciple must be an earth-shattering figure. And that time, 90 experts from the 3 holy lands were suppressed by his aura at the same time. This proves this point. His ability will only be above our estimation, and it will definitely not be any worse. This kind of cultivation, I admit that I don't have it. That's why we can't act rashly even though we know that a great disaster is right before our eyes. It's not that he can't, but he doesn't dare to. Mo Wudao concluded. In other words, everyone is now in a dilemma. We can't advance and we can only wait for death if we retreat? Huyan Aobo furrowed his thick brows and said unhappily, could it be that our 3 holy lands have been forced to this extent by Emir Jr.? Although we don't want to admit it, this is the truth. Mo Wudao and Shi Ruoqin smiled bitterly at the same time. Do you think that the mysterious master of Jun Moxie is from the Misty Mansion? Huyan Aobo suddenly asked cautiously. I don't think so. Maybe the mighty people from the Misty Mansion can do it, but they haven't shown up for thousands of years. If they can, I'm afraid that they are like the old bones of the Misty Mansion. Moreover, I'm afraid that even the Misty Mansion can't achieve such a cultivation speed. And there is only one person who can do it. As far as I know, he is the only one who can achieve such a cultivation speed. A sharp light flashed in Mo Wudao's eyes. Oh. The other 2 asked at the same time. The 9 Nether. 14th Young Master. Mo Wudao said word by word, and his eyes revealed a strong sense of fear. It was as if the name itself had an indescribable magical power. Even he, the Lord of Hermitage, could feel his soul trembling. That's right. Huyan Aobo and Shi Ruoqin sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Only that monster could do this. But the Misty Mansion and the 9 Nether Secret Realm have been in conflict for tens of thousands of years. The battle between the two has never happened in the secular world. It would be too unfair if it's just a guess. Besides, the 9 Nether 14th Young Master might not have the patience to train his disciple. When Huyan Aobo said the name 9 Serenities and 14 Masters, he seemed to have a toothache. He clenched his teeth and sucked in a breath of cold air before he managed to finish the name. Anything is possible. Mo Wudao said worriedly. Don't be careless. It's never too much to be careful. But a careless mistake could lead to an irreversible disaster. The 3 holy lands' 10,000 years of foundation will be destroyed. But right now there's a huge opportunity. If we use it properly, not only can we destroy Jun Moxie and the Venerable Mei, we can also lure out the people behind them, and the 3 holy lands can annihilate them together. Even the 9 Serenities and 14 Masters might not be able to withstand the joint attack of the 3 holy lands. Shi Ruoqin said slowly with a look of desperation on his face. The other 2 did not speak, but their eyes were fixed on his face. The Jun family's Jun Moxie is about to leave for Blizzard Silver City. I believe that this time, the Venerable Mei will also send out a large number of Tianfa Shen beasts in order to help Jun Moxie. Blizzard Silver City will not be able to resist such a force. But this time, after everyone goes, the Jun family's defense will be at an all-time low. Shi Ruoqin's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. Lengling said, so, the summit of the Snowy Mountains is a rare opportunity. And Tianxiang City is another rare opportunity. Ha! You mean? Mo Wudao's eyes lit up, and then he fell into deep thought. He frowned, and his eyes were full of conflict and indecision. The Jun family that Jun Moxie belongs to is now at odds with the Tianxiang imperial family. And the Jun family's power is not something that a mere imperial family can resist. But this time we will make an exception and intervene. Among the 3 princes, the 3 holy lands can support one of them. Then, we will incite the forces of the secular world and the experts from all over the world to put pressure on the Jun family. We will test the limits of the Jun family. When Jun Moxie and the Venerable Mei go to Blizzard Silver City, we must make a mess of the Jun family, and let the hidden expert in the Jun family surface. First of all, even if it doesn't work, the 3 holy lands can always stay out of it. Secondly, we can also gather our superior forces and take down the forces behind the Jun family in one fell swoop if we succeed. And that little thief June won't be able to enter our eyes even if he's a peerless genius or a peerless genius. But this time we can't do it on a small scale. We must gather the most elite forces, and once the attack starts, we must be ready to kill at any time. There must be no mistakes. Shi Ruochen raised his head, looked at Huyan Aobo and Mo Wu Dao and said word by word, "This time only saint-level experts can succeed. Ordinary so-called experts, even if they are venerables, will only be courting death. If the 9 serenities and 14 masters are in the June family, I'm afraid that even some saints will fall. Everyone must be prepared for this. I believe that this loss will be inevitable." Huyan Aobo and Mo Wu Dao almost stood up in shock at the same time. Could it be? That's right. We, the Supreme Golden City, can send 3 saint-level experts. Let's go all out and participate in this battle. Shi Ruochen calculated in silence. He stretched out his white fingers and knocked on the tea table 3 times. It was just 3 light knocks, but the crisp sound echoed in the mountains. He said word by word, 3 saints. Mo Wu Dao stood up with a solemn expression on his face. He paced a few steps, looked up at the sky, and took a deep breath before he forced himself to speak. All right, in order to ensure complete victory, our elusive world of immortals will send 3 saints as well. The illusory Blood Sea can also send 3 saints. The 3 holy lands will work together to defeat the enemy. In comparison, Huyan Aobo seemed to be very happy. But the twitching muscles on his face showed that he was not as relaxed as he said. Then we will send people to Tianxiang to disrupt the situation and force the Jun family. Strength is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to be resourceful, patient, and able to endure what others can't. You should know that if you're not careful, you'll lose everything. Shi Ruochen said calmly, I believe the 2 of you have your own plans. Our illusory Blood Sea will send Zi Jinghong. Although this kid's Shen cultivation wasn't very high, his brain was first-rate. When it comes to scheming, he's even better. Huyan Aobo snorted. Let him bring a few good men to cooperate with us. If it's just to create trouble, it should be enough. Well, then our great golden city will send Liu Ran and a few experts to go there. Liu Ran is a local born and raised here. Although he is young, he is calm and has the demeanor of a great general. It should be helpful. Shi Ruochen smiled. We will discuss this after I return to the palace. In any case, there won't be any delays. Mo Wu Dao said with a dark face. This time we must eliminate Jun Mo Xie and Venerable Mei. Chapter 665. Mo Wu Dao said calmly, on the other hand, if we can gain something from this battle, it will be a great harvest. Just the Shendan of level 9 Shen beasts alone will not be a small number. And the Shendan of the Beast King. All of these will be able to bring the strength of our 3 holy lands to a higher level. Huyan Aobo rolled his eyes and said, if it doesn't work, we might as well do it ourselves. Do it ourselves? How dare you? Shi Ruochen looked at him disdainfully. You pretend to be a fool every day, don't tell me you've become one? Think about the consequences of this. That will only cause the entire Tianfa forest to go crazy. As long as we don't do anything, we can suppress them to a certain extent. Do you understand, Aobo? Huyan Aobo said angrily, don't be so sarcastic. Be careful or I won't be polite to you. Shi Ruochen picked up his teacup and snorted, be polite? Have you ever been polite to me? For this battle, each family must be led by 2 venerables and at least 50 superior supremes. Let's go to Blizzard Silver City. Mo Wu Dao looked at the 2 bickering and made the final decision. That's good. Sai, the 2 Shao brothers of our Supreme Golden City have been looking for me every day, begging us to send troops to help. How annoying. Finally we have an explanation. Otherwise people will say that our Supreme Golden City is heartless. Shi Ruochen heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that the Shao family and the Han family in Blizzard Silver City are not on good terms with each other. At least, they are not as harmonious as they claim to be. Our Hermitage's protector Han has strongly requested not to participate in the battle. Aha, it seems that there will be a good show to watch. Mo Wu Dao smiled and looked towards the north, where Blizzard Silver City was located. The 3 finished their discussion and were about to leave. Before they parted, Huyan Aobo suddenly asked, Mo Wu Dao, how do you judge Venerable Mei's true strength compared to yours? Mo Wu Dao's eyes flashed as he looked at the Lord of the illusory Blood Sea. Then he pondered for a moment before replying, we were evenly matched when we fought last time. But I'm sure that she wouldn't be a match for me if we were to go all out. As for after that incident, she was injured and had been silent for nearly 100 years. Who was stronger and who was weaker? What do you think? Huyan Ao Bo's words revealed the meticulous thoughts that he had hidden beneath his boorish face. Hearing Mo Wudao's reply, Huyan Aobo laughed heartily and said, "If that's the case, then I'll immediately go back and prepare. I believe that in this battle, the three holy lands will have a considerable harvest." Then, without any further greetings, his huge body suddenly flew up and slowly pierced through the clouds. His rough laughter was still echoing in the air, but his body had already disappeared in a flash. Shi Ruochen smiled slightly and said, "This guy has always been like this. He definitely won't stop unless he takes advantage of something. Brother Mo, do you have anything else to add? As for the matter of Tianxiang City, we must probe it thoroughly before we act. Old Shi, a saint is different from a venerable or even someone above the supreme level. They are all existences that we can't afford to lose." Mo Wudao looked at Shi Ruochen solemnly. "If anything goes wrong, you should know what the consequences will be. Big brother knows second brother. Your hermitage can't afford to lose them, but can our supreme golden city afford to lose them?" Shi Ruochen laughed, but his laughter was full of gloom. After laughing for a long time, he actually sighed, "But we can't afford to wait either. If we continue waiting, wouldn't it be the same as sitting and waiting for death? With this brat Jun Emosia's terrifying rate of improvement, who can guarantee that he won't be able to break through to the venerable realm, or even the saint realm? Brother Mo, this is a huge hidden danger. The three holy lands have been around for tens of thousands of years, and now they have a great foundation. Please don't destroy them in the hands of the three of us." Mo Wudao's face turned gloomy once again. He didn't say anything but quietly floated up. His slender body was faintly discernible in the sea of clouds. He turned his back to Mo Wudao and rolled up his long sleeves. A teacup on the table a few feet away suddenly jumped up. "Old Shi, I advise you to drink another cup of tea. You and I will part ways here. We will meet again someday." "Same to you." Shi Ruochen caught it, laughed loudly and drank it in one gulp. When he looked at the clouds again, Mo Wudao's figure had already disappeared. Shi Ruochen stood alone in the clouds, and as he looked at the surrounding clouds, he could not help but sigh softly. The clouds instantly enveloped the entire high platform, and the sigh continued to reverberate. However, Shi Ruochen's figure had already disappeared in the clouds, as if he had never been there. On the towering peak, there was only a huge stone tea table and 3 exquisite armchairs. On the table, a small teapot was quietly placed on top. The 3 teacups were arranged in a triangular shape quietly until the end of time. That night, the people from the 3 holy lands were divided into 2 groups, and they headed north. One to Blizzard Silver City, and the other to Fragrant Sky City. The next morning, in the Tianfa forest, Mei Shuiyan was dressed in a snow-white robe. Her pretty face was filled with endless killing intent. She looked at the black mass of flying shen beasts in front of her and slowly walked in front of the formation. Her phoenix-like eyes were filled with dignity and solemnity. With a high and mighty pressure, she asked in a deep voice, "Is everyone ready?" The 9 beast kings at the front of the line opened their mouths at the same time. "Everyone is ready. There are 1,500 flying shen beasts, and 459 shapeshifted beast kings. Everyone is ready and we can move at any time. Boss, please give the order." "Very good." Mei Shuiyan let out a long breath. She looked at the sky with a complicated look and said in a low voice, "We will definitely face the 3 holy lands when we go to Blizzard Silver City this time. The 3 holy lands have many experts, and their strength is even more tyrannical. They have been eyeing Tianfa for a long time, and this time, we will definitely face an unprecedentedly fierce battle. Even I don't have the confidence to come back alive, so all of you must be prepared." "Who cares about the 3 holy lands? Let's fuck them up." Bear Mountain roared. "So what if they are strong? We are not afraid." Long Crane's eyes were full of fighting spirit. "Right. What's there to be afraid of? Let's fuck them up." All the humanoid beast kings roared at the same time, and a ferocious atmosphere suddenly formed. Before they even set off, the group was already filled with the smell of blood. Each and every one of these beast kings had fought their way up in Tianfa forest step by step, adhering to the most cruel principle of natural selection in Tianfa forest. Which one of them hadn't been through hundreds and thousands of battles? So what if the enemy was strong? Just kill them. Just fight to the death. This was the only understanding these beast kings had towards battle. Moreover, they had just obtained a huge breakthrough, and all of them felt that they were extremely strong. If they were to randomly summon any one of them and let them sweep through the 3 holy lands, they would probably not hesitate to do so. And they would even charge forward confidently, smashing everything from north to south. Very good. Take the Ant King, Wolf King, Bee King and Rat King and set off immediately. Divide into 10 echelons and set off in sequence. The first stop is Tianxiang City. A cold light flashed in Mei Shuiyan's eyes as she waved her slender hand. Long Crane let out a long cry that shook the 9 heavens. Then he suddenly soared into the sky, and with a schwa sound, he transformed into a huge snow-white crane with a wingspan of over 20 meters. It was as big as a pung and its wings covered the sky. Then, it flapped its wings as it soared into the sky. Mei Shuiyan's white robe flashed and she did not seem to move, but her slender figure had already soared into the sky, and stood proudly on Long Crane's shoulder. Long Crane flapped his wings and took the lead. Mei Shuiyan's white robe fluttered and she stood proudly. The oncoming wind blew her hair, revealing her beautiful face. Right now it was cold, and there was only a trace of passion and longing in her eyes. A thick murderous aura rose from the Tianfa forest. 100 giant cranes soared into the sky, and followed behind Long Crane as they flew in a majestic manner. The second group was a group of rocks, and Bear Mountain's majestic body sat on the back of the first rocks, soaring into the sky. Behind him, there was a large group of strong men, all standing on the backs of rocks, all dressed in bridal outfits, and their red robes fluttered in the wind, dyeing the entire sky red. The third and fourth groups were the crane race and the fifth group was still the rocks race. The sixth, seventh and eighth groups were the eagle people, with the eagle king transforming into black lightning, leading the way. As for the ninth and last group, they were from the condor tribe. The condor king flew high into the heavens, leading his brothers in hot pursuit. On the Xian continent, an unprecedented hurricane suddenly blew. A total of thousands of beast kings came out of Tianfa, causing an earth-shattering tremor. On the way to Tianxiang, Mei Shuiyan's white robe fluttered, her long hair flying in the wind. She released her aura as the king of the Xian beasts, causing the entire world to be filled with an icy coldness. That was a bone-chilling coldness, mixed with the unique pride and cruelty of the Tianfa forest. Dominating the world. Ruling the world. Whether it was intentional or not, all the beasts in the path of this group were met with a calamity. The first to bear the brunt was Tiannan City. Whether it was the Xian beasts, domestic animals or even the horses in the army camp, all of them suddenly trembled and fell to the ground. All the animals were the same, their limbs twitching, their bodies convulsing and their mouths foaming. This kind of terrifying aura was too concentrated, and it was not just one or two but a shocking number of thousands. Just like that, how could ordinary beasts withstand it? Even if it was just a glimpse, it was still unbearable. At this moment, it was already not bad that they were not crushed to death on the spot, and only lost control for a moment. As for the weaker chickens, ducks and geese, they were directly flipped over. General Wan Wuyen, who was in charge of Tiannan City, although his Xianqi cultivation was not high, he had a certain level of attainment. He had just climbed out of his bed and before he could even put on his clothes, he felt a terrifying aura enveloping the sky and earth, and he almost fell to the ground. At the same time, the people in the backyard were shouting and horses neighing, and the whole city was in chaos. I'm still working hard, my fingers are a little cramped and sore. This kind of feeling, I believe my brothers and sisters who have been typing for a long time can understand. From early morning until now, I have not rested. I don't know if I can make it to the 5th chapter, but I hope that my brothers and sisters can give me some strength. Monthly votes. Smash the 5th chapter. Chapter 666. This was not an exaggeration at all. A total of more than 500 beast kings were traveling together. How could the combined aura of experts be insignificant? It was simply overwhelming. Everywhere in the vast universe was filled with this kind of extremely valiant aura. Even a master of the Tianxian level or even a master of the supreme level would not be able to withstand it, let alone an ordinary person. General Wan was so shocked that he did not even bother to put on his clothes. He was only wearing a pair of shorts, exposing his hairy chest and thighs. Forcing himself to support himself, he ran out in a panic. Standing in front of the doorstep, he looked up and could not help but feel his scalp tingle. His whole body turned cold as he blurted out, "Oh my God! Oh my dear mother!" The sky in the south suddenly turned dark. A huge crane spread its wings and flew over. Its red eyes stared fiercely at the heavens and earth. On the back of this majestic crane, a graceful woman in white stood upright. Whether it was her expression or her temperament, it was filled with a domineering aura, as if she was the ruler of the pugilistic world. Whoosh! With a whoosh sound, the man and the crane directly flew over Tiannan City's sky. The hurricane caused the flags on top of Tiannan City's city walls to flutter in the wind as they flew straight into the sky. Then, hundreds of giant cranes flew over, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. They flew in an extremely arrogant manner, completely looking down on everyone else as they whizzed past. General Wan directly sat on the ground. If it was not for the layer of fine cloth covering his body, it would have been a case of hitting a rock with an egg. Oh my God! Oh heaven, earth! Just what did I do to provoke this group of ancestors? This time the momentum is much bigger than the last time. Too much, too much. What should I do, what should I do? Wan Wuyan's face was pale as he muttered to himself. But the shock had not yet passed when another batch followed. Another batch. Yet another batch. Oh my God, there is no end. The nearly naked General Wan scowled miserably as he hurriedly ran into the backyard. I have to quickly send a message to the military headquarters. This. Oh my God. General Wan was horrified to find that the carrier pigeons and harriers that had been trained to send messages in the general's mansion for a long time were all foaming at the mouth and lying limp in their cages. They could only exhale but not inhale. Dozens of well-trained flying animals that were used for communication were actually crushed to death by this huge aura. Perhaps it should be said that he was scared to death. General Wan was dumbfounded and stood rooted to the ground. Along the way, the heartless Venerable Duju was leading dozens of experts from the Great Golden City. These people were all top-notch experts. When they exerted their full strength, they were naturally as fast as a gust of wind. However, as he was advancing with all his strength, Duju's face suddenly changed. He waved his hand and all the masters of the Supreme Golden City instantly understood and quickly hid in the mountains. Duju raised his head and looked into the distance. His face suddenly turned pale and his mouth slightly opened, revealing a kind of inexplicable shock and even a little panic. This kind of loss of composure had not appeared on his face for many years. Everyone at the scene was quite surprised. However, before they had time to ask, everyone's expression changed almost at the same time. Because the answer was self-evident. An unprecedentedly powerful and shocking aura descended. Everyone was shocked and looked up in succession. They saw a big crane flying across the sky in the distance. Then there was a large flock of cranes that covered the sky. On the back of the white crane that was leading the flock, there was a slim figure in white who was unscrupulously exuding an arrogant aura. She stood proudly with a disdainful attitude. Venerable Mei. Third crane rushing to the heavens. And a large flock of mysterious cranes. How is this possible? Duju almost lost his voice and his face was dripping with cold sweat. He naturally saw the burly man on the back of the flock of cranes. He could not help but exclaim, "Where did these humanoid beast kings come from? I'm going to faint. Could it be that they have just been born? Oh my God, this is a big problem. If they really have so much combat power, how can the strength of this city be enough?" The heartless Venerable Duju, who had always been cruel and indifferent, unexpectedly burst out a vulgar word. Moreover, he did not stop swearing. His face was twitching and his saliva was flying everywhere. Obviously, he was shocked to the extreme. Before he finished complaining, there was another huge shock. Venerable Du's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. The experts from the Great Golden City behind him were all dumbfounded. This was because a large flock of rocks followed closely behind the flock of cranes. With an invincible aura, they broke through the sky full of clouds and smashed the white clouds in the sky. They flew over in an extremely domineering and arrogant manner. On the back of the rocks, with their eyesight, they could clearly see that there were strangely shaped burly men with ferocious eyes. They stood proudly against the wind and flew past like heavenly soldiers and generals. Then there was an overwhelming flock of cranes, flock of rocks, flock of eagles, flock of eagles, flock of eagles. The elders in the Holy Lands burst out a large number of vulgarities. Moreover, it came from the mouths of these superior supreme experts with white hair and beards. All of them stared blankly at the sky with their eyes wide open, as if they were dried mummies. Oh my God! This is the power of Tianfa that the City Lord sent us to deal with this time? Are we having a nightmare? How can Tianfa have such a terrifying number of combat power? Third City Lord. Facing such power, aren't we just sending ourselves to die? There are only 1, 2, 3, 40 to 50 people. Oh my God! The large number of flying Shen beasts in the sky had already flown away for a long time. The stench of blood still lingered on the ground. At this time, a superior supreme expert with triangular eyes shouted with strong shock and fear in his bones. He kept on swearing, "I am really convinced. So many peak-level Shen beasts. They actually want us to go and destroy them. Are they asking us to die? Wave after wave of surprises surged towards him, causing the heartless venerable Duju to feel as if he was about to soar into the heavens. His cheeks twitched and the corners of his eyes twitched. He gritted his teeth and said, "Immediately send people back to Gold City and ask the city lord to send more people. This little amount of people is not enough. They don't even have the qualifications to fight. Even if the three holy lands send out all the combat power this time, it's just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It won't be of any help. Even if we send ourselves to die, it won't be enough." Duju stood up slowly and looked at a skinny old man beside him. "Old Third Fong, your lightness skill is the best and your speed is also the fastest. Quickly return. Inform the city lord to send more people. We need at least 4 venerable level experts. He needed at least 30 more superior supreme martial artists. Quickly go." The skinny old Third Fong hurriedly agreed. He also knew that the situation was urgent and did not waste any time. His body stretched out and disappeared in an instant like a rabbit that had been shot by an arrow. "Everyone slow down and wait for reinforcements. We must not let Tian Fa's forces discover our existence. When the reinforcements arrive, we will attack Silver City in one go. Be careful." Duju's face darkened and he gave the order without any hesitation. At the same time, the people from the illusory Blood Sea also stopped and made the same decision. Zhen Ci Bei of the elusive world of immortals also made the same decision with a pale face. At this moment, the experts of the 3 holy lands were completely stunned by the sudden eruption of Tian Fa Forest's terrifying power that was enough to shake the world. All of them were like ducks in a pond after being struck by lightning on a sunny day. Haste. The commotion from the Tian Fa Forest this time had shaken the entire world. Countless forces were trembling as they made their own guesses. Especially those who were on good terms with the Silver Blizzard City, but hadn't gone to help. They were rejoicing. "The heavens have blessed us. We're lucky that we didn't go. If we had gone, perhaps we would have become the feces of the Xian beasts. Looks like I really have foresight." On a grassland, a seemingly illusory and unreal silhouette swept over. Suddenly, it stopped and slowly became real, revealing a skinny man dressed in black. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at the group of profound beasts flying across the sky. A blood-red desire to fight suddenly surged in the depths of his eyes. The sword at his waist seemed to have sensed his strong desire to fight. As if it had a spirit, it suddenly let out a light clang and unsheathed half a foot. A cold light flashed like cold water in the winter. It shone faintly, cold and beautiful. It emitted a dreamy radiance, glistening under the setting sun. It was magnificent and indescribable. Autumn Dew Invincible Sword. My good comrade, now it's finally time for us to go all out again. Blizzard Silver City, Blizzard Silver City, I wonder how many people will be sacrificed to my sword this time. Snow Wind Supreme Martial Artist Han Feng Shui, I have wanted to fight with him for a long time. This time, let me fulfill this long-cherished wish of mine. This person gently stroked the hilt of his sword. His tone was gentle, but it carried a dense and cold killing intent. The sword let out a light cry and the blade trembled slightly. A stream of light flashed and a trace of blood slowly flowed. The owner of the Autumn Dew Invincible Sword. Naturally, it could only be the Supreme Assassin Chu Chihuan. The day you wave your sword in the wind and snow will be the day I unsheath my sword in Blizzard Silver City. This was the promise that Chu Chihuan had made when he bid farewell to Jun Moxie. Chu Chihuan certainly remembered his promise. And he valued his promise even more. Moreover, the person who made him make such a promise was the only person in the world that he recognized, the King of Assassins. Therefore, the Supreme Assassin slowly turned around and headed towards the north. That was the direction of Blizzard Silver City. Chu Chihuan's movement technique was extremely fast, and in a short while he had disappeared into the boundless grassland. Only that cold killing intent remained in the air. Wind and thunder raged in the sky. One day later, Tianxiang City was also bustling with activity. Jun Moxie stood in the courtyard of the Jun family's residence, his face solemn and murderous, his eyes flashing with a bloody light. It should be. Today is the day. 5 days later, it would be the 2nd of February. In the warmth of spring, flowers blossomed, and a single sword strike broke through the Silver City. Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyun stood behind Jun Moxie. At this moment, they felt that this frail youth in front of them had turned into a towering mountain. His cold aura seemed to want to break through this frail body and soar into the clouds. Jun Wuyi's face was solemn and serene. His eyebrows were like swords, and it seemed as if they would burst out of his forehead at any time. His body was calm and composed, and he commanded with the air of a great general. It was the blood-cloaked general who had led millions of troops across millions of miles of the continent, the one who swore never to return. But this time he was not leading a human army, nor was it a secular charge. It was a higher-level battle. A decisive battle in Blizzard Silver City, a decisive battle at the peak of Blizzard Silver City. Wuxia was smart and resourceful, but he was also aware of his own limitations. He knew that he wasn't a commander who could lead an army into battle. But Jianghu was. And he deserved it. Today is 5 chapters asking for monthly votes. 5 chapters, 15,000 words. With a minimum of 2 chapters, 6,000 words, it could be said to be a super burst. Brothers, sisters, will the evil monarch's monthly votes be able to burst as well? After every burst, there would always be some trolls in the comment section. Let me say here, if you don't like this book, there is a red X on the top right of the webpage. As long as you know how to surf the internet, you will know what it means. I won't explain it here. Everyone, please conduct yourself with dignity. I have never opposed to reading pirated copies. Everyone has their own difficulties, I understand that. Because I also read pirated copies in the past, I know that feeling. So I won't force it. But after reading pirated copies, you still come to the comment section of the original book to scold people. I can't imagine how bad your quality is. You steal the fruits of others' labor with a clear conscience and still scold people. This behavior makes me speechless. Those who are familiar with me know that I am an author who must read book reviews every day. I used to leave a lot of comments when I read books. I also know the feeling of not being taken seriously or ignored. So, I always think that the comments in my comment section are the painstaking efforts of my brothers and sisters, and they hope that I can see them. I can accept them, so I can't ignore them. I can't ignore them either. I have said more than once that I am an author and also a reader. I understand everyone and I understand everyone. Some of you must have noticed that some plots are quietly carried out according to some suggestions in the comment section. I did not ignore the wishes of my brothers and sisters. I respect you and value you. And I have already recognized you. Thank you for your suggestions for this book. When your suggestions are adopted by the books you like, that feeling is happy, it is happy. And it is a sense of accomplishment. So, I hope I can make you happier. So, every day I bear the abuse in the comments section looking for your comments. Looking for the wishes of my brothers and sisters. This is my persistence and also my pride. Maybe some people will say that I am stupid. But I have never regretted it. Thank you, everyone. I am still me. I will still be like this. Chapter 667. Such a large-scale battle could only be commanded by an absolute commander like Jianghu. Only then would he be able to make the best use of his talents. And he would be able to make the best use of his resources. It was a perfect match. The Dongfang family's 120 men were lined up neatly under the leadership of Dongfang's 3 swords. On the other side, Xikong and Yi was leading 30 experts of the Xikong clan. Their faces were solemn and respectful. Beside him, Duanmu Chaofan was dressed in black. His face was cold and stiff. He was leading 3 of the Duanmu family's top experts. These 2 families had immediately sent their experts to support the Jun family after hearing about the Jun family's actions. Mu Shuetong's face was full of excitement as he stood to one side with Han Yen Meng. This day has finally come. Xiao family, your doomsday has finally come. This was the Jun family's current lineup. Dongfang Wen Xen walked out slowly with a mournful look on her face. Guan Qing Han, dressed in white and holding a long sword, quietly supported her from the side. This was a journey for revenge. Dongfang Wen Xen had to be present. Junjian Tian looked at the experts in the courtyard and couldn't help but feel relieved. He stroked his beard and smiled. The rise of the Jun family will be in this battle. It will surely shock the world. The 4 seas will be shocked. This was something that Grandpa Jun had long since understood. However, this time Grandpa Jun would not personally go. Grandpa Jun's status was still there. Although he wished to kill his enemy, he was still an elder. Revenge for his sons Jianghu Hui and Jianghu Meng was a matter for his grandson and son. If Grandpa Jun went personally, it wouldn't look good. Therefore, Junjian Tian stayed behind to guard the capital. For his son and grandson, he would be able to manage a great rear without any worries. Together with him were the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer troops, as well as Bailey Luo Yun and Lung Ao's assassination team. In the current Tianxiang city, these forces were enough to intimidate everyone. Dugu Xiaoyi had also been left behind to guard the Jun family's residence. When she heard this, the little girl was so anxious that she jumped up and down. She wanted to go with them no matter what, but she was stopped by Jun Moxie's words. If you want to enter my Jun family, then you must first be obedient. What was the point of marrying a disobedient wife? Are you going to stay behind or must you follow? The choice is yours. The little girl naturally knew how to choose. She agreed with an aggrieved expression, but her heart was filled with endless joy. Wow! I'm about to enter the door? It wasn't that Jun Moxie didn't want her to go, but this mission wouldn't be as easy as she had imagined. He was afraid that his life would be in danger at every moment. Dugu Xiaoyi followed closely behind. In the midst of a battle of millions of experts, her meager cultivation base was simply not enough. Even the slightest aftershock would be enough to send her to her death. Letting Dongfang Wen Xian and Guan Qinghan follow was already the biggest concession that Jun Moxie had made. If it weren't for the fact that Dongfang Wen Xian needed someone to take care of her, he wouldn't even have agreed to let Guan Qinghan go. Not only did Mei Shuiyin have to participate in the battle, but she also had to take care of the overall situation. No matter what, she couldn't be the first choice to take care of others. The sun gradually moved to the west, and it was already afternoon. Dongfang Wenqing quietly approached Jun Moxie. "Wuxia, is this all we have? Where's your wife? Isn't she going to participate in such an important mission?" Uncle Dongfang was a little worried. Based on their current strength, it could be said that they were strong enough. But when it came to fighting against Blizzard Silver City, he didn't dare to say that he had the confidence to do so. After all, the other party was a super aristocratic family, not an ordinary family. So he naturally thought of Mei Shuiyin, who had accompanied Jun Moxie to the Dongfang family last time. She was a real expert, a top expert. Why didn't he see her this time? Soon she'll be back soon. Jun Moxie smiled faintly. "Uncle, this time I'll let you see what the real, all-Shen beasts come out from Tianfa means. The oath of the Dongfang family will become history after this mission." The real, all-Shen beasts come out from Tianfa? What does that mean? Dongfang Wenqing was a little puzzled. Was there a difference between the real and the fake? At this moment, everyone suddenly felt their eyes darken. The warm sun that was originally shining in the sky suddenly disappeared. From the southwest, a large patch of dark clouds suddenly rose, covering the sky and covering the sun. It actually blocked out all the sunlight. The originally warm weather of Tianxiang City, which was immersed in the rare warm weather of a harsh winter, was suddenly blown by a gale and sand and stones were flying. What's wrong? What's going on? What's going on? Almost everyone felt the sudden pressure and looked at the sky in surprise. Only Jun Moxie's mouth revealed a trace of a sincere smile. He looked at the distant sky and his face was full of a bright smile. Woo! A deep, long and domineering bird's cry suddenly resounded in the sky. Roar! It sounded like millions of people were roaring at the same time, and it sounded like 10 years of thunder had gathered at the same time on the same day. This kind of earth-shattering cry caused more than 99% of the people in Tianxiang City to temporarily lose their hearing. Even a top-notch expert like Dongfang Wenqing was greatly startled by this sudden change. He felt as if his mind was going to explode and he felt extremely uncomfortable. It was only at this moment that everyone realized that the dark clouds in the sky were actually a large group of cranes. The ferocious aura and the huge size of the cranes were all reminding everyone that these cranes were all peak level 9 Shen beasts. Dongfang Wenqing and the rest looked at the sky with their mouths agape, and their brains short-circuited. It was not only her, everyone else had the same expression. In addition to the solitary falcon, even Grandpa Jun's face was filled with astonishment. On the head of the snow-white crane, there was a figure standing proudly against the wind. She was dressed in snow-white clothes and her face was extremely charming. Her figure was graceful and her black hair danced in the wind. Her figure was graceful and her lips were full of smiles. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters as she looked at Jun Moxie. Who else could it be but Mei Shuiyin? Before this, none of them knew of Mei Shuiyin's true identity. Now that they saw her appear in such a shocking manner, they could not help but be shocked. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker. It was the 1,500 flying Shen beasts circling above the Jun family's residence. The sandstorm they brought with them suddenly blew over. In an instant, every household in Tianxiang City was covered in dust. Dugu Xiaoyi and Han Yanmeng looked at Mei Shuiyin in the sky. The two little lowless eyes were filled with endless envy and amazement. Sister Shuiyin is really too handsome, too beautiful. When can I be like her? With a whoosh, Mei Shuiyin jumped down from the sky like a fairy. Long Crane also did a somersault in the air and turned into his human form, jumping down as well. Jun Wuxia laughed heartily. He took 2 steps forward, opened his arms and was about to embrace a soft and fragrant body. but Mei Shuiyan's skin was already very thin. Furthermore, with so many subordinates watching, how could she let him hug her? If she was really hugged by him, where would the face of Tianfei's boss go? However, the young Master Jun didn't manage to catch anything in his arms. Instead, it landed right beside the young Master Jun. She first greeted Grandpa Jun, then walked to Dongfang Wenxin. Before she spoke, her face was already red. "Mother, I'm back." "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back, huh?" Dongfang Wenxin looked at her daughter-in-law with a smile. She held her daughter-in-law's hand as if she couldn't bear to let go. The shock in her heart had long been replaced by the joy of Mei Shuiyan's return. Good heavens, the Shen beasts are really coming out of Tianfei. Dongfang Wenqing's mouth was wide open as he looked at the huge army of Shen beasts in front of him. He pulled on his nephew's sleeves and said, "Good nephew, what is the identity of this woman of yours? Why is there such a big show? Do you think you can subdue such a woman?" At this moment, Uncle Dongfang was really shocked. How powerful must she be to be able to control more than 10 million Shen beasts at the peak of level 9? At this moment, Uncle Dongfang's brain had completely short-circuited. Dongfang Wenjian and Dongfang Wendao also came over, insisting on listening to their nephew's explanation. This was too shocking. "I've already explained it so clearly. Don't you understand?" Jun Moxie sighed helplessly. "Can't you see that she is Venerable Mei?" After that, Jun Dashao walked towards Mei Shuiyan with a face full of joy. Only his 3 uncles behind him were left with a face full of shock. "Venerable Mei? Oh my God. Our niece-in-law is Venerable Mei, it's actually her." Dongfang Wenqing's mouth was wide open, like a hippopotamus dying of thirst. She turned her head with difficulty and looked at her 2 younger brothers. I didn't hear wrongly, did I?" Dongfang Wenjian and Dongfang Wendao swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Their eyes were still staring blankly, unable to say a word. On the other side, Mei Shuiyan finally finished her greetings. She turned around and shouted, "Everyone come down." Instantly, the sky above was filled with noises of agreement. Countless burly men in bride's clothes jumped down. For a moment, the sky was dyed red with blood. At this moment, Jun Moxie rushed up like an arrow. While Mei Shuiyan was commanding the Shen beasts, he launched a surprise attack and hugged her. He only felt a soft body in his arms, exuding a rich fragrance. He couldn't help but be intoxicated, and his whole body was intoxicated. Mei Shuiyan was about to struggle, but she felt a warm itch on her ear. A big mouth was sucking on her jade-like earlobe. A warm voice was transmitted from her ear into her heart. "You're finally back. I've missed you so much these days." Mei Shuiyan's body instantly turned soft. She suddenly felt her whole body go limp. She lost all strength to struggle. She could only let him hug her in his arms. Her face was red as if it was dyed with rouge. She looked even more beautiful than before. The sound of someone choking on their food rang out in the air. The red-robed men were all dumbfounded as they looked at their boss in Jun Imosie's arms. Their eyes were blank and they fell to the ground like dumplings. Other than Big Bear and a few other beast kings, all of them were in a sorry state, baring their fangs in pain. This situation was too impactful. Chapter 668. We didn't even dare to look at her in the Tianfa forest. We didn't even dare to raise our heads to talk to her. But now, this human youngster is holding her in his arms. Moreover, he has a blissful and adorable look on his face. Such an unimaginable scene had happened right before their eyes, causing these simple-minded mystical beasts who had just transformed to lose all of their abilities. They had wanted to show off their skills, but in the end they lost all of their consciousness and plummeted to the ground. Then, plop plop, many of the 9th-level peak flying Shen beasts who hadn't taken human form yet felt dizzy when they saw this. So they closed their eyes and fell to the ground. The June residents shook for a moment. The rumbling sounds were like firecrackers during the spring festival. Dust rose to the sky and countless feathers of different colors were flying in all directions. Those that were lucky enough to not fall were also swaying in the air, struggling to stay in the air. Their 2 wings were fiercely flapping, but there was no pattern to it at all. Naturally, because of this, there were gusts of hurricanes, and the hurricanes were coming from all directions. It was a marvelous sight. After a long time, everyone finally woke up from the shock. Bear Mountain, Earthcracker, and the others were furious. They thought that these guys had lost the face of the Tianfa forest in front of so many people. So they rushed up with black faces and kicked them. Then they scolded loudly. "A bunch of useless things. How can you be stunned by such a small movement? Hurry up and come see our brother-in-law." Earthcracker was even more ferocious in his kicks. In fact, he had passed on the same words that Big Bear had used to curse him to his subordinates. You bunch of country bumpkins haven't seen the market yet. Dog meat can't even be served on a proper banquet. Why don't you learn from my elegant, natural and calm demeanor? The Xian Beast Kings arrived in front of Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan after they finished scolding them. They smiled flatteringly and said, "Brother-in-law, hee. Brother-in-law, well, everyone is good. Brother-in-law has a gift for you." Jun Wuxia was delighted in his heart. After being called brother-in-law, he felt his bones lightened by a few taels. However, he couldn't help but be startled when he counted them. He thought to himself, good heavens, so many brothers-in-law, and all of them are burly and not easy to deal with. If a couple were to fight in the future, wouldn't this bunch of fellows pull one's hand? Jun Moxie waved his hand, and the servants of the Jun family immediately brought out sets of embroidered robes, from the inside to the outside. Every collar of the robe was custom-made and was of the largest size. Fortunately, it was the largest size. When worn by this group of burly men, it actually fit exceptionally well. Almost all of them were over 2 meters tall. They were simply too muscular. In fact, Jun Moxie was a little envious. However, this group of fellows were a little too careless. Some of them stared blankly and threw the clothes on the ground as soon as they received them. Then with a swoosh they took off all their clothes. The red cloth was wrapped around their bodies, so it was naturally very convenient to take it off. With a swoosh, their hairy bodies and thick thighs were revealed. They grinned with happiness on their faces and were about to grab the clothes and put them on. After living for so many years, we're finally able to wear clothes. Dugu Xiaoyi and Han Yanmeng screamed, and turned around to cover their faces. Mei Shuiyan's face immediately darkened, and she looked at Long Crane with an unfriendly expression. "Bastard! Who told you to take off your clothes?" Long Crane was flustered and exasperated. He raised his long legs and kicked the buttocks of those people. "How immoral! You're a disgrace to Tianfa." Those who were kicked covered their buttocks and gritted their teeth, but they didn't dare to cry out in pain. They blinked innocently, and their faces were full of innocence and confusion. How were they supposed to wear clothes if they didn't take off their clothes? Long Crane's kicks were merciless and the pain penetrated deep into their bones. Jun Wuxia held back his laughter. Then he grabbed a bald man and taught him how to put on clothes. His attitude was very amiable. "Yes, lift your feet, stretch them out one by one, put them on, stretch your legs, yes, lift them up, don't use too much force, don't tear them, next tie them up, then this is the underpants, remember, tie them tight. This is the trousers, lift your feet, stretch your legs, yes, no, you have to first stretch out one arm for the jacket, don't stretch out the right arm first stretch out the left arm, yes, how clever. As for the outer robe, do the same, right, tie the belt." Jun Moxie took a few steps back and looked at this Xian beast that he had personally dressed up. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Really burly." This guy smiled embarrassedly, pulling here and there with his thick fingers. He turned around and looked at the back of his buttocks, just like how he looked at his buttocks and tail before he transformed. Only then did he open his mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and smiled honestly. "Thank you, brother-in-law. He, brother-in-law, you are a good person, I like you." Jun Moxie was overjoyed. Long Crane had already called down a group of flying Shen beasts and used his wings to form a large circle. A few hundred men took off their bridal clothes and changed into new clothes in this circle. Taking advantage of this time, Jun Moxie roughly explained the strategy and tactics that he had prepared earlier to Mei Shuiyan. Mei Shuiyan agreed without hesitation. Then she called Jun Wui and Jun Moxie over and faced the Shen beasts. This battle will be commanded by Jun Wui, Third Master Jun. His orders are my orders. Whoever dares to disobey will be punished according to the family's rules. All of them kept quiet out of fear, not a single sound was heard. Then Mei Shuiyan frowned slightly and said to Jun Moxie, "On the way here, I seem to have seen people from the 3 holy lands moving out in large numbers. They were afraid of delaying the journey, so they did not pay attention to them. This time we are going out on a large scale. Although the momentum is great, but we are also empty inside if by any chance." Jun Moxie frowned and thought for a long time, then said, "In your opinion, would the 3 holy lands dare to directly destroy the Jun family while we are not in Tianxiang? Do they have the guts to face the endless revenge from our team and my mysterious master who hides in the dark and kills us?" Mei Shuiyan laughed, "Absolutely not. The 3 holy lands are riding a tiger, it is difficult to get off. If they do not get rid of your master first, they will not dare to touch the Jun family. After all, if such an expert hides in the dark and causes destruction, even a venerable expert would not be able to escape the fate of death. This is a level that can easily shake the foundation of the 3 holy lands. They are all astute, each one of them wants to use the smallest price to obtain the greatest benefit. How could they do such a risky thing? Jun Moxie smiled and said, "That's right." Saying that, he turned around and spoke to Grandpa Jun for a while. Grandpa Jun nodded repeatedly, understanding tacitly and beaming with joy. After everything was said and done, the Jun family's temple seemed to be too small to accommodate so many great Buddhas. Under Jun Moxie's command, everyone boarded the back of the flying Shen beasts, and immediately got ready to set off. Jun Moxie wanted to join the group of beauties, but Mei Shuyan kicked him out. Then she considerately helped Dongfang Wen Xian and Guanqing Han to get on the back of the third crane. Long Crane's huge red eyes blinked and he wanted to cry but had no tears. Everyone else is carrying one person, but I have three. Bear Mountain was quite generous and he beamed with joy as he said, "Brother-in-law, come to my side, we two brothers will sit together, it is convenient." The Shen beast crane under him couldn't help but roll its eyes. "Fourth brother Bear, is it not enough for you to be my brother? Don't make trouble, you're already much heavier than the three people on third brother's back combined. It's already very strenuous for me to carry you, if there's really another one, little brother will be in an air crash at any time. Help!" Jun Moxie heard Bear King's call, and just as he was about to go over, a large eagle suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Eagle King and he called out flatteringly, "Brother-in-law, please come on me." Jun Moxie couldn't help but feel a chill. What kind of words are these? Come on me? Please come on me? My taste is not that strong, not to mention that you are a male, even if you are a female, I am not that thirsty, look at your black hair. Jun Dashao's mouth and eyes were crooked, as if he had been struck by lightning, and he thanked him with great entanglement and then jumped on. In the end, I still have to go on, I can't not go on, the Eagle King has already invited me and he is still eagerly looking at me, how can I not go on, I have to brace myself and go on? But this is not the same as that, not to mention as soon as I got on, it was really comfortable, really worthy of being called Eagle King, really extraordinary. One word, cool. Immediately after, the group of people gathered at the Jun family's residence all got on the back of the Shen beasts, one after another. This time there were quite a lot of flying-type Shen beasts that had come to Tianxiang, and even if these people were to ride one each, there would still be a lot of space left. The little princess of the Silver Blizzard City bid farewell to her close friend Dugu Xiaoyi, and excitedly climbed on the back of a large crane. Although Han Yanmeng was born in a super-aristocratic family and had seen many things, it was still the first time that she was flying in the sky like this. The little girl was extremely excited when she thought about the journey in the sky later on. She took out a colorful candy from her bosom and peeled it. Then she brought it to the mouth of the big crane under her in a fawning manner. She wanted to improve their relationship, but the big crane glared at her with its bloodshot eyes. It was as if it was a fiend, and the little girl was so scared that she almost fell down. Dugu Xiaoyi looked at Han Yanmeng on the back of the crane with great admiration, and her small mouth flattened, looking like she was about to cry. "I also want to sit on a large bird and fly in the sky, woo-woo." Then the little girl rolled her eyes. "Humph," Brother Emosia said, "I am about to enter the door. I have to be more dignified, I have to have the bearing of a lady. Little girl Han is still too early, even if she manages to sneak in the future, she will only be a concubine, not as old as me." Humph. With a long cry, Long Crane was the first to flap his wings and fly into the sky, the dust on the ground flying everywhere. Mei Shuyan smiled lightly, and a thick protective shield automatically formed around her, blocking the incoming wind. With Venerable Mei personally protecting Dongfang Wen Xian and Guanqing Han, even if the wind was several times stronger, the two's hair would not flutter in the slightest. The group of people gradually rose into the sky. After hovering in the air for a moment, they reorganized their formation and rushed towards the north in a majestic manner. Straight to their destination, Blizzard Silver City. Grandpa Jun was lost in thought as he stared at the clouds of dust that had yet to dissipate. After a long while, he let out a soft sigh and slowly walked into the ancestral hall. Looking at the memorial tablets of his 2 sons and 2 grandsons, he muttered, "Wu hui wu meng mo cho, may your souls not be far away. Your debt of blood has finally arrived. Today is the second half of the night, rest, adjust and continue tomorrow." Well, that was what I wanted to say, but I forgot about the last chapter. In the end, I saw a comment from a guy named Richard Chen in the book review section. "I know what you want to say." You said, "Keep on blowing up." Chapter 669. Today's outbreak. The first update is coming. The old man stood there quietly, motionless for a long time. The corners of his mouth curled into an indescribable bitter smile. But when he thought of his grandson Jun Emosia, he smiled proudly. He remembered what his grandson had told him before he left. "Grandpa, our Jun family is going to attack the Silver Blizzard City. After we leave, the Jun family's headquarters will be empty. But the whole world knows that my master is in the Jun family. There are not many who would dare to act rashly, and the only ones who would dare to do anything are the forces of the three Holy Lands. You have to be mentally prepared for this. But Grandpa, you don't need to worry too much. I believe that even if the three Holy Lands really want to take action, they will inevitably have some misgivings. So, they will use all kinds of methods to test the Jun family's reaction. Grandpa, with your experience, it should not be a problem to deal with them. If they don't come, then it's fine. But if they come, you must show your strength. The stronger the better. You must not show weakness to the enemy. No matter what, before Shui Yan and I die, and most importantly before my master shows up, even if all the people from the three Holy Lands gather in front of you, they will not dare to touch a single hair on your head. But if we show weakness, they will think that we have a guilty conscience and will no longer have any misgivings. I think you should know this. Don't be afraid of being arrogant, don't be afraid of being domineering. Just deal with it as you see fit. I believe that you can do it. As long as you hold on until we come back, everything will be over. This was what Jun Moxie said to Grandpa Jun after a long time of thinking after hearing Mei Shuiyan's words. Similarly, the arrival of such a terrifying number of Shen beasts in Tianxiang City had caused the imperial family to feel inexplicably terrified. Although these Shen beasts only stayed for a short while after they arrived, the commotion caused by them did not dissipate for several months. Everyone clearly knew that the rumors of Jun Moxie and Tian Fa's number one king Venerable Mei falling in love with each other was not groundless. It was a fact. If they wanted to touch the Jun family, then they would have to face the terrifying power of the entire Tian Fa forest. With such terrifying strength, who could afford to offend him? Even the three Holy Lands would have to think twice, right? It could be said that His Majesty had suffered greatly during this period of time. First, Jun Moxie openly executed his most capable subordinate in front of the imperial palace for 10 days. However, he, the mastermind behind the scenes, did not even dare to make a sound. This was something that would make people die of grievance. Who knew that Jun Moxie would bury his empress together with Yi Gohan? This was a well-deserved conclusion. This was tantamount to putting on a green hat that he could never take off, an eternal cuckold. To green. After being humiliated twice in a row, the emperor of Tianxiang almost collapsed. But when Jun Moxie was doing these two things, he didn't mention him at all. Not even a word about being implicated was mentioned. Although the entire world knew that Jun Moxie was wantonly humiliating the emperor of Tianxiang, but no one said anything openly. Even if there was, no one would dare to say it. Was he tired of living? The Jun family's young master Jun had slaughtered people with a glare. No, he wasn't just slaughtering people anymore. He was cutting people into pieces. Every time he cut 100 people into pieces, who would complain about having a long life? This made the emperor feel like his heart was being fried, but he couldn't say it out loud. He couldn't possibly stand out and say, Jun Moxie is targeting me? Wouldn't that be putting a bucket of *T on his head? Humiliating himself? If he didn't say anything, although the entire world knew this was the case, it could be treated as a rumor. But once he said something, it would be the same as confirming it. There would be no room for negotiation. It was as if the whole world was watching a mute person suffering from bitterness, the ruler of a country who could not say anything. These few days, he had been thinking that if Jun Moxie went to Blizzard Silver City to seek revenge, he would go all out and secretly send people to dismantle the Tomb of the Lovers. By then the rice would be cooked. He believed that even if Jun Moxie came back, he would not be able to do anything to him. But he didn't expect that before Jun Moxie could make a move, there would be someone even more ruthless. That was a tyrannical existence that even the three Holy Lands did not dare to go against. Tian Fa Forest. Oh heavens, oh earth, are you still going to let me live? This discovery made His Majesty feel extremely aggrieved, and he cancelled this plan. If he only provoked Jun Dashao as long as Grandpa Jun was around, he believed that the old man would not sit by and watch his grandson commit regicide. Even if it was a little more humiliating, the Tianxiang Empire would still belong to the Yang family. But if he provoked the Tian Fa Forest, then it would not only be a problem for the Tianxiang imperial family, but the entire Tianxiang Empire would be erased. Therefore, even though the emperor was furious, he didn't dare to make any rash moves. Every day he would explode with anger to the point that he was about to vomit blood, but he could not let out a single bit of anger. There was really no room for him to vent his anger. Just as the storm caused by the Shen beasts in Tianxiang City had yet to subside, 3 groups of people from 3 different directions quietly entered Tianxiang City one after another. One of the groups was led by a young man dressed in green robes. He was tall, elegant, and had an extraordinary aura. His face was like jade and his lips were like vermilion. His movements were natural and unrestrained, but at this time, he was looking at the familiar scenery of Tianxiang City with a bitter smile on his face. I've returned to Tianxiang City again. It wasn't easy for me to leave this place, but I've only been separated for such a short period of time, and I've already been sent back. I still have to face the strongest opponent that I don't want to face the most, the enemy that I fear the most. Although he's also the opponent that I desire the most. Wuxia, if you're not in Tianxiang, even if I win, what meaning would there be? This person was Li Yuran. Wuxia climbed onto the Eagle King's back, and headed north at high speed. Wuxia finally realized how far Tianxiang was from the Silver Blizzard City. Even these flying Shen beasts would need at least 2 days to cover a distance of 10,000 li in a day at their full speed. If one were to include the time taken for everyone to eat and rest, then even with such a high speed, it would take at least 3 days. The distance of the Silver Blizzard City could be seen from this. Moxie couldn't help but look at his third uncle enviously. What a blessing! Finding a wife so far away, even if the two of them fight to the point of divorce, the wife's family wouldn't know anything, and would still think that the two of them were making out, unlike me who is surrounded by hundreds of younger brothers-in-law. After flying at high speed for an entire afternoon, everyone was already far away from Tianxiang City. At this moment it was already dusk. They finally landed on a boundless prairie and temporarily settled down. The sky was blue and the wilderness was boundless. Although it was a harsh winter and they couldn't see the waves in the grass, they could still feel the unique vastness of the prairie from the bottom of their hearts. All they could see was the boundless horizon. This prairie seemed to be connected to the end of the world and even to the stars. One could only imagine the scenery if one were to come here in the middle of summer. They lit a bonfire and set up tents. Everyone was already prepared and had brought their own rations with them. After eating, they gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and talked loudly. This was especially so for those beast kings who had just transformed into human form. More than 10 of them gathered together in high spirits. Actually, these beast kings had only just transformed, so they were still not proficient in speaking. Often they would jump out with a few roars from their original bodies, or they would talk in a completely unrelated manner. However, they would never get tired of it and were enjoying themselves. On the other hand, Guanqing Han and Dongfang Wenxin were a little tired. The two of them had the weakest cultivation in this trip, and were even weaker than the little princess of the Silver Blizzard City, Han Yanmeng. Moreover, it was their first time being thousands of feet above the ground. Although they had Mei Shuiyan's protection, it was still difficult for them to adapt to the journey. It was inevitable that they would be tired, and so they rested early with Han Yanmeng and the others. It was late at night, and even the 3 brothers of the Dongfang family were snoring early. However, Jun Moxie, Mei Shuiyan, Jun Wui, Solitary Eagle, and Feng Wanyun were not sleepy at all. They were about to attack the Silver City, and Jun Wui was especially excited like the waves of the sea. Naturally, it was difficult for him to sleep. Jun Moxie, on the other hand, had the mysterious art of creation with him, so he did not feel sleepy at all. Mei Shuiyan was the chief supervisor, so naturally she could not be careless. Moreover, her cultivation was profound, so even if she did not sleep for 8 to 10 days, it would not be a problem. Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyun were both battle maniacs. Seeing that the battle was imminent, their blood was boiling, and they could not sleep at all. The 5 of them walked together on the prairie, feeling the soft grass under their feet rustling from time to time. In the distance, the bonfires burned so brightly that half of the sky was illuminated. Under the vast sky, they felt a kind of tranquility that touched their souls. Mei Shuiyan was the first to break the silence. She looked at Jun Moxie with a smile and said softly, "Ever since the last time, I felt that you had a lot of questions to ask, but I did not let you ask them. Now you can ask them." Solitary Eagle and the rest looked at Jun Moxie in surprise. Jun Moxie smiled and said bluntly, "You are right. In my heart, there are indeed a lot of questions that I want to ask you. I always wanted to ask, but I could not find a good opportunity. Now that you've let me ask, I do not know how to say it. It's okay. You can ask whatever you want. Everyone is here. I believe that they can answer your questions." Mei Shuiyan smiled sweetly and made fun of Jun Moxie. Everyone laughed. But they were interested in Jun Moxie's words. They found a place and sat in a circle. Jun Wui, who was the weakest among the 5, had reached the 4th level of Xinxian. Naturally, he was not afraid of the cold. He sat on the ground. Jun Moxie smiled and stretched out his arms. Facing the grassland, he said, "Actually, I'm afraid that my questions are very simple to you. For example, Old Ing and Fierce Windsword God are here. So, I won't beat around the bush and I'll speak directly. Last night, I worked until 4 in the morning. Got up at 10 in the morning, edited word by word and uploaded it. Early today, right? Ah. Yes, it was very happy at 4 in the morning. When I was tired of writing, I looked at QQ and found that the naughty little boy was online. He was eating like a little mouse. I heard that he was having dinner. I teased the little boy for a while. He actually wanted to take a screenshot to threaten me. Then I bullied him again. He happily went offline to sleep. No dreams. Chapter 670. Jun Wuxia paused for a moment and then continued, ever since I came to know about the existence of Xian Qi in this world, there have been 9 levels. Then there are Silver Xian, Gold Xian, Jade Xian, Earth Xian, Sky Xian, Spirit Xian and many other realms. At that time they were called the Supreme Xian Xian, and that was the pinnacle of martial arts. At that time, almost everyone in the world agreed that the 8 great masters were the pinnacle experts of the world, and also the strongest martial artists of the human race. Mei Shuyan plucked a stalk of grass and played with it in her hand. She said slowly, "You're right. From the point of view of the secular world, the 8 great masters are the so-called top experts, the strongest martial artists. This is not an exaggeration." However, as I gradually got to know Old Eagle, I learned from him that Xin Xian is actually different from the great masters, and that there is an even higher level above the great masters. It was from that day that I learned of the saying, Xin Xian is a 12th level expert, one step at a time. Jun Moxie looked at Solitary Eagle. Solitary Eagle rubbed his nose, a little embarrassed. Bragging in front of Jun Moxie and bragging in front of Mei Shuyan were 2 different feelings. Old Eagle felt that he had been betrayed by someone. Xin Xian is a 12th level expert, one step at a time. There is indeed such a saying, and it is not an exaggeration at all. If some great masters are stuck at the 5th level of Xin Xian, they may not be able to advance even if they spend their entire lives trying. It is very likely that they will not break through to the 6th level until they die of old age. First, every advancement requires the support of a huge amount of Xian Qi, and it also requires special opportunities. Not everyone can be like you, leaping forward like a monster. Mei Shuyan said faintly. She lowered her head and didn't lift it as if she was thinking about how to reply to Jun Moxie. After that, the Shuihun Manor appeared, and even the 3 Holy Lands appeared. Only then did I know that there was a realm above the Supremes. It turns out that the so-called pinnacle existences of this world, the 8 great Supremes, are still very far away from the pinnacle of martial arts. And then, when you appeared, there was actually an even higher realm, Venerable. But the experts of the 3 Holy Lands that appeared after you actually numbered in the hundreds. This really makes me feel strange. Even if it was for the sake of the war for seizing the heavens, these people wouldn't remain unknown, right? In that case, the 8 great Supremes of the secular world, what can they amount to in these turbulent times? Jun Moxie furrowed his eyebrows and asked, other than that, are there other levels above the Venerable One? A higher level? If it really exists, then what is the true peak level of this world? This question actually caused Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyun to be extremely curious. These 2 people who had been obsessed with martial arts for their entire lives, how could they not be interested in such a question? The true peak level of this world? Mei Shuyan took in a deep breath and raised her head. She smiled and said, looks like all of you are very curious. Originally, this topic was forbidden by the 3 Holy Lands and Tian Fa Forest, but now, since the 4 sides are already enemies, then I don't mind sharing it to clear your doubts. She was silent for a while, then said, actually, the lowest level of profound Qi, the 9th grade, was nothing more than a testing ceremony in the distant past. It was a method created by an extremely powerful person to test the cultivation talent of a disciple. Only from Silver Xian onwards can it be considered the official start. So, there has always been a saying that those below the 9th level are all ants. This saying, when traced back to its origins, can be considered to be reasonable. Because if one cannot break through to the 9th level of Xian Qi within a certain period of time, then even if one breaks through in the future, one's lifetime achievements will not be too high. And this period of time is naturally the shorter the better. The shorter the period, the higher your talent, and the greater your future achievements will be. From Silver Xian to Xin Xian, although the barriers between the realms are very strict, in reality, anyone can reach them. As long as one puts in the appropriate amount of effort and time, this path is not difficult. Because in this period of time, even if there are obstacles and bottlenecks, just the accumulation of time can be used to grind through them. As long as one has enough lifespan and unremitting effort, this process can also be said to be a process of cultivating one's character, or rather, a process of building one's foundation. Even if one reaches the level of Xinxian level 4, one cannot be considered a true expert. Mei Shuiyan said lightly. Hearing Mei Shuiyan's words, Solitary Eagle and Feng Huanyun looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The two of them had struggled their entire lives to barely reach the level of Xinxian level 4, and then broke through to the supreme level with great difficulty. It had practically used up their entire lives. But now, from Mei Shuiyan's mouth, it was not considered a true expert, just a process of cultivating one's character and building one's foundation. With such a huge difference, if they still said that they were not disappointed, then they would not be lying but lying to themselves. Only when one reaches the supreme level can one be considered to have truly stepped into the doorstep of a Xianqi expert. Because only at this level can one sense the heavens and earth, and form their own thoughts and unique fighting styles. Solitary Eagle, Feng Huanyun, just like your fighting styles, one was born from an eagle and the other was obsessed with the sword. But the real change should be after you broke through to the 5th level of Xinxian level, that feeling of being able to move with ease. Mei Shuiyan looked at Solitary Eagle and Feng Huanyun calmly. The two of them nodded their heads in agreement. These two were arrogant and unruly people, but in front of Mei Shuiyan, they were as obedient as primary school students. Because the other party truly possessed a height and experience that they could not hope to reach. So, only when one reaches the supreme level can he truly establish his own sect, and become a hero of an area. But, it is only limited to one area. Mei Shuiyan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Also, the so-called supreme is just a rumor spread by the later generations. The real name should be knowledge. A few years ago, it was said that only when one reaches this level can one be considered to know and touch a little bit of the supreme level. Stepping into the starting point of being a strong expert. Truly having a direction in one's heart, a starting point, that's all. But as the later generations passed it down step by step, not only did knowledge become the peak of the mortal world, but it also slowly evolved into supreme. Ah, this is really hilarious. Supreme. That is the highest in the world, how could it be so easy? Solitary Eagle and Feng Huanyun finally could not help but blush, feeling extremely ashamed. Although Mei Shuiyan was not talking about them, they still felt their faces burning, as if someone had slapped them harshly. There was an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Every time I come out, I always hear people talking about how Xian is in the pugilistic world, and I always find it funny. How can a mere silver Xian Yu Xian be worthy of being called a Xian? This is really preposterous and laughable, the biggest joke in the world. Mei Shuiyan smiled slightly and said, since ancient times the ranks of the strong in Xianqi have always been differentiated by the word Xian. I've said it before, only those who have reached the supreme level can be called Xian. Not only today, I've said it many times in the past. These words are not just my own words, but the real distinction of ranks since ancient times. Only those who are above the supreme level can be called Xian. Xianqi experts, only then can they be called Xian. Mei Shuiyan smiled faintly and said, Xinxian is at the 12th grade, starting from the 5th grade knowledge supremacy, and only then can one be called a Xian. The 8th grade is considered the first step. This place is basically the same, but there are some differences, so there is no clear division. Because the real ranks start from the 12th grade. So this level is called above the knowledge supremacy, which means that it is a step further than just knowing. But only those who have broken through the 12th grade of Xinxian are called venerables. Then how are the venerables divided? This question was not asked by Jun Moxie. It was asked by Feng Huanyun. Mei Shuiyan's words today had finally resolved a common doubt in their hearts. Venerables are divided into 4 levels. Every increase in the venerables level is accompanied by a cleansing of the meridians and marrow, and there are many inner demons in between. If one is not careful, they will face the tragic situation of turning into smoke, and not even their bones will be left. The degree of danger involved is hard to describe. Furthermore, every increase in level will cause a corresponding change in the heavens and earth. For example, the transition from the 1st to the 2nd level is the tribulation of the inner demons. This is the simplest and easier to pass. As long as one can resist the biggest temptation in their heart, they can easily advance. Even if they fail, they will only suffer from chi deviation and lose all their Shen cultivation, but their lives can still be saved. Solitary Eagle and Feng Huanyun sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. The first transition of the venerables was actually the invasion of the inner demons that they feared the most. This was a huge matter that concerned their entire life's cultivation. Furthermore, Mei Shuiyan actually said that this was the simplest, easiest to pass. And the breakthrough from the 2nd to the 3rd level is the 7 emotions purgatory, the burning heart. At that time, the heart will be filled with the 7 emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and desire. All kinds of illusions will come one after another, and it will be difficult to deal with. Furthermore, from the start of the tribulation, one will clearly feel a strange fire burning oneself. Although it seems illusory, it is hard to say that it is not there. This kind of fire can be said to exist, but it can also be said to not exist. But once it starts burning, it can burn one into ashes. It will continue until the 7 emotions are over. Mei Shuyan looked at Jun Moxie with a complicated expression, wanting to say something but hesitating. Everyone felt their hearts beating rapidly, and they did not dare to breathe. Even Jun Dashao was no exception. In his shock, Jun Moxie inadvertently noticed the strange expression on Mei Shuyan's face. He asked calmly, "What's wrong?" Mei Shuyan smiled faintly, concealing the blush on her face. "That year, when I was injured, it was during the transition from the 2nd to the 3rd level. At that time, my brother was surrounded by hermitage and died a violent death. At that time, I was at a critical juncture in my cultivation. I had passed 6 out of the 7 emotions, and the burning heart was successfully contained. However, I was still lacking 1 level and I could not break through completely. I was forcefully contained at the peak of the 2nd level, and could not advance any further." "That level?" Jun Moxie blurted out and immediately realized. "That's right. You don't have love. Without love, how can you talk about the 7 emotions?" Chapter 671. Yes. I've never loved before, so I don't know what it's like. So I've never been able to get past the 7 emotions. Mei Shuyan's face turned red, but she spoke it out calmly. "At that time, I had no choice but to break out of seclusion, and went straight to the hermitage to demand an explanation. We fought a great battle in the hermitage, and I fought with the lord of the hermitage, Missouri Wudao, for an entire day and night. Although we were evenly matched, the other party had the advantage in numbers, and it was our home ground, so I had no choice but to retreat. But on the way back, I was besieged by the 10 great supremes. At that time, I was exhausted from the battle, and my Shen cultivation was less than 80% of my peak. In addition, I was exhausted from the long battle, and I wasn't willing to be ruthless. So they finally succeeded, and I've been heavily injured to this day. That heavy injury almost caused me to be doomed eternally. Although I've been recuperating for many years, my injuries did not improve, and I could only barely suppress them. Until today, although I've recovered because of you, my strength has only reached the peak of the 2nd level, and it's still difficult for me to break through. After returning to Tianfa, I thought of you day and night." Mei Shuyan's face turned red, but she still continued speaking bravely. Because she knew that these were all experiences of breaking through. If she didn't explain it clearly when the time comes, everyone here would inevitably go astray when they try to break through. "I thought of you day and night, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, and finally understood that bone-deep feeling of yearning. Only then did I know what love is. That night, at that moment, I suddenly broke through the barrier of emotions, and stepped into the 3rd level of the Venerable Realm." Mei Shuyan said it all in one go. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that this matter was very mysterious. For such a profound breakthrough to require such a unique opportunity, nothing could be more mysterious than this. "Then what exactly is your current comprehension of love?" Jun Emosia's eyes turned as he asked with a smile. Mei Shuyan smiled but didn't answer. She naturally wouldn't ask such a question in public. However, there was a gentleness on her face. When she looked at Jun Moxie, there was a sense of longing and affection in her eyes. The tenderness in her eyes seemed to entangle Jun Moxie's heart. Although Mei Shuyan didn't say it explicitly, Jun Moxie instantly understood. Mei Shuyan's love was the kind of love that disregarded everything. "I can change for you, I can ignore everything for you, I don't care about anything. I only want you. The only love." Actually, everyone could imagine how passionate and sincere the love that could support her to break through the barrier of the 2nd level to the 3rd level of the Venerable Realm must be. Jun Emosia felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. It was as if the ice in his heart had suddenly melted. He quietly stretched out his hand and held Mei Shuyan's jade-like hand tightly. A rare gentleness flashed across Mei Shuyan's face. She allowed her hand to be held by Jun Moxie, feeling the warmth of his palm. She smiled gently and said, "One more step, and the tribulation of the 3rd level to the 4th level of the Venerable Realm will be related to the power of heaven and earth." Jun Moxie's body trembled as he suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up as he asked, "Related to the power of heaven and earth? The power of thunder and lightning?" "That's right," Mei Shuyan said solemnly. "From this level onward, one can be considered to have stepped into the world of the most powerful cultivators. But if one can't withstand it, then one's body will turn to dust and one's soul will perish. And from this level onward, every breakthrough will be accompanied by a tribulation of thunder and lightning. Furthermore, the higher one's achievements and the stronger one's strength is, the more violent the lightning tribulation would be. I remember when a Saint King broke through, I heard that the lightning tribulation lasted for an entire day. More than half of the Venerable and Saint Beast Kings who were protecting the Saint King died before they barely managed to hold on. As for the Saint King, he only had a single breath left. Saint level? June Moxie sharply picked out this word. Yes, the Saint level. Above the Venerable is the Saint level. It's also divided into 4 levels. It's just that it's still difficult for me to reach that level. In fact, I don't even dare to think about it. But it's said that every level of the Saint level is 100 times harder than the Venerable realm. Mei Shuiyan sighed and said with some sadness, the 3 Holy Lands definitely have Saint-level experts. Those people are all legendary figures who have participated in the previous war for seizing the heavens. Some of them have even witnessed the war for seizing the heavens twice. And the Venerables and Saints of our Tianfa forest are trapped by the misty illusory manners fog, guarding the 9 nether secret realm. If not for that, even if the 3 Holy Lands have 10,000 guts, how would they dare to make a move on me? So you're saying that the Saint level is actually not the highest level? June Moxie pondered and said slowly. Yes. Our previous Saint King successfully broke through the 4th level of the Saint level and reached a new height, an unprecedented height. Mei Shuiyan revealed a look of respect and said, and as far as I know, there's no one in the world with a higher cultivation than him. Maybe the Misty Mansion and the 9 Nether Mystery Realm have such people, but they still don't appear in this world. That is to say, the Saint King is also not the highest level. June Moxie's voice was very firm. He said in a calm voice, above the Saint King there might be many higher levels. I'm sure of this. But, to us it's something very, very far away. Everyone looked at each other in shock. Only Mei Shuiyan nodded and said in agreement, I didn't expect you to say this. It's said that after the Saint King broke through, he left behind a sentence. It's similar to what you just said. What sentence? Everyone asked hurriedly. I didn't expect that we'll finally start today. That's what the Saint King said back then. Mei Shuiyan slowly said this sentence, but after everyone heard it, they fell into a state of speechlessness at the same time. The Saint King level was just the beginning. What kind of nonsense was that? He had just started. Then what were the people sitting here now? Hee, the profound meaning of heaven and earth is endless. Why must you be so stubborn? Do you know how far that is from us? Amidst the silence, June Moxie suddenly laughed. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the brightest star in the sky. How far? Must be very far. Who can say for sure what's in the sky? Everyone rolled their eyes at him, thinking that June Dashao was trying to lighten the mood for everyone. Yes, it's really very far. I can guarantee that even the fastest flying Shen beast, who has maintained the fastest speed since birth without stopping for even a moment, may not be able to fly there even after 10,000 years. June Moxie smiled slightly and said in an earth-shattering tone, but I can also guarantee that someone has been to that place before. Someone has definitely been there, although the time is hard to determine. Everyone was shocked to the core. This time even Mei Shuiyan revealed a look of disbelief. Don't be so shocked. That person might not be from the Shen continent. Or it might be someone from some place that you don't know or have never heard of. June Moxie sighed and said, maybe you don't believe some of my words. But there are indeed people like that. They can lift the entire Shen continent with one hand. With a flick of their fingers they can make the Shen continent disappear. These are not empty words. Regarding June Moxie's words, everyone thought that he was having a fever and was talking nonsense. June Moxie only smiled and did not try to explain further. After a while he asked again, in this world there are so many strong people. Then why did supreme martial artists become the peak experts of this world? This is the question I want to know the most. Firstly, it's because of the restrictions of the war for seizing the heavens. The 3 Holy Lands are constantly selecting experts to enter the war for seizing the heavens. Secondly, after reaching the superior supreme level, there isn't much interest in the secular world. Third, after entering the 3 Holy Lands like you guys. Mei Shuiyan looked at Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyun. Every one of you is unparalleled in this world, arrogant and domineering. But if you suddenly come to a place and realize that everyone's cultivation is higher than yours, and some experts can even fight 1,000 of you alone, what would you think? What would you do? Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyun looked at each other and said without hesitation, "Of course we would focus on cultivation. What's with always being stepped on by others?" The moment this sentence left their mouths, both of them were enlightened. So that's how it is. As long as one had achieved a certain level of success, no one would be willing to be stepped on by others forever. This was especially true for experts like them who had once dominated the world. Even if they knew that those who were stepping on their heads were the so-called legends and miracles of the past, they would not be truly willing. Therefore, when they saw such a situation, once they felt how insignificant they were and how shallow their strength was, it was understandable that they would train harder in order to climb to the peak again. Once they fell into such a state of mind, how could they have the leisure to wander the martial world? They would be able to find countless opponents wherever they trained, and there was no need to worry about not having opponents. In fact, even if they didn't want to find someone, they would still want to find them. So the experts on the continent were basically extinct because of this. In the mundane world, only the supreme martial artist level was enough to rule the world. To put it bluntly, it was like the saying, "When there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes the king." Of course, there's also the agreement of the three holy lands. Back then, the three great saints who had founded the three holy lands were all upright people with lofty ideals who had a heart for the world. They once said that those above the knowledge martial artist level were already beyond the boundaries of the mundane world, and were naturally prohibited from participating in worldly disputes. Because once one reached the knowledge martial artist level, one person could basically deal with thousands of ordinary soldiers. Even if it was 1,000,000 soldiers, taking the head of a general would be as easy as flipping one's hand. The killing power they possessed was relatively terrifying, and if they acted recklessly, it was very likely that they would cause a catastrophe. In fact, those above the knowledge martial artist level were also human. If they were provoked, it was not impossible for them to do something as tragic as massacring the world. There were many precedents in history, so the three holy lands had the obligation to regulate the world. In recent years, although the three holy lands have become too competitive for power, fortunately, this principle has not changed. Chapter 672. And this principle is the Supreme Treaty of Alliance. Once an expert above the spiritual supremacy level joins the battle, everyone can gang up on him. With these checks and balances, the world could be safe and sound. This is also one of the reasons why the experts do not show themselves in the world. Because even if they are strong, they can't guarantee that they won't be angered. If they get themselves killed because of this, it's not worth it. Mei Shuiyin sighed and said, "The three holy lands in the past were the real holy lands. They were independent and self-reliant, seeking blessings for the people. However, they themselves were extremely unknown and focused on resisting the foreign races. Even when the people of the Holy Lands came out, they were all humble and courteous, and they had a harmonious relationship with each other. However, the three Holy Lands of today are not worthy of the word holy. They only know how to fight for fame and power, and they even plan to dominate the world." She let out a deep sigh. The war for seizing the heavens is drawing near, but they are still planning to annihilate their former ally, Tian-Fa Forest, as their #1 priority. If the Nine Nether Secret Realm explodes now, then it will be the end of the world, and the end of the world will be in an instant. Then? I wonder who the extremely powerful person you mentioned is, the one who came up with the idea of using the 9th level Shenqi to test one's talent? This person is not simple. Jun Moxie furrowed his brows and asked. When Mei Shuiyin talked about this person, she was a little evasive. She used the spring and autumn period style to gloss over it. But how sharp was Jun Moxie's insight? How could he let go of such an important person? The 9 levels of Shenqi in the Shenshen continent had been passed down for thousands of years, and this pioneering work was started by this person. So, what kind of earth-shattering talent was this legendary person? Mei Shuiyin had a strange expression on her face. She hesitated for a while and said, "Speaking of which, the whole thing that happened in the last 10,000 years is really a farce, or a big joke. In fact, the Shenqi cultivation methods today were all passed down by that person. And this person was the ancestor of Shenqi in the entire Shenshen continent. Whether it's the 3 holy lands or the Tian-Fa forest, all the cultivation methods are derived from this person's cultivation method. It can also be said that this person's cultivation method is the origin of Shenqi cultivation methods in the entire Shenshen continent." Mei Shuiyin laughed bitterly and suddenly stopped. Her face revealed an expression of not knowing what to say. "Who is this person?" Jun Moxie's eyes flashed as he asked in a deep voice. "Nine Nether First Young Master," Mei Shuiyin said with difficulty. "Nine Nether First Young Master?" Judging from his name, This person should be from the 9 secluded secret land, right? Jun Moxie was also shocked. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the place that the Misty Mansion and Tianfa Forest were defending was actually the place where the Xianqi progenitor of the Xianshan continent resided. Yes. But on the other hand, the 9 secluded secret land was named after the 9 Nether First Young Master, not because the 9 Nether First Young Master originated from the 9 secluded secret land. As for the leader of the 9 secluded secret land, ever since the first 9 Nether First Young Master appeared in the world with this name, every generation has addressed themselves as 9 Nether XX Young Master. Until now, it should be the 9 Serenities and 14 Masters. Mei Shuiyan's eyes were filled with fear. What? Ever since the Xianqi cultivation method was created, the Xianshan continent's history should be at least 10,000 years old, right? I believe that Xianqi cultivation method existed even before the war for seizing the heavens. But the 9 secluded secret land, which should be as old as Xianqi cultivation method, has only been passed down for 14 generations? How is this possible? Jun Moxie raised this question immediately and almost stood up. Not only him, Solitary Eagle and the rest were also shocked when they thought of this question. Not only that, the history of Xianqi and the 9 secluded secret land is more than 10,000 years old. It's just that the inheritance of the 9 Nether bloodline is a little strange, and it can't be said that no one is qualified to comment on it. Mei Shuiyan said slowly, because the power of the 9 Nether bloodline is beyond anyone's imagination. Actually, a long time ago Xianqi was not the only combat skill in this continent. It's just that year the 9 Nether First Young Master was like a comet, appearing out of nowhere. With unimaginable power, he conquered the entire continent in a very short period of time, becoming the only person in the history of the Xianshan continent to conquer the entire continent with his own power. After that, he forcefully abolished all the battle techniques and inheritances on the continent. He burned all the cultivation techniques and ancient books that were collected and passed down by countless factions and countries. He gathered hundreds of thousands of cultivators and used his supreme divine ability to make all those cultivators lose their battle memories in less than 10 years. From then on, other than Xianqi, there were no other skills that could be cultivated in the entire continent. Mei Shuiyan said in a tone that no one could tell what she was feeling. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked to an indescribable level. That's too awesome. That's too awesome. Jun Moxie's eyes shone brightly as he sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time that Jun Daxiao was so shocked and looked up to someone like this. Facing such a strong person, one could only look up to him, and look up to him until his neck hurt. Ever since Jun Moxie crossed over to this world, he had never admired anyone. Even the powerful Mei Shuiyan was no exception. But this time, just from Mei Shuiyan's description of the past, Jun Daxiao was filled with admiration for this 9 Nether First Young Master. He couldn't help but admire him. He was the strongest of the strongest, the strongest of the strongest. He was too ferocious, so ferocious that no one could imagine it. He had conquered the entire continent with his own strength, destroyed all of the cultivation techniques, and even erased all of his memories. From then on, the entire continent would only have his skill imprint. Such a crazy thing, even a crazy person like Jun Moxie had never dared to think of it. It was really like a little cow taking a plane flying into the sky. Then, in order to choose his successor, he specially created 9 levels of Xianqi before Silver Xian to test. In the end, he chose 4 youths with different temperaments to be his successors. 3 of them were actually the first generation of the 3 Holy Lands, the true founders of the 3 Holy Lands. Mei Shuiyan smiled bitterly. Then, after an unknown amount of time, the mysterious 9 Nether First Young Master, who had the abilities of a deity, mysteriously disappeared from this world. Just like his mysterious appearance, there were no signs. Following the disappearance of the first young master, the continent gradually calmed down. Perhaps it was destined that the Xianshan continent would not be peaceful for long. About 100 years later, the first war for seizing the heavens broke out. So that's how it is. I was still wondering why the first young master would allow the strange races to wreak havoc in the Xianshan continent. Right? Didn't the first young master have 4 disciples? What's the background of his last disciple? He shouldn't be any weaker than the lords of the 3 Holy Lands. 4 disciples, and only 3 of them were the founders of the 3 Holy Lands. This fact was enough to shock everyone to the point that they could not think straight. It was all thanks to Jun Daxiao, who had lived 2 lives, that he still had the strength to ask even in this state of extreme shock. Not only is he not weak, he's even stronger. Because the 4th disciple of the first young master is the founder of the Misty Mansion. Mei Shuiyan said blankly. Everyone no longer knew what shock was. today's shock had come too frequently, and they were already completely numb to it. In the first 3 war for seizing the heavens, the 4 disciples gathered all the heroes of the world to join forces with Tian Fa's Beast King. With their tyrannical strength, they dealt a heavy blow to the strange race's army. But after the 3rd war for seizing the heavens, the strength of the ancestors of the 3 holy lands increased greatly. It could be said that they were already standing at the peak of the Shenshen continent. However, their descendants had a huge conflict with the descendants of the 4th disciple. As time passed, the 2 sides finally broke off and went their separate ways. Then a series of battles began. However, the descendants of the 4th disciple were still weak and were at an absolute disadvantage. In the end, they were besieged by the 3 holy lands' overwhelming advantage and were on the brink of destruction. Perhaps the heavens would never cease, but at that critical moment, the descendants of the 4th disciple unexpectedly discovered the entrance to the misty mansion. The misty illusory manor was a strange place. Entering that strange place was equivalent to disappearing from this world. However, that place would appear every once in a while to recruit disciples and replenish new blood. There was no distinction between the genders of the disciples, and the most important thing was luck. It was said that there was a whole new world inside the misty illusory manor, but as for the details, no one from the outside knew. But when they reappeared in the world, their strength was already much stronger. Even the martial artists of the 3 holy lands could not hope to catch up to them. If it wasn't for the war for seizing the heavens, I'm afraid the 3 holy lands would have been annihilated that time. After another war for seizing the heavens, the 4 families were about to settle old scores. But at this time, another person came out from the 9 Nether secret realm. He called himself the 9 Nether Second Young Master. Mei Shuiyan laughed bitterly and said, "The appearance of this person temporarily stopped the disputes between the 4 families, but it also caused great trouble." The ambition of this 9 Nether Second Young Master was actually not inferior to the 9 Nether First Young Master. The moment he appeared in the continent, he announced that his goal was to conquer the whole continent. But at that time, whether it was the 3 holy lands or the misty immortal mansion, they had already formed their own systems and confirmed their unshakable leadership positions. Plus, although this 9 Nether Second Young Master was strong, it was not to the extent that he was irresistible. He could not even be mentioned in the same breath as the 9 Nether First Young Master. Plus, he was arrogant and did not even have the slightest scruples. So he was destined to be a tragedy. Besides, the ancestors of the 3 holy lands and the misty immortal mansion were the true descendants of the 9 Nether First Young Master. No one was willing to submit to the other, but no matter what, they could not let an outsider conquer the continent. Chapter 673. So, the 9 Nether Second Young Master finally caused the 3 holy lands, Misty Mansion and Tian Fa Forest to resist him. Besieged by so many people, the powerful 9 Nether Second Young Master chose to fearlessly face the group alone, intending to win with strength. Unfortunately, human strength is limited, and when he lost, he found an opportunity to escape. Using the method of guerrilla warfare, he continued to harass the world. After more than 20 years, everyone finally managed to get rid of this 9 Nether Second Young Master. But the entire world also suffered greatly because of this. But basically, every few hundred years, the longest span is about 2,000 years, a person like this will appear in the 9 Nether Mystery Realm. Every generation has the same bad temper. Conquering the continent is their goal. And every time the 9 Nether Mystery Realm appeared, if it wasn't for the Misty Mansion, no one would be able to fight them. So, the disciples of these 2 mysterious places became destined enemies. And so, after more than 10,000 years, there were 13 people like this. Including the 9 Nether First Young Master, there were 14 people. A total of 14 madmen. Wuxia gave his conclusion. 13 powerful madmen and a winner so powerful that no one could defy them. Actually, the 9 Nether Mystery Realm First Young Master was also a madman, but he succeeded. And history is always written by the victors. So, he was the ancestor and the other 13 people became madmen. Mei Shuiyan sighed helplessly. But the strangest thing is that the 9 Nether Mystery Realm's appearance is very erratic. The most recent appearance was from the Tian Fa Forest. This caused trouble to the Tian Fa Forest. Misty Mansion gathered their manpower and successfully defeated the 9 Serenities and 14 Masters. The 9 Serenities and 14 Masters escaped with serious injuries and returned to the 9 Nether Mystery Realm. He was the only survivor among all the 9 Nether Young Masters. Misty Mansion also discovered the location of the 9 Nether Mystery Realm for the first time, so they sealed the exit of the 9 Nether Mystery Realm. That was 400 years ago, and dozens of experts from Misty Mansion used their strength to cast the mist of Misty Mansion, completely covering the exit of the 9 Nether Mystery Realm. But, just in case, we naturally need a super expert to watch over it. Tian Fa Forest is the host, so naturally, we will not pass on this responsibility. After a round of discussion, the Saint King agreed. But, who would have thought that the misty illusory manor's bewildering mist could only be entered but not exited? Although the 9 Nether Secret Realm was sealed, the most elite forces of Tian Fa Forest had also disappeared. Mei Shuiyin smiled sadly. So, the Tian Fa Forest gradually declined until today. Moreover, in the last 100 years, the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth collapsing could be heard from the mist of the misty mansion in the Tian Fa Forest. It should be the 9 Serenities and 14 Masters attacking the seal. Maybe, after a period of time, the 9 Serenities and 14 Masters will reappear in this world. Such a powerful madman has been silent for so many years. Now that he has made a comeback, is there anyone in this world that can compete with him? When Mei Shuiyin spoke, everyone held their breath and remained silent. Such a past was really too shocking. If Mei Shuiyin hadn't said it today, no one would have known that this continent had gone through so many changes. But, these 9 Nether young masters charged out, slashing and killing with such great momentum, but why are there no legends of them in the continent? Jun Moxie raised the question that everyone wanted to know the most. There are 2 main reasons why their legends are not known. First, although these 9 Nether young masters were ambitious, they were all arrogant. Starting from the 9 Nether first young master, none of them had any record of harming civilians. Moreover, all the battles started from the 3 Holy Lands, and then the Misty Mansion intervened. They were all carried out in uninhabited places. Even if the 9 Nether young masters were defeated and escaped, they would choose to hide in the deep mountains and forests. It's really hard for this to be spread to the world. Mei Shuiyin said seriously, you have to know that if these experts fought in densely populated places, I believe that even a big city like Tianxiang City would be turned into ruins after the battle. There wouldn't be a single tile left intact. A battle of this level is something that we can't even imagine. Mei Shuiyin laughed bitterly. Moreover, if such a thing were to be spread to the world, the impact would be unimaginable. Even a battle between superior supreme martial artists would be carried out in densely populated places. Not to mention this kind of pinnacle battle? For example, when the 3 Holy Lands surrounded me, didn't they also choose to carry out their attacks in the mountains? Not to mention the fact that the 9 Serenities and 14 Masters are so powerful. Also, as you said earlier, history books are always written by the victors. With the Misty Mansion and the 3 Holy Lands working together to seal it off, how would there be any news to spread? This 9 Serenities and 14 Masters is really awesome. He has character. I like him. I like him very much. Jun Moxie's eyes revealed a look of fascination. This 9 Serenities and 14 Masters, I really want to be friends with him. Speaking of which, these 9 Nether young masters are really similar to you in character. They are both crazy and wild. No wonder you admire them and want to be friends with them. But, just thinking about it is enough. Don't even think about making friends with them. With your current strength they can probably crush you with just a finger. Mei Shuiyin rolled her eyes at Jun Moxie, giving him the most formal disdain for his fantasies. Haha. Everyone burst into laughter. But as they laughed, their faces became even more solemn. Obviously, everything that Mei Shuiyin had said had a huge impact on them. The ignorant are fearless. The more you know, the more you know, the more you know how insignificant you were in the past. These things are still very far away from us. We don't need to think about it, at least not now. Let me give you a word of advice. Jun Moxie smiled lightly. Take a step. Only when you take this step can you say that you are qualified to take this step. Only then can you think about the next step. If you aren't even Tian Xian, what qualifications do you have to think about being a supreme? That will only make you unable to breathe or even force yourself to death. So, if you really want to compare yourself to that monstrous 9 Nether 14th young master, you'd better wait till you've reached the saint level before considering again. Solitary Eagle laughed bitterly. I'm afraid I can't even reach the venerable level in this lifetime, not to mention the legendary saint level. Today I've heard of a new level. Frog at the bottom of a well. The 8 great masters are just a few frogs at the bottom of a well with a slightly wider vision. Sigh. He let out a long sigh, feeling an indescribable sense of loss. Solitary Eagle, you can't have this kind of mentality. Admittedly, after knowing these higher levels and realms, it will undoubtedly be a huge blow to your current level. But do you know one thing? Mei Shuiyin said slowly. Do you know that there are so many experts in the 3 Holy Lands, and more than half of them were chosen from the pugilistic world? Any one of them was an all-powerful figure in the past. But now that you see it, all of them have no strength of character, and are no different from the pugilistic world people. Do you know why? Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyun were shocked and thought deeply. It is precisely because they also know about these stories that they naturally develop a kind of decadent thinking like, I have no hope of reaching that level in this lifetime. Then they feel that their arrogance and achievements in the past are laughable. Thus they slowly become silent and even degenerate. Thus they lose their strength of character and even become despicable and lowly, revealing the bad habits that they have been suppressing in the past. Once their state of mind is broken, they can't be stopped. In the end, as you have seen, a group of supreme martial artists and superior martial artists have become like small fries, sucking up to those above them and bullying those below them, completely losing the dignity that they once had as experts. This is their tragedy. But I do not wish for this tragedy to happen to you, Mei Shuiyan said solemnly. Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyun's bodies shook violently, and their faces revealed sincere shame. Suddenly they stood up and bowed deeply to Mei Shuiyan, saying, Thank you, Venerable Mei, for your warning. Jianghu's words, the two of us will always remember it. The Venerable One's words have given the two of us a new lease on life. If we can make any progress in this life, it will be because of the Venerable One's words today. We can't thank you enough, so please accept our gratitude. Mei Shuiyan sat still and accepted their bow. She smiled and said, It's good that you have thought it through. This is a knot in your heart. As long as you can think it through, then in the future, there will definitely be a place for the two of you in the world of experts. If it is difficult to solve, then you will be mediocre and useless and end up like those people. The real key lies in you. As for those people, if they can't even see through this, then it is not a pity for them to become small fries. Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyun bowed to accept the teachings. Jun Moxie laughed and said, Everyone, don't think about these distant things anymore. Where there is a will, there is a way. Everything is possible. In another 1.5 days, we will reach Blizzard Silver City's territory. Shuiyan, do you think the 3 Holy Lands will send out Saint-level experts? Mei Shuiyan frowned and said, I am also considering this question. However, according to the usual practice, if they want to send out Saint-level experts, the 3 Holy Lands will need to discuss it together. After all, saints are not cabbages, and any one of them is an extremely valuable asset. Even the 3 Holy Lands will not have too many, the chances are not high. However, if it is to deal with that master of yours, there is a high possibility that they will send out saint-level experts. Jun Moxie's heart sank. Looking back at Tianxiang, he couldn't help but have a lot of things on his mind. Grandfather's side, if a saint-level expert really came to attack, then what? That side was a paper tiger that would be broken with one poke. The next morning, the group of people got up on time, boarded the flying chicken, and flew away. In just a day's flight, they had crossed another 8,000 miles. 8,000 miles of clouds and moon had floated past them in a single night. The closer they got to Blizzard Silver City's territory, the colder the weather became. In the distance, an everlasting white frost appeared in everyone's eyes. The snowy mountains were already in sight. Blizzard Silver City, we will be here soon. Bear Mountain danced with joy on the back of the crane, his fists pounding on his chest as he roared. His voice was so loud that it directly blew away the boundless clouds around him. This kind of noise immediately attracted the Silver City's little princess, Han Yenmeng, to roll her eyes. Then, on the back of a large crane, a burly man with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear actually looked at Bear Mountain with a pair of affectionate eyes. Of course, Fourth Elder Bear did not notice. The night was hazy, the birds were hazy, and everything was silent. Jun Moxie, who was on the Eagle King's back, praised sincerely, Fourth Brother Bear's voice is really loud and clear. The sound wave is really worthy of its name. The waves behind push the waves in front, and each wave is stronger than the previous one. The Eagle King suddenly staggered and almost fell head first. Big brother, you are my blood brother, okay? We are at an altitude of 30,000 feet. Can you not say these words that will short-circuit my brain? It is very dangerous. In the evening, they were less than 500 miles away from the snowy mountains. Everyone was already in a world of ice and snow, and if they continued forward, they would be in the territory of Blizzard Silver City. Mei Shuiyan whistled, and 1,500 flying shen beasts landed uniformly on the ground. After resting for a night, they would be facing Blizzard Silver City tomorrow. Everyone had just finished setting up camp when suddenly, is Tianfa's Venerable Mei here? An old friend has come to visit, please don't hesitate to meet him. An elegant voice rang out, and Mei Shuiyan and the rest were stunned. They had just arrived here, and the tents had just been set up, and someone had already come to find them? This was really unexpected, this was too fast. Jun Moxie stood up and motioned for everyone not to follow him out. Then he and Mei Shuyan walked out side by side. Suddenly, a total of 6 extremely powerful divine senses swept through the air, and the entire world was suddenly filled with a kind of extremely powerful pressure. Boom, 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 it was as if everyone could not breathe and found it difficult to breathe. As this aura filled the world, in the blink of an eye, 6 figures suddenly appeared in the distance, like little black dots on the snowy ground. The little black dots instantly turned into little soybeans, and then became the size of a fist. With a swoosh, they had already arrived in front of them. 6 people appeared in front of them, and they were less than 5 zhang away. All of them had a stern expression on their faces, and their eyes were like lightning as they looked at Mei Shuyan and Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie suddenly felt as if he was naked in a world of ice and snow, and these sharp gazes could see through him. Even his soul felt as if it was about to leave his body. Jun Moxie's heart shook and his body tensed up. He hurriedly activated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to get rid of this terrifying feeling, but his heart was already in his throat. Shrinking the earth to an inch, 1,000 li in an instant. Looking at the 6 people in front of her, Mei Shuyan's pupils shrank abruptly, and she raised her guard abruptly. A strong battle intent rose up in her. The 6 people in front of her all had extraordinary strength, and any one of them was a super expert. Venerable level experts. 6 of them appeared at once. Chapter 674. Alright. Let's continue today. The first update is here. I'm still asking for monthly votes. Tianxiang City. The 3 princes had suddenly received a surprise that they could only dream of. It felt like a dream. They had been watching their father, the emperor who had great talent and bold vision, get beaten down little by little, humiliated and humiliated to the extreme. Their father, who had once been indomitable, had slowly become depressed, and his once strong influence was slowly vanishing into nothingness. The imperial family of Tianxiang was in a precarious situation, and the throne that they had been looking forward to for so many years had become a hot potato, and had even become a seedling that was courting death. They were faced with Jun Moxie's strength and his arrogant, despotic and unscrupulous behavior, which made the hearts of the 3 princes turn ice-cold. They had suddenly ushered in the greatest turning point of their lives in this extremely hesitant moment, and had also received the most powerful assistance. The 3 holy lands. This was especially true for the 2nd prince. After all, he was ill. Then he had been frightened by Big Bear and Earthcracker. Moreover, his right-hand men had been forced to leave the Jun family after they had seen how powerful the Jun family was. Even Qing De Chao had died a violent death. In fact, he had been bitten to death. This cruel fact had scared the soul out of the 2nd prince's body. The 2nd prince had been bedridden for the past few months. So, he had been stunned for a long time when the servants of the prince's mansion had informed him that Li Yuran had come to visit. Quickly invite her in. Quickly invite her in. The 2nd prince jumped out of his bed barefooted. His face was full of eagerness for talent. Li Yuran was someone that he had been trying to win over, but had never succeeded in doing so. It was a pity that Jun Dashao didn't know about this. If he did, wouldn't he have thought of Cao Cao and Chao Mingda who had welcomed Su Yu barefooted? Bah! I can't believe I'm comparing this wastrel to a treacherous hero. Your Highness, I trust you've been well since we last met. Li Yuran walked in and straightened his back. He didn't salute and only gave a simple greeting. His face was still as carefree as before. His smile made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Behind him were 5 old men, each of them exuding the aura of an expert. Beside them were 3 men in hemp garments. They looked to be in their 30s or 40s, but their every movement was no different from an ordinary person. Only his eyes were clear and bright, with a clear distinction between black and white, which made him stand out from the masses, but that was all. Yuran, I missed you so much. The 2nd prince held Li Yuran's hand enthusiastically. I haven't seen you during this period of time. I can't even eat well. May I know who these people are? Li Yuran smiled gently, but a trace of disgust flashed in the depths of his eyes. He said with a smile, Your Royal Highness, these people are all extraordinary big shots. Let me introduce them to you. This is old Ma, this is old Lu, this is old Nyo, this is old Ju, and this is old Yang. Your Royal Highness, these 5 big shots are all supreme martial artists. When she said the last 4 words, Li Yuran paused between each word and said in a solemn tone, These 5 supreme martial artists are from the Supreme Golden City, one of the 3 holy lands. One of the reasons why they are here is to help your Highness ascend to the throne. Supreme martial artists, help me ascend to the throne of the Empress. The second prince's hands and legs trembled, and his entire body trembled like noodles. Suddenly his tears fell like rain. "Ah! I never thought that I, young Dan, would have such a day, boo-hoo." The heavens really took pity on him. He had dreamed of this for so many years, and now he finally had help. These are all supreme martial artists, ah. These are the true pinnacle existences of this world, ah. Didn't Jun Moxie only dare to be so arrogant because he had the help of Solitary Eagle? But now, you only have one Solitary Eagle, and at most you have Feng Wenyun, who is a guest elder. But this prince has 5 people. The help of 5 supreme martial artists. Wah! At first he was filled with hope, then helplessly depressed, then disheartened. But now there was light at the end of the tunnel. The second prince felt that his life had not been easy. It was full of ups and downs, thrilling to the core. Seeing how agitated the second prince was, the 5 old men revealed looks of extreme disdain in their eyes. Isn't it just a secular throne? Even if you become the emperor, how many years can you live with that puny body of yours? Is it worth it to be this agitated? These mortals are really incomprehensible. You want to go against Jun Moxie with this kind of conduct? You're really blind. Not to mention you, even the 5 of us are not his match. If we don't have a stronger backing, we'll have to run the moment we see that little thief Jun. The 5 supreme martial artists only nodded lightly at the second prince's deliberate flattery. The second prince greeted them one by one with a face full of smiles. When it was Old Yang's turn, the second prince said, "Old Yang, I didn't expect us to be from the same clan." Old Yang was a little nervous, not because of the second prince, but because of the 3 saints behind him. Why is this kid talking so much? Letting the 3 saints act as servants behind me? This will shorten my lifespan. Hearing the question, he replied without hesitation, "No. We are not from the same clan. You are the yang in a poplar tree, a dead sheep. I am a bleeding sheep, alive." Pfft. The 3 saints behind him could not help coughing. The yang in a poplar tree, a dead sheep, I am a bleeding sheep, alive. This is too classic. You're called Yang Dan? One of the saints finally asked after holding it in for a while. As the ruler of a country, how could he give his son such a name? Yang Dan. What a talented person. Ah, yes, I am Yang Dan. May I know who these 3 are? The second prince asked hopefully as he looked at the 3 middle-aged men. How he wished that these 3 were also supreme martial artists. If that was the case, it would be equivalent to having all 8 supreme martial artists. With a supreme martial artist in my hands, the world is mine. Unifying the world, I am the only one. Ah, these 3 people are my attendants. From now on, how about we stay at the second prince's residence? Liu Ran smiled gracefully, and spoke in a tone that suggested he was showing his gratitude. It was not that she did not want to tell him, but for someone like the second prince, the highest level was supreme martial artists. If he were to tell her that these 3 were saints who were dozens of times more powerful than supreme martial artists, she probably would not be able to react in time. Why would the second prince care about his tone of voice? He was already overwhelmed by the sudden ecstasy and agreed immediately. In the end, he still had some time to think and said, "I, Yang Dan, am naturally overjoyed to be able to receive help from a senior from the Holy Lands. However, I know that I cannot accept a reward without doing anything. Is there anything you need me to do?" He secretly made up his mind. No matter what it was, he would try his best to complete it. If he really could not complete it, he would create the conditions to complete it. He had to make these people stay at all costs. This was his only hope at the moment. It's not a big deal. Liu Ran chuckled. We just need to use your influence to help us with some things. That's why I need a certain amount of authority. No problem. From now on, Brother Yuran will have full authority over all the powers that belong to me. You don't need to go through me. The second prince gritted his teeth and thought for a long time. Finally, he stomped his foot and made a decision that was completely unimaginable to him. Give up authority. And it was a complete decentralization. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your children. You can't catch a hooligan without sacrificing your wife. You can't catch someone without sacrificing your chrysanthemum. That was why the second Prince Yang Dan went all out today. He was betting on this. Good. Your Highness is wise. Liu Ran's face revealed a trace of a smile as the 2 of them shook hands. Next, I will issue my first order. I want detailed information on all the generals, families, and powers that belong to the Jun family. Liu Ran said slowly with a smile. No problem. I will make the arrangements immediately. The second prince agreed immediately and carried out the orders. At the same time, Xi Jinghong brought 5 supremes and 3 ordinary people to the third Prince Yangzhe's palace. The Hermitage's men also successfully entered the eldest prince Yang Qiu's inner circle. It was a very similar scene. The three princes of Tianxiang had simultaneously become the three great puppets. The most willing puppets in the history of Tianxiang had been born. Moreover, 3 of them had been made in one go. An unprecedented storm was secretly brewing in the Tianxiang city. The 3 royal brothers that Jun Wuxia had once jokingly called Yang Qiu, Yang Dan, and Yang Jiji, were finally able to launch a counterattack. Heartless Venerable Du Ju, World's Edge Venerable Xiao Tianya, Compassionate Venerable Zhen Cibei, Broken Sword Venerable Hua Fengwen, Cruel Blade Venerable Chu Wuqing, Rogue Venerable Lu Qiu. Mei Shuiyan looked at the 6 names one by one. Jun Moxie felt a chill run down his spine. Oh my god, 6 venerable ones actually came out at once. They really think highly of me. It's been many years since we last met. Venerable Mei's memory is really good. You actually named all of us without any mistakes. I'm impressed. Broken Sword Venerable Hua Fengwen smiled. His black beard and white robe fluttered in the wind. His tone was gentle as if he was chatting with an old friend. You are all venerables, the top masters in the Jianghu. How could I dare to forget such illustrious power? Mei Shuiyan smiled faintly. She squinted her eyes and said, I wonder what the 6 venerables are here for? Are you here to give me some advice? How could I dare to talk about it? As for advice, we should be asking Venerable Mei for advice. Haha, I'm just here to discuss some matters with Venerable Mei, Hua Fengwen said calmly with a gentle smile on his face. Venerable Mei, you're right. What is it? Mei Shuiyan frowned and exchanged a look with Jun Moxie. Venerable Mei, we, the 3 saints and 1 ferocious, have always adhered to the teachings of our ancestors. We do not care about worldly disputes so as not to disturb the balance of the continent. Venerable Mei's participation in the war between the Jun family and the Silver Blizzard City has violated this rule. I believe that even the elders of Tianfa would not be happy if they knew about this. Therefore, the 6 of us are here to persuade you. If Venerable Mei is willing to follow our advice and leave safely, we can pretend that this never happened, Hua Fengwen said elegantly with a smile. I just finished working overtime at 3 o'clock last night. Then I talked to Shizhu and was about to go to sleep. But I was scolded. I took off my nightgown. Then I heard someone shouting angrily from below, whose coat is on the horizontal bar? I shuddered and remembered that I had hung my coat on the horizontal bar yesterday. I forgot to keep it. I quickly put on my nightgown again and ran down. It was an old lady in her 60s. I quickly thanked her, but I didn't expect to be scolded. Why did you leave your coat here? I smiled and said to hang it, but the old lady said, you use stars to hang it? I was speechless. Then the old lady started to say, you hung it on the horizontal bar like that. I thought someone had hanged himself here. You scared me to death, you know? You can't even move it in such a strong wind. Is your coat made of iron? I couldn't sleep since 11 o'clock last night. I kept looking at it from the window. This time I even wanted to call the police. She waved the phone in her hand. I was sweating. Explain. My coat has a hat. Now that I look at it, the hat hanging down. It does look like that. I humbly sent the old lady upstairs. I supported her as she scolded me all the way until we reached home. The old lady felt a little embarrassed and said, actually, I'm not scolding you, okay? I nodded and said, yes, you're not scolding me, you're not scolding me. When I got home, I washed my face and washed the spittle off. Then I came back to my senses. You've been scolding me for half an hour, and your spittle has covered my eyes. You're not scolding me. Who are you scolding? Chapter 675. Retreat safely? Hua Fengwen, what if I say no? Mei Shuiyan smiled lingling. Then, I'm afraid it won't be pleasant, the Venerable of the Broken Sword, Hua Fengwen, said regretfully. Mei Shuiyan snorted disdainfully. Her expression was cold as she said sharply, follow the teachings of the ancestors? Hua Fengwen, you should know that the ancestors of the 4 families made a promise to look at the big picture. Everything is for the Shen continent and the people of the world. He strictly ordered the 4 families not to fight with each other, let alone kill each other. Anyone who disobeys will be punished by the 4 families. But now the 3 holy lands are determined to kill me. You have so many tricks up your sleeves, ambushes and assassinations. Why didn't you say the ancestral teachings? Why did he have to pretend to be so compassionate at this time? Why is everyone from the elusive world of immortals learning to be hypocrites from Mo Wu Dao? If you want to kill me here, just say it. I Mei Shuiyan am ready. Why do you have to come up with such high-sounding reasons? Hua Fengwen, don't you think it's too hypocritical? The Venerable of the Broken Sword, Hua Fengwen, was unmoved. He laughed and said seriously, I think Venerable Mei has misunderstood something. For tens of thousands of years, the four families have always supported each other. We are as close as brothers and have always been a harmonious family. How could there be such a rebellious thing as killing Venerable Mei? Venerable Mei, you must have been mistaken. But the six of you are here together. Am I mistaken as well? Mei Shuyan looked at him mockingly. But we are here with good intentions. Otherwise, Venerable Mei will make a big mistake and regret it. Hua Fengwen sighed and said seriously, you must know that in this world, love cannot be mended by heaven and hatred cannot be filled. Venerable Mei, don't sink yourself into an irrecoverable state just because of a moment of anger. That's really not worth it. Even if I'm consigned to eternal damnation, that's my problem. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Mei Shuyan said coldly, if there's nothing else, you can leave now. Mei Shuyan unceremoniously asked her to leave. With regards to the three holy lands, he had finally lost all hope. Things had already reached this point, and the three holy lands had already lost close to 100 people in order to deal with him. Yet this fellow was still lying through his teeth, saying that justice was the priority. It was really annoying. Such hypocrisy was even more unbearable than some brazen villains. We've already tried our best to persuade you, but Venerable Mei, are you going to remain unmoved? Disregarding the teachings of the ancestors and looking down on the common people of the world? Venerable Mei, do you really want to be so stubborn? Hua Fengwen looked at her with a smile. That won't be good. Very bad. He smiled as he spoke. His voice was gentle and it could even be considered gentle. However, the meaning behind his words was that he was under great pressure. So what? Mei Shuyan's face turned cold, and a formless majestic aura emanated from her. A cold and inviolable aura appeared on her body. You want me to see the consequences with just the six of you? Hua Fengwen, you think too highly of yourself. Venerable Mei, you really have a sharp tongue. Haha, impressive. Lu Qiu, the gangster Venerable, could not hold it in any longer. He squinted his eyes and looked at Mei Shuyan. He clicked his tongue and said, Venerable Mei always wears a black robe and looks mysterious. I didn't know that Venerable Mei is such a beauty. Sorry for not recognizing you. Mei Shuyan frowned. The more Jun Emosia listened, the more uncomfortable he felt. He looked at this old man's obscene eyes and drooling face. Suddenly, a burst of anger surged within him. He wanted to twist this monkey-faced man's head off, and use it as a urinal. He took a step forward and looked gloomily at the pervert Venerable in front of him. He snorted and said, Pervert Venerable? Ryukyu? That's me. Lu Qiu rolled his red eyes and looked at Jun Moxie. He suddenly laughed. You're Jun Moxie, right? The one who follows Venerable Mei around shamelessly? That's me. Jun Moxie tilted his head and looked at him. What do you want? Humph? Do you think you're a match for the beautiful Venerable Mei with this kind of material? You're a toad lusting after a swan. Kid, if you know what's good for you, get the hell away from me. Lu Qiu snorted and said rudely. This fellow was originally a perverted demon, and his habits had not changed even after so many years. However, after entering the three holy lands, he had lost the opportunity to do so, and was also restricted by the saints. He had been holding back for so many years. At this moment, when he saw Mei Shuyan, the evil fire that had been suppressed in his heart for many years suddenly burst out. For a moment, it surged violently and he couldn't control himself. He only felt that his lower body was swelling up like a balloon, and his face was a little red. He breathed heavily and couldn't stop even if he wanted to. Then she saw that Jun Emosia was acting as her protector, and she couldn't help but feel even more irritated. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? No matter what, I'm handsome and elegant. No matter what, I look like a decent person. Sitting on the street, I'm loved by everyone. Girls will rush to throw themselves into my arms. At least it won't be difficult for me to find a wife. No matter how you look at it, I'm better than you, right? Jun Emosia squinted his eyes and looked at him with contempt. He started with his appearance, ruthlessly attacking him. Me? What's wrong with me? You look like a human, but do you think I don't look like a human? Lu Qiu's biggest regret in his life was that he was too ugly and had no luck with women. He always forced himself on them, which was very boring. But he could not decide his own appearance. He was helpless. Now that Jun Emosia had poked at his wound, he was naturally enraged. With an angry roar, his aura exploded, and the surrounding ice and snow were sent flying. You also know that you don't look good? Well, even if you're too shy to look in the mirror, you can always see your bad luck when you pee. Look at your shoehorn face, it's like a ripe persimmon that fell from a tree and landed on a sharp stone. Then it was stepped on by a bear, and the bear was the one with athlete's foot. Jun Wuxia pursed his lips and pointed his finger at him. Using a judgmental tone, he described in detail, "It's so bad that it can't get any worse. Do you know, I really admire your parents now. To be able to create someone like you, they are really two great talents that have never been seen before in the history of the world. What's even more admirable is that after giving birth to you, she was actually able to resist the urge to strangle you to death. This kind of endurance is truly extraordinary. What's even more admirable is that she actually raised you. You have to know how disgusting it is to face your face every day. Truly admirable, a man and a woman, two strong people." Jun Wuxia's face was full of amazement as he clicked his tongue, as if he couldn't understand such a thing. He had never imagined that the endurance of humans could reach such a level. Hearing this, even Du Ju Zhenxibe and the others could not help but laugh. Jun Moxie's mouth was really too vicious. It could simply anger a living person to death and then make the dead person jump up and down in the coffin. "Jun Moxie, I'm going to kill you. I'm definitely going to kill you." Lucio roared and almost vomited blood. He was so angry that the green ribbon that tied his hair snapped. His long hair stood straight up, and the snow around him flipped outwards from where he stood, as if there was magma erupting underground. It was obvious that the rogue venerable was extremely angry. Then a figure flashed. Lucio was still standing at the same spot, but his body had already left 6 afterimages in the air. One of his hands had already grabbed Jun Moxie's head. When a venerable was angry, the earth shook and the sky shook. Not to mention a venerable who was in a state of rage. Du Ju and the others wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The enraged Lucio was about to crush Jun Moxie's skull. In his rage, Lucio did not restrain his strength at all. He unleashed his full power. He wanted to kill Jun Moxie with his palm. Other venerables might care about Jun Moxie's master and the safety of the 3 holy lands, but Lucio had always been lawless, so he did not care. In fact, he was even thinking in his heart, "If I kill this brat, at most I'll just leave and let the 3 holy lands deal with this mess. There are more restrictions after leaving that place and I can do whatever I want." Anyone who slandered this deity for being ugly had never been able to live in this world. How could I make an exception for this kid? That was why Lucio was filled with extreme cruelty. Besides, Venerable Mei is so beautiful. If I can't enjoy her, you'll have to destroy her. Humph humph. The figure suddenly flashed and there was a loud boom. The 5 venerables only felt the ground suddenly tremble. Then they saw the 2 whirlwinds suddenly converge at one spot. In the blink of an eye they disappeared. The snow and ice on the ground seemed to gather towards the whirlwinds like weightless dust, forming a huge whirlwind pillar. In the blink of an eye, it shot up to a height of 40 to 50 feet. Jun Moxie was still standing at the same spot, but Mei Shuyan had disappeared. The situation was obvious. The moment Lucio attacked, Mei Shuyan attacked as well. Just as Jun Moxie was about to counterattack, she blocked his attack and fought with Lucio. Mei Shuyan used her deep love for Jun Moxie to pass the barrier of love and successfully entered the 3rd stage of the Venerable. She had unknowingly fallen in love with Jun Moxie and saw him as the only one in her life. How could she let someone hurt the person she loved the most in front of her? She would not let it happen even if she risked her life. As long as I, Mei Shuyan, am still alive, no one can hurt my Wuxia in front of me. Lucio attacked out of rage, but Mei Shuyan also attacked out of rage. Chapter 676. Lucio only wanted to kill Jun Wuxia. Mei Shuyan's attack made him even angrier and more frustrated. Thus, he attacked without hesitation, without holding back at all. Du Ju and the others were shocked. The 6 of them had come here with the intention of greeting each other. In other words, he was saying some high-sounding words that no one actually believed. Persuade Mei Shuyan to retreat? That was nonsense. How could she retreat after coming here for tens of thousands of miles? All they wanted was for Mei Shuyan to reject them. That way they would have a good reason to fight. Venerables were venerables after all. They had to care about their status and reputation. How could they start a fight like a normal Luluo? Moreover, they could also find out more about this place. Who knew that a fight would break out the moment the 6 of them arrived? Lucio's lust flared up at this moment. He had said those nonsensical words and had lost his status as a venerable. Moreover, it had led to him fighting with Venerable Mei to such an extent. This guy is really not good at accomplishing anything but good at spoiling things. Zhen Sibai Lengling glared at Chu Wuqing. Among the 6 of them, Chu Wuqing and Lucio came from the same place, the illusory Blood Sea. The merciful Venerable Jin Si Bei and the Venerable of the Broken Sword Hua Feng Wen were from the elusive world of immortals, while the heartless Venerable Du Ju and the Venerable of the Edge of the World Xiao Tianya were from the Supreme Golden City. At this moment, even Hua Feng Wen and Xiao Tianya were dissatisfied with Lu Qiu. They all felt that it was really shameful to come out with this guy. As a venerable, no matter how perverted you are, you can't be so horny. It's like you haven't seen a woman in 8 lifetimes. You're so thirsty. The other 5 venerables looked helpless when they saw the snowstorm in the air. Once a battle of this level started, there was no room for outsiders to intervene. Unless everyone was willing to throw away their pride and gang up on him, but if that was the case, the other side still had 2,000 pinnacle level 9 contestants and beast kings. How could they possibly be here to watch a show? Although the 5 of them were venerable ones, and their strengths were certainly several levels higher than the mystical beasts in front of them, as the saying went, ants could bite an elephant to death when there were enough of them. In particular, mystical beasts were known for their tough skin and thick flesh that could not be killed. Even a venerable one would be turned into minced meat if they were to attack a swarm of 2,000 bees. It was impossible to fight in numbers. At this moment, Long Crane and the rest of the beast kings had already surrounded them. Every one of them had an unfriendly look on their faces, and it seemed as if they were itching for a fight. At this time, as long as any of the beast kings or young Master Jun yelled out, a beast tide would definitely follow. Suddenly, bang! Mei Shuiyan's white figure landed on the ground. She pulled Jun and Wuxia, and both of them retreated at the same time. Boom! The pillar of ice and snow in the air rotated at a high speed like a whirlwind. Suddenly, it exploded. A figure grunted and flew out with a whoosh. When he landed on the ground, the soil, sand, stones, and ice splashed up with a bang, almost covering the entire sky. Lu Qiu's body suddenly rushed out from the dust. His face was ferocious. On his right chest there were 3 neat handprints. As the cold wind blew, the 3 palm-shaped pieces of cloth fluttered like butterflies. Lu Qiu's face was red, and his eyes looked like he wanted to eat someone. He roared again and rushed forward like lightning. Mei Shuiyan was calm and there was not a speck of dust on her clothes. Lu Qiu, on the other hand, was in a sorry state. Everyone knew that Lu Qiu had suffered a great loss. It was possible that he had suffered internal injuries. Lu Qiu, you're not done yet. Don't you have any shame? Chu Wuqing shouted, but Lu Qiu ignored him and continued to rush towards Mei Shuiyan. After suffering such a big loss in front of so many people, how could he swallow this humiliation? First, he was insulted by Jun Moxie, then beaten up by Mei Shuiyan. I'm also a venerable. He was a dignified venerable realm expert. If I don't get back at him, how can I survive in the world of venerables? Mei Shuiyan watched him pounce on her. Her expression was as calm as usual, but there was a hint of a cold smile on her face. She crossed her jade-like palms, and like the petals of an orchid, she made a strange gesture. Suddenly the world seemed to freeze. The wind stopped blowing and the clouds stopped moving. Even the snow and gravel that were scattering in the air were frozen in midair. A murderous look flashed across Mei Shuiyan's eyes. I didn't want to kill you just now because of the other 5 people. I've already given you a way out. But now you're rushing forward again. You don't know when to stop. So what if you're a venerable? Am I not allowed to kill a venerable? Anyone who dares to hurt Wuxia will be killed. Chu Wuqing was shocked. He gathered all his Xian Qi and rushed forward at full speed. There was a flash of light in his hand, and he rushed forward at high speed. He wanted to use his Xian Qi to break through Mei Shuiyan's space lock and save Lu Qiu. He shouted, "Venerable Mei, please have mercy." However, it was too late. Everything was too late. Mei Shuiyan Lengling said, "World Cage." Lu Qiu's lightning-fast body suddenly froze in midair. He could not move at all. There was a world above him, but he was strangely frozen in the air. Lu Qiu's character was bad, but his Xian Qi was extraordinary. He had reached the 2nd level of the Venerable. But now, Mei Shuiyan had broken through the peak of the 2nd level of the Venerable and reached the 3rd level of the Venerable. The world cage that Mei Shuiyan cast could not be avoided or broken through, except for those who were at the same level or higher than the 3rd level. This was on a completely different level from the world cage that Mei Shuiyan used in Tianfa. Even Lu Qiu, who was already at the Venerable level, could not do it. Lu Qiu was shocked. He felt that his body was no longer under his control. It was as if he was a small fish swimming freely in the water, but the water suddenly turned into ice, and he was suddenly frozen in ice. He could no longer struggle. At this moment, Mei Shuiyan's white figure flew over like a bolt of lightning. A pair of slender, jade-like palms made a series of ping-ping sounds, which merged into a loud bang. The moment they touched, she struck 30 times. It was solid. All of them landed on Lu Qiu's body. If it was not for the fact that she was worried about Chu Wuqing's attack, Mei Shuiyan would have slapped this despicable person 1,000 times. Lu Qiu's body rolled out like a ball. In the air, it was like a fallen leaf falling from a tree branch, or like a hurricane suddenly rising in the orchard in late autumn. The fruits hanging on the tree branches were swept up and sent flying away. At the same time, Mei Shuiyan's sleeves fluttered in the wind. Her slender body did not land on the ground. Instead, she made a slight turn in the air. Her posture was so graceful that she looked like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. Her sleeves fluttered lightly like snow in the wind, yet as fast as lightning. She clashed with Chu Wuqing's broken blade. To be more precise, it should be against that dazzling saber light. This was because the famous broken saber of Chu Wuqing had yet to appear. Or rather, the saber had appeared long ago but no one could see it. This was because the dazzling saber light had attracted everyone's attention. The two great forces finally collided, and there was not the slightest bit of trickery. Mei Shuiyan's unique skill, Space Lock Cage of Heaven and Earth, could not withstand the impact and broke. Mei Shuiyan's sleeves, which were filled with pure Xian Qi, clashed with the dazzling saber light. However, it was not damaged at all. Her graceful body floated back down in a beautiful arc. The moment her clothes fluttered in the wind, she had already returned to Jun Emosia's side. She looked even more relaxed and graceful, as if she had just returned from a stroll in the garden. There was no sign of a fierce battle. Chu Wuqing flipped over and landed on the ground. His body shook slightly and he stabilized himself. Then he returned to his previous empty-handed state. The dazzling saber disappeared once again. From the beginning to the end, no one could really see Chu Wuqing's broken saber. Chu Wuqing, on the other hand, looked at Mei Shuiyan in shock. Venerable Level 3? Venerable Mei, congratulations on your breakthrough. Although he was congratulating her, the expression on his face was very complicated. It seemed like admiration, jealousy, and even a bit of unwillingness. Behind him, Du Ju and the others all paled upon hearing this. Third-level Venerable was not the same as first or second-level Venerables. No wonder Mei Shuiyan did not have any misgivings when facing the 6 of them at the same time. Among the 6 of them, there were 3 first-level Venerables and 3 second-level Venerables. Before Mei Shuiyan's breakthrough, she was only at the pinnacle of second-level Venerables even though she was stronger than any of them. With this lineup, even if the Xian Beast's physique was far superior to that of humans, it was still more than enough to deal with her. But now, this wishful thinking had completely failed. With Venerable Mei's breakthrough, her strength had increased tremendously. Coupled with her unparalleled skills and amazing speed, it was very likely that she would be able to defeat them one by one. The 6 of them had come here with the original intention of displaying their powerful lineup to intimidate and then create a dignified reason to intervene. Also, they wanted to find out the truth. Now they had found out the truth, but they were completely shocked by the other party's strength. At this moment, there was a bang sound from afar. It was the sound of Lu Qiu's body landing on the ground. A huge crater was formed on the ground, and stone fragments flew everywhere. Lu Qiu stood up with one hand on his chest and staggered out. His ugly face looked even more miserable and the corner of his mouth was red. Chapter 677. Lu Qiu seemed to want to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, blood flowed out even faster. He quickly shut his mouth and used his Xian Qi to regulate his breathing. For a moment he could not even speak. Then he closed his eyes and ignored the thousands of level 9 peak Xian beasts around him as he started to heal himself. He knew that his injuries were serious and could not be delayed any longer. Even if he dragged it out any longer, he would still lose his life. Mei Shuiyan's attack was extremely vicious. Although she did not use her full strength out of fear of Chu Wuqing, it was still not something that Lu Qiu could withstand. Everyone was shocked. The thick and unusually red blood at the corner of Lu Qiu's mouth was from his internal organs. Lu Qiu was done for. Even if he did not die with such injuries, it would be difficult for him to recover. He would probably lose at least 80% of his strength. Everyone was clearly aware of this fact in their hearts. Venerable Mei, what a vicious move. Chu Wuqing only took a glance before turning back to look at Mei Shuiyan with rage in his eyes. Vicious? You call this vicious? I don't think so. Jun Emosia smiled and asked, May I ask, Sir Crippled Saber Venerable, why are all of you venerables gathered here? I'm guessing that you are not here to admire the snow, right? Let's not beat around the bush. We both know each other's motives, so why do we have to pretend to be the victim? This is how the martial world works. Especially since you've already reached the level of a venerable, you shouldn't be saying such things anymore. You're a laughing stock. Lucio asked for it and he deserved it. You're right. It was indeed my slip of the tongue earlier. Chu Wuqing looked at Jun Moxie with admiration and said, to be able to say such words, you must have understood the true meaning of the martial world. But, Jun Moxie, do you know another saying? He paused and said word by word, once you are in the martial world you have no choice. Some things, even if they had to do it, they had to find a reason. Regardless of whether this reason is reasonable or not, there must be one. I naturally understand this logic and I agree with it. Jun Moxie chuckled. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed with a murderous aura. Therefore, for this reason this person must die. Young Master Jun was pointing at Lucio's location. Dare I ask all of you, if anyone were to express his desire for your wife in front of you, I believe that none of you will let him off, right? Jun Moxie coldly smiled. This is the reason why you want him dead. We do not deny what you say. It's perfectly reasonable. Chu Wuqing smiled mercilessly and said, but we also have a reason to protect him. That is, we came together. We must leave with them. He looked at Jun Moxie with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Even though it was slight, it was obvious. Moreover, this kind of humiliation should be washed away by the man himself. If you hide behind a woman all the time, even if the enemy dies, you will not be able to avenge yourself. And you don't seem to have the ability to do so. Let's put this aside for today. We will settle the score in Silver City in the future. Regardless of whether we owe you or you owe us. Let's fight it out. You're right. I have no intention of letting others take care of me. Naturally, I will take revenge with my own hands. As for whether I have the ability or not. Jun Moxie laughed heartily. Suddenly, the thick murderous aura on his body disappeared without a trace. Following that, young Master Jun's body started to fade bit by bit. This strange phenomenon shocked the venerables again. Retracting one's aura quickly was something that everyone could do. But to be like Jun Moxie, who was filled with murderous aura a moment ago, and then retracted it in the next moment, not revealing a single trace of it. Such a clean and neat move, no one could do it. This young man's cultivation technique was indeed mysterious. Chu Wuqing's expression was the same as before. He didn't seem to have moved at all, but his body had already appeared in front of Lucio without any sound or movement. Even though he hated this person, Chu Wuqing could not allow Lucio to be killed right under his nose. The other venerables did not move. If they had to fight against Jun Moxie at the same time, then venerables were too worthless. Chu Wuqing alone was enough. He was even giving Jun Moxie a lot of credit. Jun Moxie had completely disappeared. Mei Shuiyan smiled and did not show any signs of helping. She seemed to be very confident in Jun Moxie. This action made Chu Wuqing even more suspicious. Jun Moxie had disappeared without a trace under his dumbfounded gaze. Even with his venerable level divine sense, he could not sense him at all. This strange and even inconceivable situation caused the other four venerable ones to feel inexplicably shocked. They had never seen such a strange movement technique. No matter how fast and ingenious it was, there should be some signs. However, this young man just disappeared into thin air without moving. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the sky. Chu Wuqing's right hand moved quickly, and a small flying dagger landed on the ground. The flying dagger had a strange shape. It was thin and thin with smooth lines. It lay quietly on the ice, glinting coldly like a ghost's eye. Chu Wuqing was taken aback. Although this flying dagger was small, its sharpness was something he had never seen in his life. Others might not know, but he knew that this small flying dagger had actually left a mark on his broken sword. That was a super precious dagger that would not leave a mark even if it was smashed by a 10,000-pound hammer. The direction that the flying dagger was heading towards was where Lucio was. Chu Wuqing could clearly see that if he did not stop it in time, the flying dagger would have pierced into Lucio's throat. Just as the flying dagger landed on the ground, the sky was filled with golden lights again. This time it was not just one spot. It was countless spots. Chu Wuqing shouted, and a ball of saber light burst out from his body. This ball of saber light was like a rainbow in the sky. From one side to the other, it formed a bridge-like arc. The rainbow light connected the two places, and with a few soft popping sounds, countless spots of golden light landed on the saber and gathered at Chu Wuqing's feet. With one slash, Chu Wuqing actually transferred all the attacks to the same place, and then struck down all of them. At this time he was still empty-handed. The broken dagger that he was famous for was still nowhere to be seen. But Chu Wuqing's face changed. Oh no! That was what he was thinking. That was because the specks of golden light beneath his feet were actually just a large piece of fine gold dust. It was a feint. Sure enough, a dull sound came from behind, followed by Lucio's inhuman scream. Jun Moxie. Chu Wuqing was enraged. He did not have time to turn around, so he used his high-speed movement technique to circle around Lucio, who was on the verge of collapsing. In a split second he slashed hundreds of times in all directions. There was absolutely no blind spot. Jun Moxie had just attacked Lucio. Although he could not see his figure, Chu Wuqing was sure that he was within this range. He was definitely not far away. The technique that Chu Wuqing was using was a mysterious technique that he had comprehended during the war for seizing the heavens. The mutated races were just that strange. However, even though the mutated races' movement techniques were mysterious, there were still traces to be found. But Jun Moxie could not understand it at all. But whether he understood it or not, it was definitely effective. Because in the past, Chu Wuqing had used this kind of sudden inspiration to kill his opponent. 8 storms move heaven and earth. That was the name of this technique. After a few hundred years of practice, this technique was far from what it used to be. Chu Wuqing had used all his strength at this moment. The fact that Jun Moxie could hurt Lucio under his tight protection made Chu Wuqing regard Jun Moxie as an opponent of the same level as himself. His heart was filled with fear. At such a young age, Jun Moxie already had such a terrifying cultivation. Previously, Jun Moxie had used the yin-yang escape technique and disappeared without a trace. Then he had sent out a meteorite flying dagger as a test. This flying dagger had been refined with the power of gold, and it was even stronger than before. The sharpness of the blade was enough to shock even an expert like Chu Wuqing. The golden rain that followed wasn't really caused by countless flying daggers. Instead, it was caused by Jun Moxie taking out a piece of gold from his bosom and activating the power of gold, turning the piece of gold into a pile of gold dust. Then he waved it. Seeing the same golden light appear, Chu Wuqing naturally used all his strength. He was afraid that the knife would be damaged, and he also wanted to protect the pervert lord, who was still recovering. Actually, with Jun Moxie's current strength, it was impossible for him to summon so many flying daggers. Of course, if Jun Moxie could really summon so many flying daggers, the power would not be something that Chu Wuqing could defend against. The reason for this, other than Jun Moxie, was something that no one knew. Chu Wuqing's reaction was exactly what Jun Moxie had planned. Jun Moxie activated the yin-yang escape again and appeared in front of Lucio while maintaining his invisible state. Then he kicked Lucio 13 times without hesitation, and each kick landed precisely on the same spot, Lucio's crotch. How dare you covet your father's woman? How dare you do it in front of me? If I don't turn you into a eunuch, how can I appease my anger? After the 13 kicks, Jun Moxie immediately escaped. What was left between Lucio's legs was a mess, and not a single part of him was left intact. Chapter 678. Jun Moxie's guess was right. Chu Wuqing reacted immediately and even used the most appropriate move. It was the most suitable move for such a situation. Jun Moxie retreated at full speed, but he only retreated less than 20 feet before his entire body was enveloped by the light of the sword. He felt as if his body was being cut apart. He had no choice but to enter the Hongjun Pagoda. Who asked you to be so strong? I have a cheat. Do you? You little? The saber radiance cut through the heavens and the earth, and even the boulders and ice layers that were tens of feet away were lifted up. All of a sudden, with Lucio as the center, there was an earth-shattering scene within a radius of tens of feet. Snow mist, ice shards, and stone shards soared into the sky like a fountain, leaving behind deep and bottomless scars on the ground. On the ground, there were 3 marks as wide as a finger's width. One could see how concentrated the attack was. But Chu Wuqing was disappointed and depressed. Because as soon as he unleashed this move, he saw that Jun Moxie had already returned to Mei Shuiyan's side, safe and sound, and was saying something to Mei Shuiyan with a face full of tenderness. As it turned out, this move of mine was completely hitting the air. The main character had already returned, but he couldn't retract this move that he had unleashed with all his might in a moment of haste. It was as if he was playing a monkey show, causing an earth-shattering commotion, but it was useless. This feeling almost made Chu Wuqing vomit blood. Furthermore, the person he had to protect was currently rolling on the ground with a twisted expression, clutching his crotch. Every time he rolled, there would be an eye-catching blood stain on the snowy ground, some of which were the yolk of a broken egg. Lucio screamed in pain, and the sound that came from his throat did not sound like a human's. Du Ju and the rest looked at each other in shock. Although Lucio was a venerable like them, he was severely injured by the counterattack of Venerable Mei, who was a level 3 venerable. Then he was ambushed by Jun Moxie while he was recuperating. With his injuries there was no way he could survive. Lucio might even have a tough life. But what really surprised the 5 venerables was that they did not expect Jun Moxie to successfully attack another venerable under the protection of a venerable. Although Lucio's strength was greatly reduced, Jun Wuxia was able to successfully break through Chu Wuqing's protection and severely injure Lucio. Then he was able to escape unscathed. There was not even a trace of embarrassment. This kind of achievement was something that none of the 4 people watching from the side could achieve. This caused all 4 of them to feel a heartfelt shock at the same time. The way he looked at Jun Wuxia was filled with fear and murderous intent. We can't let him live. We can't let him live. Even if he lives for another day, he will be in danger. If we don't get rid of him, we will all become meat on the chopping block. We don't even need to wait for him to grow. Even now he is already a great threat. Anyway, his master is already being dealt with by 9 saints, so he should be fine. It doesn't matter if we kill him now. Thinking of this, the 5 of them were filled with murderous intent. Mei Shuiyan quietly observed the changes in the battlefield. Her exquisite mind was analyzing the current situation. Her sensitive divine sense was firmly locked on the 5 venerables. If they dared to act rashly, Mei Shuiyan was ready to take action at any time. Seeing the murderous intent in Du Ju and the rest, Jun Moxie's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was filled with murderous intent. No matter how arrogant the 3 Holy Lands were, they wouldn't just send these 6 people. The strength of these 6 venerables was undoubtedly strong. But to deal with 500 beast kings and 2,000 peak Shen beasts, it was still a dream. Their strength was not enough. These 6 people must have led their own teams here. As for them appearing here alone, it was nothing more than a show of force to intimidate his side. But there were only 5 of them left. Could it be? A crazy thought suddenly appeared in Jun Moxie's mind. Could it be possible to kill these 6 venerables here? If it was possible, it would be the best thing in the world. Their eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. Obviously they don't want me to live. Should I wish for them to live longer? Jun Moxie did not move. His face was as calm as ever. But the moment this thought sprouted in his mind, it was like weeds that had been fertilized. The more it grew, the more it grew. He believed that as long as he killed these 6 people, no matter how many more people from the 3 Holy Lands came, they would all be tigers without claws and teeth. Then, Blizzard Silver City's mission would be successfully completed. Jun Wuxia, you're so young. How could you be so vicious? How could you be so ruthless? Looking at Lucio rolling around on the ground and howling in pain, Du Ju and the rest could not contain their anger. Especially Chu Wuqing. If not for Venerable Mei, he would have gone up to Jun Dashao already. No matter how bad Lucio's character was, he was still with them. Everyone knew that it was the cruelest and most embarrassing thing for a man to suffer such a blow. Even if Lucio was lucky enough to survive, he would only be a laughingstock in the continent. A venerable level eunuch. Hua Fengwen floated in front of Lucio and grasped Lucio's wrist meridian. His face changed drastically when he checked. Chu Wuqing's face darkened and he asked, "Brother Hua, how is Lucio's condition?" "His injuries are severe. 7 of his ribs are broken, probably caused by Venerable Mei. More than 20 bones are broken from his shoulders to his thighs, probably caused by Venerable Mei's palm attack. Thankfully Venerable Mei showed mercy and did not kill him. But what? His lower body is severely injured. The force penetrated through his internal organs, causing his elixir field to explode and his internal organs to shatter. That's not all. I was wondering how Lucio managed to survive after his vital parts were injured. It turns out that, although his meridians are broken, they're still full of vitality. He won't die within a few days. He'll only die after his remaining vitality is used up. However, his vitality is not used up yet, so he can only continue to suffer a lot of pain. It won't help him at all." Hua Fengwen suddenly turned around and glared at Jun Wuxia. "Jun Wuxia, it's fine if you killed him directly, but why did you add so much Shenqi to prolong his life and make him beg for death? You despicable villain, you're really a bastard." The expressions on the faces of the 4 venerable ones changed. Their question was answered, but the answer was so cruel. Jun Moxie's thunderous kicks were mixed with a lot of vitality when he attacked Lucio. Even if this person was beaten to death 100 times, he wouldn't die immediately. As long as the vitality was not exhausted, it would continue to protect Lucio's vital functions so that he could continue to live and stay conscious. But there was no chance for him to survive. At first glance, this sentence seemed to be quite contradictory, but in fact, It was an extremely vicious way to punish people. I want you to die, but I don't want you to die quickly. Even if you're already dead, I want you to experience the most painful torture in this world before you die. Why are you guys like this? Shouldn't you be thanking me? He should have died on the spot with his injuries. But this young master is giving you face, in addition to the fact that I've always been very soft-hearted and kind, so I generously gave him some time to make arrangements for his funeral. This is such a humane way of doing things. I've already done that, but you're still scolding me so viciously. Is it really difficult to be a good person? Wuxia chuckled and said, forget it, I won't mind. I've already said that I'm used to doing good deeds and I'm born with a good heart. I've always taken the safety of the continent as my responsibility, and I've always had the world's people in my heart. It's understandable that narrow-minded people like you don't understand, Moxie said kindly. Amit ba good. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Shameless. Hua Fengwen, Chu Wuqing and the rest trembled in anger. On the other side, Lucio suddenly screamed in a hoarse voice as if his soul was struggling in pain. Chu Wuqing's body shook. He turned to look at him with a complicated expression. Kill me? Lucio looked at Moxie with hatred and begged Chu Wuqing, kill me? Please. His elixir field was destroyed, his Shenqi was destroyed and he had to endure unbearable pain. He did not even have the strength to commit suicide. Chu Wuqing's face trembled. He raised his right hand, and a beautiful saber light flashed across the sky and pierced into Lucio's chest. Then a bright red light burst out. Thank you. Lucio thanked him weakly. Although his voice was low, it was full of relief. He suddenly stared at Moxie and screamed with all his remaining strength. Moxie? Wait for me. Tonight. I'll come for you as a ghost. Wait for me. His screams pierced through the sky. Lucio was already motionless. His ugly face was still emitting hatred, and his eyes were still staring at Moxie, emitting a faint light that belonged to hell. The cold wind howled and Lucio's last sentence echoed in the wind. It was as if the gates of hell were about to open and thousands of ghosts were about to come out. Everyone who heard this curse before death felt a chill run down their spines, and cold sweat dripped down their backs. So what if you're going to die? Why the fuck are you doing this? Ghost? I'm so scared. Moxie shrunk his neck. Chapter 679. Why go through so much trouble? How long do we have to wait? Isn't it easier to solve it now? Do you think that by blocking my way you can just leave after saying a few words? Whatever you think, all the good things are yours. Since you're in my way you have to pay the price. And I want the price now. Moxie smiled, raised his right hand and shouted, kill them all. Leave none alive. Today this place will be the burial place of the 6 venerable ones. He finally issued this resolute order. The killing intent had been accumulated and could no longer be eliminated. You want to kill me? Then I'll kill you all. Even if I can't kill all of you, I'll make sure you lose a lot of combat power. An earth-shattering, mountain-shattering roar rang out. Big Bear and the other 500 muscular men suddenly rushed over from all directions. The sky suddenly darkened and hundreds of flying Shen beasts soared into the sky, ready to attack at any time. Everyone then realized that the Shen beasts and beast kings were attacking from all directions at the same time. At the same time they even sealed off the sky, leaving no gap for them to break through. After Moxie made up his mind, he put his hands behind his back and made a very subtle gesture to Third Master Junwui. Junwui understood tacitly. So, he quickly arranged the most meticulous attack formation in accordance with the positions of the 5 opponents. The Shen beasts received the order and quietly moved to outflank the 5 venerable ones. In just a moment they had completely surrounded the 5 venerable ones. Previously they were just watching from the side. Hua Fengwen and the others had all their attention on June and Mei, so they didn't feel anything was wrong. Moreover, they were too confident in their own abilities. They thought that even if they couldn't win they could always escape. They didn't expect that the Shen beasts, who only knew how to attack fiercely, also knew how to change their formation. They were surrounded in one fell swoop. Although the group of Shen beasts didn't know the way of battle formations, Junwui was a great expert in this field. In the current world he could at least be ranked among the top 3 experts in this field. This was a small test of his skill, so how could it be ordinary? This arrangement could be said to be extremely meticulous. At the same time, the offensive power of the formation was also extremely sharp. Bear King and Bear Mountain led 7 strong men to attack Heartless Venerable Duju. The Tiger King, Earthcracker, and 7 other 2-meter-tall men were engaged in a fierce battle against the Venerable Compassionate Zhen Cibei. The Lion King, Carefree Rock, led 7 transformed lions to fight against the Venerable of the Broken Sword, Hua Fengwen. The Monkey King, Ho Chi, led his 11 brothers to attack Chu Wu Qing. The Crane King, Long Crane, led his 7 brothers to attack the Venerable of the Horizon, Xiao Tianya. The Eagle King, the Condor King, led many stronger flying Shen beasts to line up in the sky. Whenever one side was in danger, he would give the order and a few level 9 flying Shen beasts would attack like sharp arrows. The Qian Sun Serpent Queen led the Shen beasts on the ground who didn't participate in the battle to watch the battle. Whenever there was a disadvantage, she would wave her hand and a few of them would immediately go up to help. The formation of the 2 armies was unusually neat and strong. However, each time they attacked, there would never be more than 20 people. This was because if there were too many people, they wouldn't be able to use their full strength. Instead, it would hinder their movements. Once the battle stabilized after the attack, they would immediately retreat. The next time they attacked, it would be another group of Shen beasts. Jun Wui stood on the shoulder of a big black bear that had returned to its original form. He held a small red flag in his hand. Every time he waved the flag, the formation would change from time to time. With the Blood Uniform General's rich experience in battle formations, it would be an exaggeration to say that he was using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. It was like using a big knife to chop an ant. Mei Shuiyin was helping from the side, but she didn't personally take action. His gaze was deep as he watched with rapt attention. Suddenly Jun Wui waved the little flag. The Qian Sun Serpent Queen let out a roar and led all the Shen beasts under her command to form a neat team. They rushed out like a flood. After a series of attacks, they actually broke up the chaotic battle between the 5 sides and turned it into 5 small battles. This time the attack was extremely ingenious. Could be said that it was just right, separating all 5 of them. Jun Wui waved the little flag again and again. The Snake King gave another order. The pride of lions, tigers, leopards, monkeys, and bears immediately split up and surrounded the battle circle that their respective kings were participating in. Then they launched another round of attacks, attacking to their heart's content. Once the battle began, it would be earth-shattering. But at this time, the 5 venerables were fighting on their own and were powerless to reverse the situation. Not only was it impossible to win, even if they wanted to retreat unscathed, it had become a difficult task. Jun Moxie, you little thief, you're really shameless. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Zhen Cibei roared angrily, his palms flying as he fought the tigers. He and Du Ju could be considered the 2 people in the most difficult situation. This was because, in the hands of the Bear King and the Tiger King, they each had a divine weapon that exceeded their expectations. In a battle like this, if the side with the advantage in numbers had such a peerless divine weapon, the outcome of the battle could be imagined. In a moment of carelessness, Zhen Cibei's body was pierced by a sword. Blood flowed profusely, and his battle strength was greatly reduced. The Tiger King, Earthcracker, laughed maniacally. He did not personally take action, but only ordered the tigers to continue attacking. He held the divine weapon in his hand and watched from the side, accumulating power to attack. This was truly a tiger watching its prey. In this way Zhen Cibei had to work even harder. He had to put more than half of his attention on the big boss with the divine weapon. The situation was even worse. I'm shameless? Oh my god, I've been waiting for this sentence. I've waited too long for this. So it turns out that we've always been scolding you 3 holy lands for being shameless. At that time I was thinking, when would I be able to let you scold me for being shameless? Now that I've finally heard it, I finally understand. So it turns out that being scolded as shameless is such a pleasurable thing. Feeling good is one thing, but I still have to ask you a question. You're a venerable, but you actually want to fight with a mere junior like me alone? Who's the more shameless one here? Junimosia laughed loudly and taunted. Venerable Mei, what kind of man are you to bully someone with numbers? You are also a venerable. Do you have the guts to fight me alone? The venerable of the broken sword, Hua Fengwen, flew up with a dazzling sword radiance around him. He temporarily escaped the attack range of the Lion King and the group of lions. However, Jun Wui waved his little flag and 3 black eagles descended from above. Their sharp claws, sharp beaks, and iron-like wings attacked at the same time. Hua Fengwen's Xian Qi was almost used up. Faced with this attack from the sky, he was in a difficult situation. From the ground to the sky, he did not even have time to rest. He did not even have time to catch his breath. He might as well be on the ground. At least he had time to catch his breath, but he did not have time to do so now. One-on-one? Venerable Hua, you are wrong. There are so many of us. Aren't we fighting one-on-one with you? Don't tell me you want to gang up on the 2 of us with the strength of 6 people? That's not right. That scoundrel Venerable was killed by your own people, so there's only 5 of you left. But even if there's only 5 of you, you're still ganging up on me. Wuxia said with a strange smile. I have to say you are too cruel. You even killed your own people. Bullsh*T. This is not a one-on-one fight. The Venerable of the Broken Sword, Hua Fengwen, tried his best to resist the crazy attacks of the Black Eagles. Now he had switched to the other 3 eagles. His body gradually fell back into the encirclement of the lions. On the ground, the Lion King had already pounced on him. The sharp wind from his palm was about to hit his back. Why isn't this a one-on-one fight? I saw it clearly. The Lion King was fighting you one-on-one. His brothers were fighting you one-on-one too. But you were not satisfied. You jumped up and fought with your brothers in the sky again? Venerable Hua, you are too much. How dare you bully the others? Jun Moxie suddenly looked angry. I can't tolerate your shamelessness. Hua Fengwen was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. No matter how shameless a person was, there must be a limit. But when it came to Jun Moxie, there was no limit. What kind of person is he? However, while the 5 venerable lords were being attacked and fighting hard, none of them dared to use their full strength to kill. This was the thing that was truly depressing, to the point that smoke was rising from his heart. Because Venerable Mei had not made his move yet. Jun Moxie had not made his move either. The 2 of them were the biggest threats in the entire battle. It would be fine if the battle continued to be a stalemate. However, if any of the 5 venerable lords made a big move and caused casualties to the Shen beasts, it was almost foreseeable that Mei Shuyan would attack crazily at that moment. At that time, the venerable lord would have Shen beasts on the ground and enemies in the sky. Coupled with Venerable Mei, who was much more powerful than her, and the fact that she had just made a big move and her Shen energy was depleted, a tragedy was inevitable. That was where the greatest danger lay. However, it was not a solution to drag on like this. Were they really going to die of exhaustion in the end? If they dragged on like this, they would be safe for the time being, but it was not a long-term solution. Their enemies were strong and well-trained. They might all die of exhaustion while their enemies were still alive. Therefore, going all out was a bad idea, and delaying was also a bad idea. At this moment, the 4 venerables were cursing Zhen Ci Bei in their hearts. What kind of stupid idea did he come up with? He dragged us here to demonstrate his power before everyone was here. Now, not only did he fail to intimidate them, but he also caused them to be intimidated. Not only did he lose a venerable, he also fell into a situation where he could not advance or retreat. This is really tragic. In this situation, even if they used the whistle to summon some of their subordinates, it would only add a few more deaths. It was useless to have fewer people. Their enemies were too strong. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuyan were watching the changes in the battlefield closely, ready to respond at any time. They both knew that the 5 venerable lords were extremely powerful and were not easy to deal with. Their enemies seemed to be trapped, but it was only a temporary phenomenon. They would definitely not be in a stalemate for long. They just did not have a good idea and were thinking of a countermeasure. With the strength of these 5 people, it was not difficult for them to escape. Chapter 680. Jun Wui's face was solemn and he commanded calmly. The Shen beasts, who had always been like loose sand, had unexpectedly become a clear-cut weapon in just a day and a half's time. Jun Wui's greatest brilliance was that he didn't let the Shen beasts attack together in a chaotic manner. Not only did he divide them into waves, but he also let the Shen beasts of the same species unite and attack together. This way they all understood each other's fighting style, and their companions' weaknesses were their own weaknesses. Everyone knew themselves and their enemies, and they cooperated with each other. Jun Wui had thought about this kind of tactic when he was fighting the Shen beasts in Tiannan. How good would it be if he could only command such a troop one day? At that time, the Shen beasts had attacked in a chaotic manner, and Jun Wui had seen the weakness of the Shen beasts at that time. Now that this team was really in his hands, once those advantages were integrated, they were instantly magnified countless times. Even their own weaknesses were eliminated as much as possible. Their fighting strength had increased by more than 10 times. Under any circumstances, one must consider a reasonable battle strategy. This was the success of a general who had fought in hundreds of battles. And the third master Jun Wui had succeeded in doing this. Therefore he had been invincible in the previous battles. Therefore he had been able to prepare for today's battle even though he had been in such a hurry. Otherwise, even if Jun Moxie had such an idea and Jun Wui had carried it out, it would only have been empty talk. But now, he had trapped the 5 venerables in an impossible situation, and forced them into an unprecedentedly bitter battle. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Jun Wui's tactic was exceptionally successful. There was absolutely no flaw. Success was never a fluke. A fluke success was destined not to last long. Even Mei Shuiyan, who was watching from the side, felt ashamed of her inferiority. Jun Wui's ability to command was truly a genius. Most importantly, how did he manage to let Bear Mountain and the others successfully outflank the 5 Venerable Ones without making a sound? Furthermore, the encirclement was so tight. Mei Shuiyan could not figure out the answer to this question. It should be known that once these fellows received the order to prepare for battle, each of them would be more excited than the other. How could the 5 Venerable Ones' divine senses not notice such a commotion? But now, the actual situation was that such an incomprehensible situation had appeared. Big Bear, Earthcracker, and the others had soundlessly outflanked them in such a manner that no one had noticed. This was simply unimaginable. It was only after the battle, when Mei Shuiyan humbly asked him for advice, that he finally understood. It turned out that the Beast Kings were huddled together to watch the battle. Each and every one of them was impatient, pushing each other with their shoulders and buttocks, baring their teeth at each other. After receiving Jun Moxie's hint, Jun Wui had an idea and said, "It's naturally inconvenient for everyone to huddle together. But why must everyone huddle together on this side? Isn't there another 3 sides? It doesn't matter which side we look at. Just go and look for it on your own. Just be careful, don't disturb the battle or you'll lose your treasure." This was a very simple suggestion, and the Beast Kings who had wanted to watch the show, dispersed one by one. Because they wanted to see more clearly, they all chose the closest and most suitable spot for their eyes. However, when it came to battle, it was also the best spot to attack. As a result, it led to an awkward situation for the 5 Venerable Ones. After knowing this, Mei Shuiyan admired Jun Wui from the bottom of her heart, as expected of the blood-cloaked general. With just one sentence, countless Shen beasts automatically fell into his trap, and the 5 Venerable Ones fell into an awkward situation that they had never encountered before. Just this treachery alone was not something an ordinary person could achieve. The battle was changing subtly, becoming more and more intense. But what gave the 5 Venerable Ones the most pressure was not the frenzied attacks of the Beast Kings, but from another person. This person did not participate in the battle from the beginning to the end, but his shouting and wrangling were as annoying as a fly. The 5 Venerable Ones had the urge to strangle him to death, then trample him into meat paste, then resurrect him, then trample him into meat paste again, and repeat the process 10,000 times. This person who received such a supreme honor was naturally Jun Moxie, Jun Dashao. This guy was watching the battle and commanding at the same time. His hands were dancing, his eyebrows were dancing, and his spittle was flying everywhere. His words made the 5 Venerable Ones furious. "Bear Mountain, fuck you. To deal with Duju, you should use your bear paw to grab his crotch. What's the use of always hitting his shoulders? The key is to hit his vital parts. Hitting his crotch is the way to go. Isn't he called Duju? Cut off his back and let him live up to his name. Yes, hit his butt like you hit your son. Break his chrysanthemum. Even if you can't beat him to death, you should embarrass him to death. Let him die. Die my A***. Kill both his front and back. Bucho, sure, that's a good punch. Hit the hypocrite Hua Fengwen's eyes. Yes. Hit him like a panda first, then he will look like a Shen beast. Fuck. Aim at his eyes, idiot. You're asking for trouble by hitting his face. He's so thick-skinned. Be careful or you'll die from the recoil. Don't you know that he may have cultivated the legendary Golden Mask and Iron Mask skin? Crane third, you have to change your tactics. That's the World's Edge Venerable. Do you know what the World's Edge is? That's the edge of the sky. This means that the World's Edge Venerable will run away when he sees that the situation is not right. Yes. He's a guy who is ready to run away at any time. Chu Wu Qing, have fun fighting one-on-one. Aha, don't be anxious. There will be more people fighting one-on-one with you. You'll be satisfied. One-on-one means that you're fighting all of us, right? This is the truth. And it's the truth of the 3 holy lands. Shamelessness is the true meaning of fighting one-on-one. Don't stare at me. Pay attention to your defense, idiot. Why are you looking at me when you're fighting? Are you trying to show that your eyes are big, idiot? Are you itching for a beating? You're really fucking shameless. Zhen Sibei, look at your old face. Fuck your grandpa, you're already like an eggplant and you're still stretching your legs and curling up your feet to fight. I bet that if a fly were to fly on your face, you'd be able to kill it immediately. It's too fucking ugly. It's like a weathered eggplant being cooked and air-dried. It's too disgusting. I don't object to you fighting, but you should at least tidy up your appearance, right? Running out with such an ugly face. Damn it, even the Shen beasts feel disgusted when they see you. Look, are you trembling? Are you blushing? Can't you admit that you're old? Are you angry, old man? I just want to piss you off to death. Piss you off to death. Shameless. 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 Zhen Sibei was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His face was red as he scolded furiously. He felt that his stomach was about to explode. Shameless? Bastard. You're the shameless one. Your whole family is shameless. All 18 generations of your ancestors are shameless. Jun Moxie jumped up and scolded furiously. Then he laughed weirdly. You still have the nerve to say that others are shameless. You're just an old lady leaning against the wall to eat porridge. Don't you understand? Today I'll teach you a lesson. The so-called old lady leaning against the wall to eat porridge is despicable, shameless, and obscene. What? Are you really angry? You'd better focus on the fight. Be good, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't be distracted during the fight. T. I told you not to be distracted. Look, you've suffered a loss, haven't you? You've even gotten a kick on your butt. Wow. If you don't listen to your elders, you'll suffer a loss, grandson. It had to be said that this fellow's mouth was really too poisonous. It was like a machine gun that never stopped. Mei Shuiyin felt tired for him as she listened to him. However, this brat was actually enjoying it and never got tired of it. He talked non-stop and used endless filthy words. It was like a swarm of flies circling the ears of the 5 venerable ones, buzzing and causing them to be annoyed. They were already remorseful and angry about Lucio's death. Now that they were surrounded, they felt pressured, and Mei Shuiyin was glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey. Now that they were being nagged by this brat, they were so annoyed that their heads were about to explode. Mei Shuiyin felt embarrassed. Amos, stop scolding. It's beneath your dignity. Besides, it's too unpleasant. Jun Moxie looked at her in surprise. What? Do you really think I'm so bored to practice my mouth? Or do you really think the current formation is enough to trap them? The 5 of them were venerable realm experts. They're just waiting for an opportunity or thinking of a countermeasure. Once they have the chance, they'll run away instantly. Don't you think what I'm doing is very effective? Look, these old men are fuming with anger. Even the gods can't think of a countermeasure in this situation. Besides, this is a good opportunity for us. I'm fighting. Do you understand, silly girl? Jun Moxie cackled. Today I'll show you that my mouth can also kill, and it can even kill venerable ones. Venerable ones who are at the same level as you. Jun Moxie even attacked Mei Shuiyin along the way. Mei Shuiyin was confused by his fallacious reasoning, and then she was so angry at his last sentence that her stomach hurt. She rolled her eyes at him and turned her head away angrily. Even Mei Shuiyin, who did not attack him directly, was angered to this extent, let alone the 5 venerable ones. Mei Shuiyin turned her head and realized that what this brat said seemed to be very reasonable. She looked at the 5 venerable ones, whose eyes were almost spewing fire. In this situation, not to mention thinking of a countermeasure, they couldn't even fight normally. Especially Zhen Sibei, who was the most injured. He was so angry that his hands and feet were trembling. His white beard was flying, and his moves were a little messy. As Jun Moxie successfully aroused the anger of the 5 venerable ones, the situation in the field became even more fiery. Everyone was fighting crazily, and the sound of fists and feet hitting flesh resounded. Shen beasts had thick skin and were not afraid of beatings, and the venerable ones had copper skin and iron bones. Both sides were getting more and more angry, and everyone had injuries on their bodies. Earthcracker. Don't you know how to beat a dog when it's down? Can't you see that Zhen Sibei is already so angry that he can't think properly? Hurry up and hit him. Hit him hard. Yes, stab his crotch, pierce his chrysanthemum, and hit his stomach with 2 punches. Kick his butt, smash his chest, and hit his head until he has a concussion. That feels good, haha. Zhen Sibei, are you happy? Who asked you to be arrogant? Arrogant, your mother. That earthquake and landslide didn't kill you back then, but today I'm going to anger you to death. Even if I don't anger you to death, I'll disgust you to death. Chapter 681. Jun Moxie saw that Zhen Sibei had the most intense reaction among the 5 venerables. So, he simply concentrated all his firepower and launched a concentrated attack on him. After he finished his rhyme, everyone around him cheered at the same time. Brother-in-law, what a good poem. What a great literary talent. Then there was a burst of crazy laughter. Jun Moxie smiled and cupped his fists in front of him. His face was full of pride. You're overpraising me, you're overpraising me, Zhen Sibei screamed. He was so angry that his eyes turned blue. He felt his chest swelling up more and more. It was about to explode. A mouthful of blood rushed to his throat, but he swallowed it back. He knew that his opponent's purpose was to provoke him as much as possible. But he couldn't restrain his anger. His face had already turned purple from anger. His moves were getting more and more chaotic. Earthcracker's sword pierced his thigh with a swoosh. Jin Sibei roared in pain. His Xian Qi suddenly erupted from his body. His sword flew out with a swoosh. It turned into a stream of light and pierced Jun Wui's back, giving him a fright. Blood spurted out from Jin Sibei's thigh. The Xian beasts that were besieging him were scattered by his powerful Xian Qi. Then they surrounded him again. They gritted their teeth and endured his attacks. Then they launched a crazy counterattack. Earthcracker finally succeeded in landing 7 or 8 heavy punches on Jin Sibei's body. A huge tiger behind Jin Sibei took advantage of the situation and ruthlessly kicked his buttocks. Jin Sibei looked up to the sky and roared in anger. He staggered and staggered. His eyes were spitting fire. But the attacks from all around continued to land on his body. This pitiful venerable compassionate had lived like a prince for more than 200 years. All he heard on a daily basis was flattery and flattery. Who would dare to scold him? No one even dared to glare at him. Who would have thought that he would be scolded to his face today? He could directly make up for the deficit of more than 200 years in this area, and he would even have a huge surplus. The intense change in his emotions directly caused his mind to sink into chaos. He actually fell into an absolute disadvantage in this battle where he definitely wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a long and drawn-out howl resounded from the battlefield, and it was continuous and imposing. The volume of this roar wasn't very high, but it managed to suppress Jun Emosie's nonsense. Moreover, the roar was extremely clear, and had a calming effect on one's mind. Du Ju, Jin Sibei and the rest felt their heads clear and they instantly woke up. Jun Moxie's expression changed. He looked up and saw that it was the world's edge venerable, Xiao Tianya, who was whistling with a solemn expression. Under the attacks of Jun Moxie's immoral methods, the 5 venerable lords became more and more flustered. Some of them were so angry that their hands and feet turned cold. However, the Xian beasts became more and more energetic as they fought. They laughed wildly as they fought, and their auras rose to the peak. As time went by, the 5 venerable lords' situation became worse and worse. The world's edge venerable could clearly sense Jun Moxie's sinister intentions, and he could not wait any longer and actually let out the soul-calming melody. Jun Moxie was instantly angered to the point that his eyes and mouth slanted. It seemed like he was talking nonsense just now, but as his words slowly aroused their anger, Jun Moxie had actually secretly used the soul-calming technique. Towards the end, every word he said had a strong hypnotic effect. He was about to succeed, and Jin Sibei, who was focused on him, would probably be angered to death. However, he did not expect Xiao Qinya to interfere at the most crucial moment. How could he not be angry when the prey that was about to be in his mouth flew away? However, even though he was angry, Jun Daxiao did not seem to be able to do anything about it. The other party had already woken up and was guarding his mind. No matter how much he scolded him, it would have no effect. Jun Daxiao angrily scolded, "Old B****, did someone in your family die? What the fuck are you yelling for? Jun Moxie, stop wasting your time. Your sinister intentions have already been exposed by my soul-calming melody. If you continue, you will only embarrass yourself and embarrass yourself." Xiao Qinya Lengling's voice could be heard. It sounded like she still had some energy left. Du Ju Jin Sibei Chu Wu Qing Hua Fengwen, use all your strength and rush towards the north. I will be in charge of receiving you. Xiao Qinya's shout caused the ground to tremble. Mei Shuiyan frowned, and her eyes lit up in surprise. Xiao Qinya, I didn't know that you had hidden your strength so well. You have actually reached the level 3 venerable, but you were still a level 2 venerable for so many years. Xiao Qinya Lengling said, Venerable Mei, you are not the only one in the world who can break through. The wandering venerable and the venerable of life and death are about to arrive. Venerable Mei Hun, you better think about your own life. Let's go. Xiao Qinya roared and suddenly opened his arms. Then he shook his shoulders and a strong white Xian Qi exploded from his body. It was as violent as an atomic bomb exploding in the air. Long Crane and the others who were surrounding him screamed as they felt their bodies being bounced back by an irresistible force. Xiao Qinya was like a shooting star. His aura was fully unleashed, and he was like an unstoppable ship, breaking through the waves of Shen beasts and heading towards the north. Xiao Qinya's cultivation was outstanding. The reason why he was willing to be trapped here was because he wanted to make use of his strength to catch his opponents off guard. He was only pretending to be courteous because he wanted to gain something. If he could sneak an attack on Mei Shuiyan, that would be his ultimate plan. That was why he had never thought of retreating from the start. But now he had no choice but to give up on that idea. Moreover, he was forced to reveal his true strength. That's because the Xian beast that used to be in a state of disunity had turned into an iron-like formation under Jun Wuyi's command. In fact, it was the most solid and stable iron-like formation. If they continued to hold on, one of the 5 of them would die here. Lu Qiu, the rogue venerable, had already died. It was already a big loss. If a few more of them died, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, he made a prompt decision to break out of the encirclement with all his might. Once the power of a level 3 venerable was unleashed, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. A path was created instantly. Snake King tried to stop him, but he was blown away by the impact of his palm and sword. At the same time, the 4 venerables shouted in unison. Their swords filled the sky as they dashed towards Xiao Qinya. Jun Wuyi's expression changed. He waved the little flag in front of him. Stop them with all your might. This was the strongest attack that Jun Wuyi had planned. It was also the only tactic that required sacrifice. If the 5 of them left, it would be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain. Therefore, even if there were sacrifices, they had to stay here. Mei Shuiyan shouted, "Where are you going?" She flashed and disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Xiao Qinya. Her white palm was like a blooming lotus. White smoke came out of her hand, and the edge of her palm was emitting green smoke because of the friction with the air. Xiao Qinya roared and faced the attack with all his might. His fists were like raging dragons. He didn't dodge but fought the attack head-on. If he couldn't defeat Mei Shuiyan head-on, he wouldn't be able to get out of here alive. Therefore Xiao Qinya attacked with all his might. With a loud bang, their palms and fists collided. An extremely strong airflow burst out from the 2 of them, and everyone around them was thrown off their feet. Mei Shuiyan grunted and her white dress fluttered in the wind. She retreated to the side and her face turned pale and red. Xiao Qinya, on the other hand, didn't move at all. His face was strangely red and he continued to fly forward. His fists were like raging dragons coming out of the sea, and like the hammers of the thunder god, they continued to smash towards Mei Shuiyan. Looking at the situation, it seemed like Mei Shuiyan was at a disadvantage. Actually, Mei Shuiyan had just broken through to the 3rd level, but Xiao Qinya hadn't reached the 3rd level for long either. Their skills were about the same, and Mei Shuiyan was slightly stronger than Mei Shuiyan. After all, Mei Shuiyan was a mystical beast, and her body was much stronger than a human's. During the collision just now, Mei Shuiyan thought that she had a high chance of winning, so she used the momentum to retreat. It was the best choice to reduce the impact and avoid getting injured. However, Xiao Qinya wanted to break out of the encirclement, so he didn't retreat at all. He even pressed forward with all his might. It seemed like he had the upper hand, but he knew that he was suffering. His internal organs were already injured. But this was the only way he could defeat Mei Shuiyan. This was because he knew that Mei Shuiyan was the main force in this operation. She would definitely not dare to fight with him at this time and cause internal injuries. Therefore, this was Mei Shuiyan's biggest concern, and it was also Xiao Qinya's best chance. At this moment, the 4 honorable martial artists had gathered behind Xiao Qinya. Behind them, 5 or 6 mystical beasts were severely injured. The power of the honorable martial artists was too great. Even though the mystical beasts had super strong bodies, they couldn't withstand it. However, this result wasn't without a price. Du Ju was already bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Zhen Sibei's face was ferocious, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that they had suffered internal injuries. Chu Wuqing was expressionless, but his face was pale. There was a large blood stain on his shoulder. The 5 honorable martial artists didn't expect that they would be forced into such a state just because they wanted to escape. It was rare for them to be in such a tragic situation. It was the only one of its kind. Another explosion. Mei Shuiyan took 2 steps back, and a dazzling sword light lit up. It was the honorable martial artist of the broken sword, Hua Fengwen, who had become one with his sword, rushed towards Mei Shuiyan after Xiao Qinya. "Don't stop them by force, let them pass." Jun Moxie's voice sounded. Mei Shuiyan's body flashed, and Hua Fengwen dashed past her without any resistance. He drew a bright meteor on the snowy ground and was the first to break out of the encirclement. Then Xiao Qinya rushed past, and the other 3 followed closely behind. Jun Wuyi's impregnable formation was finally broken through. The Beast Kings screamed and rushed over without any regard for their lives. Just as they broke through the encirclement, a huge crater appeared between Xiao Tianya and Chu Wuqing, who was behind him. The crater was more than 100 feet wide and it was about 7 to 8 feet deep. Chapter 682. The Power of Earth. Jun Moxie's power of the 5 elements was finally unleashed at this critical moment. If such a huge pit had appeared on any other day, even if it was 10 times bigger, the few of them would have crossed it without blinking an eye. But now that they were panicking and trying to escape, it became a great killing weapon. Especially since Xiao Tianye had already crossed it without any risk, Chu Wuqing and the rest of them could easily cross it. But right at this moment, a huge pit appeared. Chu Wuqing, Du Ju and Jin Sibei did not expect a pit to appear in such a place. Caught off guard, the three of them fell into the pit. Xiao Tianye, who was in front, roared and stopped. With a wave of his right hand, he untied his belt. With a wave of his right hand, it turned into a long strip of cloth and wrapped around Chu Wuqing's body. With a pull, Chu Wuqing flew out slowly. Then, a large group of Shen beasts separated the two of them from the pit. The other two, Du Ju and Jin Sibei, had not even reached the bottom of the pit when they raised their qi and rushed up. However, they were met with a loud roar as Heiya's Shen beast's huge body smashed down without any regard for its own safety. The two of them were in midair and were about to be smashed into the ground. Both of them knew that if they were smashed down, with Mei Shuiyan watching them from above, there was no way they could survive. Therefore they had to rush out before they were smashed down. At this moment Du Ju was indeed Du Ju. He roared, "You are injured, carry me up. I will avenge you." Du Ju's decisiveness allowed him to make the best decision in an instant. At this moment, it was obviously impossible for the two of them to leave together. Since only one of them could leave, then they would leave with someone who still had some strength left. Jin Sibei was already injured in many places, both internal and external. He was the weakest among the 5 Shen beasts. Even if they went up, they might not be able to leave. Jin Sibei laughed sorrowfully and said, "Good." He was also a decisive person. Making a prompt decision, he suddenly used all the profound qi in his body to stop the upward momentum of his body. The instant Du Ju's body passed him, he suddenly used all his strength to push Du Ju's feet. Du Ju's body shot out like a sharp sword, his speed suddenly doubled. On the other hand, Jin Sibei's body was falling rapidly due to the counterforce. He roared with all his might, "Kill Jun Moxie for me." Just as he finished shouting, his body had already been smashed into the ground by the fists and kicks of countless Shen beasts. Jin Sibei also knew this situation, so he decisively chose to help Du Ju. If the two of them were to fight again, then neither of them would be able to leave. They were both venerable ones and had lived for hundreds of years. They had seen through life and death. Moreover, what Du Ju said was the truth. Therefore, Jin Sibei chose to sacrifice himself without hesitation. The two of them, one in the elusive land of immortals and the other in the supreme golden city, had been fighting each other for half of their lives. But at this moment, at the critical juncture of life and death, they both chose to cooperate wholeheartedly. Jin Sibei did not even care about his own life and successfully sent Du Ju out. If it was anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits. But Jin Sibei at this moment sacrificed his own life to help his comrade. After all, venerable ones still had a demeanor that was far superior to ordinary experts. Du Ju let out a shrill howl as he borrowed Jin Sibei's strength to recover his qi and shoot through the air. Above his head, a beast king that had just taken human form had its body pierced through by him, creating a huge hole in its body. The beast king's innards flew through the air with a head full of blood. "I will definitely avenge you," Du Ju shouted. At this moment he was still running like lightning. Xiao Tianye and Chu Wuqing were right in front of him. They were about to be safe. "Stay, Du Ju." Mei Shuiyan roared angrily and appeared behind him like a bolt of lightning. She slashed out with her palm, but Du Ju did not dodge or evade. Instead, he continued running with all his might. Mei Shuiyan's palm strike landed, and with a loud bang, Du Ju spat out a mouthful of blood into the air. However, he managed to turn the force of the attack into a new source of motivation. Even though his internal injuries worsened, he borrowed the momentum of this palm strike to increase his speed even further. "Be careful behind you." Xiao Tianye turned around and slammed his palms towards the flying Shen beasts above Du Ju's head as he roared. Du Ju was startled upon hearing this, and he twisted his body forcefully. With a chi sound, he felt a cold sensation as a sword pierced through his shoulder, protruding out from his shoulder blade. The tip of the sword flickered lightly, and as Du Ju continued to advance, the sword instantly retracted from his body. Du Ju howled madly as he spat out another mouthful of blood. His body was already riddled with injuries. Behind him, Jun Moxie appeared in the air with his sword. His face was full of pity. In a flash, he disappeared again. He had activated the yin-yang escape art for this sword strike, and he had used the man and sword as one within the yin-yang escape art. However, with Xiao Tianye's warning, he had failed at the last step. The sword that should have pierced Du Ju's back had only pierced his shoulder. It was a great pity that he couldn't kill Du Ju on the spot. Before the true chi on the sword could explode, Du Ju had already shaken it off with his top speed. However, this sword was enough to make Du Ju suffer. It pierced through his shoulder blade. Xiao Tianye's body was shining with white light and steam was coming out of his head. His strong Shen Qi was obviously at its peak. Normal Shen beasts couldn't hurt him at all. They couldn't even get close to him. He reached out one hand and was ready to help Du Ju, because he could tell that Du Ju was at the end of his rope. If he didn't help him, he might not be able to escape. A shadow flashed behind Du Ju and the sword light flashed. Xiao Tianye was furious. He shouted, "How dare you, you scoundrel!" He sent out a palm strike with all his strength. The sword light disappeared and the shadow disappeared. However, a white palm appeared out of nowhere and hit Du Ju's back. Jun Moxie. He appeared again and attacked. He attacked twice and caused Du Ju to be seriously injured twice. Du Ju let out another miserable groan as blood spurted out from his nose and mouth. Unable to hold on any longer, his body suddenly fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Xiao Tianye rushed over at this time and picked him up, hugging him tightly in his arms. His face was full of grief and indignation as he shouted, "Go!" Together with Chu Wuqing, the two of them ran forward without any hesitation. "Where's Jin Sibei?" Chu Wuqing asked anxiously. "He's finished. In order to save me." Du Ju, who was on the verge of death in Xiao Tianye's arms, had a tear in his eye. After saying this, he fainted. With internal and external injuries, Du Ju was on the verge of death. Chu Wuqing roared in anger. He wanted to turn around and fight, but he was pulled back by Xiao Tianye. At this moment, a black object flew towards them. It was Bear Mountain, who kicked Lucio's head and scolded, "Fuck you." The kick was so powerful that Lucio's head was separated from his body. It flew far away like a meteor hammer. Chu Wuqing roared in grief and indignation. He caught the head and sped up with Xiao Tianye, disappearing into the snowstorm. Before they disappeared, they saw Xiao Tianye stagger and spit out a mouthful of blood on the ground. This level 3 venerable could no longer hold back the consequences of his collision with Mei Shuiyan, and he spat out blood. He had suffered a great loss in this battle. Seeing the two of them escape, the group of eagles chased after them. Jun Wui waved his flag. Mei Shuiyan saw this and let out a long whistle. Eagle King quickly retreated. "Don't chase after a desperate enemy. If we continue, we might be ambushed by their men." Jun Wui said calmly and sighed. "It's a pity that 4 of them left. It's a pity that we won't get another chance like this again." After a loud explosion, 5 or 6 beast kings crawled out of the pit. The compassionate venerable Zhen Sibei was already buried in the pit. However, he fought back and self-destructed his Shen Qi. In the end, he killed 2 beast kings with him. The others were also badly injured. Only the physique of Shen beasts was better than that of humans. With the help of Jun Moxie's elixirs, they could recover. This is already a good result. 6 venerables, we killed 2, seriously injured 1 and lightly injured 2. This kind of achievement was already quite glorious. If you want to keep all of them here and not let any of them go, that's not realistic. Mei Shuiyan looked mournful as she looked at the dead beast kings. "It's a pity for our brothers. They had just transformed and didn't have the chance to appreciate the beauty of this world. They were buried in this world of ice and snow. Life and death are decreed by fate. Boss, don't be too sad." Bear Mountain and Long Crane comforted her with hoarse voices. Although they were comforting Mei Shuiyan, their eyes were full of sorrow. "Now that we've arrived at the Silver City, we've already suffered some losses. I wonder what would happen if we were to face the main forces of the 3 Holy Lands on the 2nd day of the 2nd month?" Mei Shuiyan's gaze was distant. She looked at the distant snowy peaks that were shrouded in clouds and mist as she softly said. Everyone fell silent. The mountain wind blew, chilling them to the bone. The night was especially dark. Mei Shuiyan slowly walked out of her tent and looked at the moon in the sky. She did not speak for a long time. There was a rustling sound behind her and Jun Imosia walked out. He did not say a word and only stood beside Mei Shuiyan. After a long time, "Shuiyan, what are you thinking about?" Jun Moxie finally asked softly. "Why do you look like you have a lot on your mind?" "I'm thinking about the big battle in 2 days." Mei Shuiyan looked up at the sky. "I'm thinking about the Tianfa forest sending out an unprecedented number of people. Whether it's in terms of quantity or quality, this is the only time in 10,000 years that Tianfa is not sent out for the war for seizing the heavens. But how many people will be able to return safely after this battle?" I'm also thinking about the big battle in 2 days. But my thoughts are slightly different from yours. Jun Moxie revealed a cruel smile and said, I'm thinking about how many people from the 3 Holy Lands will be lucky enough to escape after this battle. And how many strong people like Zhen Sibei and Lucio will be buried here forever. Chapter 683. You won't understand. Mei Shuiyin shook her head helplessly. The 3 Holy Lands never send out venerable or saint powerhouses. Even if they are in danger, as long as the safety of the Holy Lands is not threatened, they will never send out venerable or saint powerhouses. This is the principle. Because that is where the foundation of the 3 Holy Lands lies. This time they sent out 6 venerable ones just to test the waters. Xiao Tianye even said that the wandering venerable and the venerable of life and death are coming. I believe that is not a bluff. These 2 people were at the peak of the 3rd level of the venerable 200 years ago. It is very likely that they are already at the 4th level of the venerable realm. If they haven't stepped into the 4th level, I might be able to deal with one of them. However, if they've really stepped into the 4th level, I'm definitely no match for them. Don't look like you don't care, you don't understand what a 4th level venerable means at all. Mei Shuiyin sighed and lowered her head, looking straight into Jun Emosie's eyes. A 4th level venerable means that they have a body that has been tempered by the lightning of heaven and earth. Their strength is absolutely beyond your imagination. If they really want to fight us, I'm afraid this battle is going to be a disaster. You are at the beginning level of the 3rd level of the venerable realm. Jun Moxie asked after a moment of silence. Yes. So, if they really come, I don't have the confidence to handle them. I might not even be able to handle them one-on-one. Among all the people on our side, there is no one who can be a match for them. There is only one way to deal with them. Mei Shuiyin looked at Jun Emosia with a burning gaze. It's a Xian beast self-destruction. And not just one. We need at least 4 of them to self-destruct at the same time to cause any damage to them. Mei Shuiyin sighed, other than this method I really have no other way. Unless I can break through again in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, this battle will be fierce and the losses we will face will be unimaginable. However, I have just broken through to level 3 not long ago and am only at the primary realm. It is impossible for me to break through again. With the current lineup of the 3 Holy Lands, they've basically shed all pretense of cordiality. Looks like they're already throwing caution to the wind. Breaking through again in the shortest time possible? Jun Moxie was startled and said thoughtfully, You've just broken through not long ago, so the elemental energy in your meridians hasn't reached the level of overflowing yet, right? Mei Shuiyin rolled her eyes at him and said snappily, This is common sense. Don't you know? Regardless of whether it was a human or a profound beast in human form, as long as they broke through, their origin energy would change forms in their meridians and return to the primary state. Then, they would wait until their meridians were full again before they would make the next breakthrough. You're asking me this even though you already know the answer. You don't know what you're talking about. Since this battle is going to be dangerous and we're not strong enough, I'm afraid we'll be at a disadvantage if we accept the battle rashly. However, this battle is absolutely necessary. We're already riding a tiger and it's hard to get off. Jun Moxie chuckled and took a deep breath. His eyes were unprecedentedly fierce. We've announced to the world in advance that we've come with such an aggressive momentum. If we return in failure, then the Jun family and the Tianfa forest will become the laughingstock of the entire continent. We might even be consigned to eternal damnation. Haha, the Silver Blizzard City has actually forced me to such a desperate situation. His eyes suddenly became incomparably deep. The unexpected intervention of the 3 Holy Lands this time has really caught us unprepared. I'm afraid that the 3 Holy Lands are planning to do this. Mei Shuiyin said softly, but I didn't think that the 3 Holy Lands would be forced to the point of sending out venerables. Moreover, so many of them at once. I originally thought that sending 1 or 2 venerables to lead the troops would be good enough. It's against the teachings of our ancestors. I didn't think that they would risk the world to get rid of me. Sigh. Although Xiao Tianye's strength has reached the level 3 venerable, he's at most on par with you. Moreover, he's injured so his strength will definitely be reduced. Du Ju's injuries are not light either. It's already good enough that he's not dead. His combat power is negligible. Hua Fengwen's injuries are light, but he's still a formidable figure. As for Chu Wuqing's injuries, he's about the same as Xiao Tianye's. As for Zhen Sibei and Lucio, they're already dead. Jun Moxie said lightly, These 6 venerables have at most 2.5 venerables left or even weaker. I believe that they're no threat to us. So, we only need to defend against the wandering venerable and the venerable of life and death. That's right. But these 2 are the hardest to defend against. We don't even have the strength to defend against them. Mei Shuyan took a deep breath. In terms of middle-level strength, we'll definitely win. But in terms of high-level strength, there's a huge gap. Don't be so pessimistic. There's nothing we can't do even if we're trying to save a dead horse. There's always a way out. Wuxia smiled in an extremely relaxed manner. A look of determination appeared on his face as he said, "Follow me. Shuyan, I'll show you what a miracle is tonight." As he spoke, he used his movement skills and dashed out. "What are you doing?" Just as Mei Shuyan asked, Jun Moxie was already far away, so she had no choice but to follow him. The two silhouettes seemed to have turned into phantoms as they flitted through the mountains covered in pure white snow. Finally, Jun Moxie stopped in a valley with a thick layer of snow. Swoosh. Mei Shuyan stood beside him and asked, "What are we doing here?" "Look, this place is surrounded by 3 peaks and the moon is in the sky. This is the place with the densest spiritual energy. Let me lend you a helping hand. I'll help you break through to the 4th level." Jun Moxie said casually. His eyes were filled with madness. "What kind of joke is this? Do you think that this is something that can be broken through by eating a pill?" Mei Shuyan widened her eyes and scolded him. But before she could finish her sentence, Jun Moxie suddenly stretched out his hands and hugged her tightly. Then a pair of warm lips kissed her little mouth. She felt her body go limp and was pressed down by Jun Moxie's strong body onto the snowy ground. Mei Shuyan sighed in her heart. "So this kid wants to take advantage of me? I don't have much confidence in this battle, so I might as well let him do as he pleases for once. Who knows if everyone will survive this battle? Anyway, even if I have to risk my life, I won't let you get hurt." Mei Shuyan closed her eyes and didn't resist anymore. Just as she was about to accept her lover's tender love, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. What came out of Jun Moxie's mouth wasn't the scene that she had imagined. Instead, it was the endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And it was the purest form of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Such pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed out of Jun Moxie's mouth in an unending stream. The density of the spiritual energy almost made Mei Shuyan suffocate. This kind of pure and rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth was something that Mei Shuyan could only dream of. And now, the miracle of her dreams had really appeared in front of her eyes. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at Jun Moxie worriedly. Her eyes were filled with pleading and worry. She was worried that Jun Moxie's output of spiritual energy of heaven and earth would bring harm to himself. But her eyes clearly met and felt the warmth and ease in Jun Moxie's eyes. His eyes clearly conveyed a clear message to her. Don't worry, focus on concentrating your chi and quickly circulate your inner breath to transform this spiritual energy into your own. Mei Shuyan finally calmed down. She closed her eyes and circulated the energy in her body. At this moment, she felt that her meridians, which were usually very wide, were now like a dried-up stream. And Jun Moxie's spiritual energy of heaven and earth was like a vast ocean, surging towards her endlessly. Mei Shuyan lay quietly under Jun Moxie's body, allowing the warm and majestic body above her to press against her. She gradually entered into a state of oblivion. This was a method that Jun Moxie had always wanted to use, but did not dare to use. Directly activate the power of the Hongjun Pagoda in his body, activate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and use his own body as a medium to help others improve. Although it was safer to inject spiritual energy from his palm through Mei Shuyan's wrist, it was not as fast as doing it this way. Furthermore, this was the most direct infusion of spiritual energy. Using his own hand to refine the spiritual energy was too time-consuming. There was not enough time. With Mei Shuyan's foundation, she should be able to handle it. The moment he kissed Mei Shuyan's small mouth, he used all his spiritual energy to attack the Hongjun Pagoda. With a schwa sound, the Hongjun Pagoda once again emitted a 7-colored glow. Then, it rose up in his sea of consciousness, spinning and turning, becoming incomparably huge. The door of the pagoda suddenly opened, and countless spiritual energy of heaven and earth gushed out. In the next moment, Jun Moxie forcibly merged his consciousness with the Hongjun Pagoda, and directly guided this spiritual energy into his mouth. This created a reality. Jun Moxie's mouth was equivalent to the door of the Hongjun Pagoda. The pure, rich, and turbulent spiritual energy of heaven and earth, with the Hongjun Pagoda's close to 60% output rate, endlessly entered Mei Shuyan's body. This rate was a little too terrifying. Even with Mei Shuyan's strong foundation, she might not be able to bear it if she continued to forcefully inject spiritual energy. Therefore, Jun Moxie had been carefully controlling it. The moment he discovered that Mei Shuyan could not bear it, he would immediately stop it. This was the output of 60% of the Hongjun Pagoda's output rate. And this was also the maximum output that Jun Moxie could control at the moment. Normally, when Jun Moxie practiced, he would only replenish the spiritual energy bit by bit as he practiced. He had never been this crazy before. One had to know that his meridians could not bear such a large flow of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If he did that, his meridians would most likely rupture and shatter. But this time, with such a large output rate, Mei Shuiyan was able to bear it head-on. In fact, she did not even show any signs of difficulty. At this moment, Jun Moxie finally experienced the true terror of a venerable. It was indeed as vast as the sea. He had really underestimated the heroes of the world. I must improve. I must improve. Chapter 684. This could be said to be Jun Moxia's ultimate killing move. If this move didn't work, then when facing powerful enemies like the Wandering Venerable and the Venerable of Life and Death, the future would be bleak. Or the only way left was to retreat. Whether it would work or not, Jun Moxie didn't have the slightest confidence. Time passed by quietly. Mei Shuiyan could only feel that the meridians in her body were changing rapidly like a raging sea. One moment it was as cold as ice and the next moment, it was as hot as fire. A huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi was crazily entering her body. After quickly circulating through her meridians, it transformed into the yuan qi that she originally needed to train hard to obtain. The newly obtained yuan qi actually stopped in her meridians abnormally obediently. This transformation process was actually incomparably fast. What Mei Shuiyan needed to do now was very simple. She needed to increase the speed of the yuan li in her meridians. Faster, faster. Other than that, she didn't need to worry about anything else. No need to absorb. No need to sense. No need to comprehend. No need to panic, because everything was decided by Jun Moxie. Everything was decided by Jun Moxie. The green jade-colored yuan qi in his meridians gradually increased. From a faintly discernible dry stream, it gradually expanded into a gurgling stream, then transformed into a rapidly flowing stream, and then gradually evolved into a surging river. All of this happened so fast. In the past, it would have taken years, decades, or even hundreds of years of accumulation to achieve this level of power and advancement. But tonight, all of these ideas and traditions were overthrown. The breakthrough of a venerable could actually be achieved so quickly? Continuous improvement, level 3 venerable, early stage, peak of early stage, intermediate stage, accumulation again, breakthrough again, peak of intermediate stage, continue, step into the peak. This crazy speed made Mei Shuiyan feel like she was dreaming. With the influx of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, Mei Shuiyan's meridians actually began to swell up in less than 4 hours. Gradually, they expanded to a horrifying extent, and they were still surging into her body. The meridians that Mei Shuiyan carved were like a small reservoir downstream, and above this reservoir was the sea. Now there was a hole in the sea and a terrifying amount of water poured down crazily, filling up the small reservoir, but it didn't stop. Suddenly, an inexplicable whirlwind appeared in the sky, swirling countless snowflakes straight up into the sky. With a hong sound, the northern wind started to blow. The wind became stronger and stronger, and the originally bright sky that was filled with stars and the bright moon was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Groups of clouds, with lightning speed, rushed over with a loud bang, gathering from all directions, as if the heavenly soldiers and generals had received an order to gather. Clumps, layers, rolls, and waves of clouds surged and overlapped with each other, rushing to appear and then being covered by other clouds. In the blink of an eye, the clear sky was already covered with dark clouds. Between heaven and earth, it was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers in front of one's face. This kind of stacking speed even in the summer was definitely rare. But such a strange phenomenon had appeared in the coldest winter of the year. Only the increasingly violent northern wind whistled mournfully in the sky. The entire mountain forest trembled and groaned under the ravaging wind. Countless thick branches were torn off. A moment ago they were still flying in the sky, but in the next moment, they were nowhere to be found. The clouds grew thicker and thicker, darker and darker, lower and lower. It was as if they were pressing down with an overwhelming and irresistible force. A heavy, solemn, and desolate atmosphere suddenly filled the world. A faint light inexplicably appeared, that was a small but intense lightning flashing in the clouds, shuttling back and forth, accumulating, preparing. That was the wrath of the thunder god. And it was the power of heaven and earth. The faint muffled sound of thunder came slowly from the 9 heavens, as if it was far above the 33 heavens, but it also seemed to be very close to the ear, or perhaps it was right in the heart. That kind of oppressive to the extreme, could almost drive a person crazy on the spot. This was the snow mountain of the extreme north. It was a place where thunder and lightning had not been seen for tens of thousands of years. Now, at this moment, in this snowy mountain of winter, such an extremely strange thing actually happened. At this moment, somewhere hundreds of miles away, 3 groups of people were speeding towards the snowy mountain, as if they were flying as fast as lightning, as fast as the wind. But just as the sky suddenly darkened, this group of people suddenly stopped in their tracks, concentrating on sensing this supreme pressure in the world. The faces of the 3 middle-aged men in the lead changed greatly. The power of heaven and earth. The power of wind and lightning. Who is breaking through? Who is breaking through, to actually cause such a powerful change in the world? I never thought that in the extreme north, there would be such a powerful existence. A man with a black beard and a white robe raised his head in shock, looking at the faint lightning in the sky, his expression shocked and solemn. That's right, only a 4th-level venerable or a saint expert breaking through would cause such a phenomenon. Brother Xiao Yao, the strength of this person who is breaking through is probably not to be underestimated. After all, this is the snowy mountain of the extreme north. Another middle-aged man in hemp robes had an ashamed expression on his face. In the depths of winter and in the snowy mountain of the extreme north, he could actually cause such a powerful lightning tribulation. This kind of strength was enough to make them unable to catch up to him. Another middle-aged man in the lead had a serious expression on his face as he looked at the strange changes in the sky, and said indifferently, "I originally thought that with us personally taking action, the Battle of Blizzard Silver City would be won without any suspense. But I never thought that there would be such a hidden expert here. If this person belongs to the enemy, then Xiaoyao, I'm afraid we're in for a lot of fun this time. It can't be so coincidental." The man who spoke first had a strong sense of uncertainty in his voice, as well as a hint of fear. He was silent for a moment and then said, "Everyone, let's look in that direction and be careful not to alarm this person. It would be best if we don't become enemies." The other 2 responded in unison. The 3 groups of people were like 3 sharp arrows, flying in the direction of the lightning in the dark night. Everyone here was experienced and naturally knew how to look. Inside the Silver Blizzard City, everyone stood outside in a daze looking at the sky in fear. They couldn't understand what was going on. If someone had said before that there would be a natural phenomenon of lightning striking here, everyone present would have scoffed at it. But now, this originally impossible situation was happening right in front of everyone's eyes. Many people pinched their arms and thighs fiercely, with a dreamy look on their faces. Is this really not a dream? Coincidentally, a group of people arrived at Blizzard Silver City at this delicate moment, and the disciples who were guarding the entrance were knocked unconscious. The leader of the group had a gloomy expression on his face as he floated to the center of the plaza in front of the main hall of the Blizzard Silver City. Where is the leader of the Blizzard Silver City? The 3 Holy Lands are here to help. Why isn't anyone here to welcome us? It was Xiao Tianya and the others. Han Zhanmeng, Xiao Xingyun, and the others heard the news, and hurriedly led the people out to welcome them. Han Zhanmeng's mood was very complicated, but Xiao Xingyun was wild with joy. Especially when he saw that the Xiao family's ancestor was among the people from the Supreme Golden City, he was even more elated. They hurriedly welcomed them. Xiao Tianya snorted coldly and looked at the dark clouds and lightning in the sky with a puzzled expression. He ordered, "Prepare a guest room for us to rest." Only then did Xiao Xingyun and the others realize that the leaders of the group were emitting powerful auras. However, all of them were wounded. "Senior, what's going on?" Xiao Xingyun cautiously asked. "What's wrong? Isn't it because of your bullsh**t? Xiao Tianya snorted and looked at Xiao Xingyun with a hint of hatred in his eyes. "We just fought with Jun Moxie's team. The compassionate Venerable Zhen Cibei and the rogue Venerable Lu Qiu are all buried in the snow. Xiao Xingyun, this is all your Xiao family's fault. What else do you want to know?" Xiao Xingyun felt like he had been struck by lightning. "Is this true? Don't tell me that the Jun family's strength has reached such a level? There are at least 2,000 level 9 Shen beasts here. You decide how strong they are." The Venerable of the Broken Sword, Hua Feng Wenlingling, said. Xiao Xingyun cried out in alarm when he heard such a grievous news. He was dumbstruck on the spot. Hua Fengwen ignored him and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. "Brother Xiao, this must be a top-notch expert breaking through, right?" Xiao Tianya's face darkened and said, "Yes. There must be a top-notch expert making a breakthrough at this moment. Otherwise, how could such an abnormal situation that defies common sense appear in this extreme north?" Hua Fengwen's face was filled with envy. He stared blankly at the drifting lightning and was lost in thought. Brother Xiao, do you think this person is the Venerable Mei? Chu Wuqing asked. Impossible. Her cultivation base is at most the same as mine, an early-stage third-grade Venerable. She needs at least 300 years of hard work to reach the peak level. How could she break through? Xiao Tianye snorted and said, if she really broke through, then I can break through to the level above the Saint Realm. Everyone laughed. They were all experienced and knowledgeable people, and they knew that Xiao Tianye's judgment was extremely reasonable. Immediately, they ordered the people of the Silver City to prepare a secluded room for Du Ju to rest. After that, everyone gathered in the square and looked up at the sky, feeling the majesty of the heavens and earth. When the thunder and lightning appeared in the sky, Mei Shuiyan's eyes finally showed fear. She was not her usual self and started to struggle violently. She knew that she was about to face the biggest test of breaking through. The power of heaven and earth, the power of thunder and lightning. Chapter 685. Mei Shuiyan's graceful body struggled intensely, her bright and beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety and pleading. Looking at Jun Moxie's face, who was just inches away, her eyes revealed a mournful and intense pleading. Please leave me quickly. Please let go of your embrace. Only when you are safe, then I will have the courage to get through this. I beg you, please leave me quickly. Although she did not say it out loud, but Jun Moxie could clearly hear her inner voice. Jun Moxie remained motionless, and used even more strength to control Mei Shuiyan's body, almost using all of his strength. In order to control Mei Shuiyan, Jun Moxie even removed the protection of his true power at the weakest joints of his body, and shifted it to the places where Mei Shuiyan could struggle. If Mei Shuiyan were to forcefully struggle free from him, then the first thing that would break would be Jun Moxie's 4 limbs. This method was extreme. After his 4 limbs were broken, in the current place where the lightning was concentrated, just the remnant power was enough to take away his nickname. So, Mei Shuiyan did not dare to struggle at all. In the next moment, Mei Shuiyan's usually indifferent, steady eyes actually turned into panic and despair. Feeling the clouds in the sky getting lower and lower, and the lightning in the clouds getting denser and denser, her tears finally flowed out. She looked at Jun Moxie pleadingly, her lips were blocked, but the despair and sadness in her heart was obvious. At this moment, Mei Shuiyan's heart was broken. Sweetheart, if this world doesn't have you, then even if I break through to the level of Saint King, what's the point? I beg you. Let me go. Jun Moxie stared intently at her eyes, his warm gaze became stern, a pair of clear and ice-cold eyes, looking at Mei Shuiyan's eyes, revealing a stern expression. It was a clear warning, don't move. Do you dare to move again and see what happens? Mei Shuiyan finally stopped struggling. Tears streamed down her face like a fountain. She could feel the heaven and earth spiritual energy rushing into her meridians. Finally, boom. The 4th level of the Venerable Realm was finally broken through. An even denser and vast amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy rushed into her body, and at this moment she truly felt a brand new realm, powerful and mysterious. Logically speaking, this was the situation he had been dreaming of for a long time. It was the happiest and most exciting moment to have one's wish come true. However, Mei Shuiyan didn't feel the slightest bit like this. All she could feel was despair. This was because there was a sudden flash of light in midair, and it was as if the entire world was illuminated. 2 lightning bolts as thick as a finger struck down with unparalleled speed, connecting the heavens and the earth. His target was Jun Moxie's head. Mei Shuiyan closed her eyes and withdrew her Xianqi protection. Since you don't want to leave, then let's go together. Don't think that I can survive without you in this world, that's impossible. Do you know? Jun Emosia's eyes revealed an indescribable smile. He felt the Hongjun Pagoda in his mind tremble. Then a powerful aura rose. Suddenly, a funnel-shaped aura appeared above Jun Emosia's head. It was hard to see it with the naked eye. It seemed as if it was welcoming something. Jun Daxiao wasn't someone who didn't know the gravity of the situation. But at the moment when the strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, he had a clear feeling that the Hongjun Pagoda could resist the power of heaven and earth. In fact, it wouldn't be difficult at all. This kind of feeling was really mysterious, it just appeared in his heart so abruptly. It was very mysterious. It was indescribable. Jun Moxie had always believed in his own intuition, so he wouldn't avoid it. Since he had such confidence, why would he let Mei Shuiyan take the risk to go through the tribulation? Right now, Jun Moxie clearly understood that this kind of power of heaven and earth, and the power of lightning, was most likely the heaven's tribulation mentioned in the Hongjun Pagoda. It shouldn't be wrong. But as to what level this heaven's tribulation was, Jun Moxie couldn't determine. Moreover, there wasn't enough time for him to look it up. He only needed to know that the Hongjun Pagoda would definitely be able to withstand it. The lightning arrived above his head in an instant, bringing with it a terrifying pressure and strong airflow. Mei Shuyan could clearly feel Jun Moxie's hair standing on end. She stood up. She couldn't help but open her eyes and looked at Jun Moxie's face with deep emotions. Could it be that this was the last time in this lifetime? But Mei Shuyan discovered a scene that she didn't dare to believe. When the two powerful lightning came into contact with Jun Moxie's head, there wasn't the expected impact, nor was there any painful reaction from Jun Moxie. Instead, it disappeared without a sound. He had disappeared without a trace. He had disappeared so abruptly and without any reason. What's going on? What's going on? Mei Shuyan seemed to have forgotten the sadness and despair from a moment ago. She watched in horror. Another bolt, another 2 bolts. Another 3 bolts of lightning fell down like a torrential downpour. Each bolt was extremely accurate, and each bolt brought with it an earth-shattering power. Then they disappeared without a sound, and mysteriously above Jun Moxie's head. Such a shocking power of lightning actually didn't harm Jun Moxie at all. How was this possible? Mei Shuyan widened her big round eyes. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The thunder in the sky was getting louder and louder, and the frequency of the lightning was getting denser and denser, as if it was going to split the heavens and the earth. Split. The continuous flashes of lightning illuminated the entire night sky. Even the slightest bit could be seen. Under the illumination of the lightning, a man and a woman hugged each other peacefully, and kissed each other sweetly. It was as if the lightning that could split a mountain didn't exist at all. The 3 groups of people that came from afar stopped in their tracks. Only the 3 people in the lead flew over to take a look. Their faces were filled with shock. Even the 3 people in the lead had never seen such a terrifying aura before. Among the 3 of them, 2 of them had already reached the 4th level of the Venerable Realm. When they broke through, although they also had lightning on their bodies, the power was much weaker than the one in front of them. They couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath as the one in front of them. But now, the lightning had already lasted for close to 2 hours, and there was no sign of it stopping. Instead, it was getting fiercer and fiercer. Could this be the power of lightning triggered by a saint's breakthrough? These 3 people and their troops were the reinforcements that Xiao Tianya and the rest were anxiously waiting for. The unfettered Venerable Mo Xiao Yao, the Venerable of Life and Death Wei Kong Kun, and the desolate Venerable Jia Qing Yun. Currently they had left most of their troops 10 li away, and the 3 of them had snuck here. Looking at the dense lightning in the sky, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Especially the 2 who had experienced lightning before, their scalps went numb and their backs turned cold. From the looks of it, the person below should be able to hold on. Let's go over later and see if we can befriend him. At the very least, we can't let such a strong person stand on the opposite side of our 3 holy lands. If he really is a hermit, that would be the best. Mo Xiao Yao's eyes were filled with worry, but there was also a hint of excitement. The other 2 nodded, their faces solemn as well. Mo Xiao Yao said, however, we must pay attention to our words later. People like us in the 3 holy lands are used to being arrogant and undisciplined. If we say anything wrong and anger the other party, it will not be easy to explain. Making a strong enemy out of nowhere is not something we want. The other 2 laughed and said, we all came up from the bottom. If we didn't go through that period of pretending to be weak, would we be able to reach where we are today? Don't worry, we definitely won't mess things up. Mo Xiao Yao couldn't help but laugh as well. However, if this person doesn't accept our good intentions and insists on standing on the opposite side, we don't have to be merciful. Listen to my signal, let's attack together. Let's take advantage of the fact that he has just broken through and is at his weakest moment to finish him off. Remember, if such a situation really arises, we must use all our strength in the first strike. We must not be merciful. Just use your trump card. Jia Qing Yun and Wei Kong Kun's faces also turned heavy. They nodded slowly and said, since that's the case, we'll prepare for both sides at the same time. No matter what, we must settle it perfectly. Mo Xiao Yao was the biological younger brother of the Palace Lord of Hermitage, Missouri Wudao. They were born from the same mother. Mo Wudao was in charge of Hermitage, and his younger brother had become the protector of Hermitage. Originally, with Mo Xiao Yao's cultivation, he could totally be the protector of Hermitage. But in order to appease the masses, Mo Wudao had demoted him by a level and made a 4th level venerable his protector. However, Mo Xiao Yao did not have any complaints and still did his best to assist his elder brother. He was originally an intelligent person, and his actions were meticulous and thorough. It could be said that under the venerable level of Hermitage, everything was managed by him in an orderly manner. This time the three of them had led their own teams here. Unintentionally or unintentionally, they had also acknowledged his leadership. And at this moment, his suggestion was also the best method. At this time, the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly stopped, and the earth-shaking rumbling also disappeared without a trace. In almost an instant, with a schwa sound, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. Looking over, it was already a clear night sky. The stars shone brightly, and the moon had already set in the west. This terrifying wave of heaven and earth's might had finally passed. More daunting than dangerous. Jun Moxie finally crawled up from Mei Shuiyan's body. It wasn't that he didn't want to improve, but this was the most crucial moment for Mei Shuiyan. All the enlightenment needed to be done at this moment, all the new realms needed to be digested at this moment, and all the new abilities needed to be consolidated at this moment. So now was definitely not the time for him to be impudent. Mei Shuiyan had already entered a meditative state. Jun Moxie looked at Mei Shuiyan, and his expression suddenly changed. In the next instant, he had already gently carried Mei Shuiyan, and the two of them were like water droplets that had melted into the ocean, quietly disappearing into the layer of snow below them. Chapter 686. First update. Because Jun Moxie could feel three powerful auras flying in their direction. Be it friend or foe, Mei Shuiyan was at the most crucial moment and could not be disturbed. Thus he immediately dove underground. Mo Xiaoyao and the other two venerables were extremely fast. Once they unleashed their full power, they traversed hundreds of zhang in an instant and landed right in the middle of the valley. Looking up, all they could see was a vast expanse of snow and silence. There was not a single person to be seen. This was the place where the lightning tribulation had happened. How could there be no trace of anyone here? It should be here, there's no way I'm wrong. But why is there no one? Could it be that my judgment is wrong? Mo Xiaoyao furrowed his brows and muttered. It can't be wrong. The location I sensed is also here. Everyone look around. Jia Qingyun said. Something's wrong. Wei Kong-kun furrowed his brows deeply. Xiaoyao, we've both experienced the tempering of the heavenly lightning before. Every night, I dream of that day, and even now, I still feel a lingering fear. I remember that when I successfully broke through, the surroundings were pitch black, and the entire place had been struck until it was beyond recognition. Even the mountain peak I was on was smashed into smithereens. I think your situation should be similar. But look at this place. He sucked in a breath of air. Based on the power of the lightning just now, I wouldn't be surprised even if it flattened these three mountains, or even split them into deep valleys. The lightning tribulation just now was too terrifying. But this place seems too peaceful. Not to mention the mountains collapsing, even the snow on the ground did not move much. Xiaoyao, isn't this a little too abnormal? Mo Xiaoyao nodded, his eyes shining as he looked around the valley. As expected, I also thought of this problem just now. For such a phenomenon to occur, I guess there are only three possibilities. First, this person's strength has already reached the pinnacle, directly dissolving the lightning tribulation into nothingness. What about the second? Second, this person might have some magical treasure on him that can absorb and dispel the power of lightning. Mo Xiaoyao studied the surrounding terrain and said, thirdly, there's something strange about this land. The power of thunder and lightning cannot pass through, so it's hard to cause any damage. Wei Kong-kun laughed bitterly. I'd rather believe the second and third point than the first point. If that's really the case, then that person's true strength is too terrifying. I believe that even a saint-level expert might not be able to do that. It is indeed quite devastating. Mo Xiaoyao nodded, an indescribable expression on his face. But there's one thing that we can be sure of. Even if this person doesn't have that terrifying level of power, he's still no weaker than you and I. There's no doubt about that. That's right, there's no doubt about it. The other two nodded in agreement. It's probably because we came a step too late. This person has already passed the test and left. If it were us, we would have done the same. Mo Xiaoyao looked up at the sky, lost in thought for a while. Let's go. Even if that person hasn't gone far, judging from the current situation, he shouldn't have suffered any injuries. The prerequisite of our plan was for that person to lose a lot of Shen Qi after passing the test. Only then would we have 100% chance of winning. Right now, with the strength of the three of us, it's impossible to take down this person without paying a huge price. If this person's strength is truly unfathomable, chasing after him will only incur his displeasure. He shook his head, his expression somewhat dejected. The three of them looked at each other again and finally left. Jun and Mo Xie only heaved a sigh of relief when they had truly gone far away and met up with the rest of the troops, once again setting off in the direction of the Blizzard Silver City. The aura of these three people was not something that Xiao Tianya and the rest could compare with. They were truly powerful. Turning to look at Mei Shuyan, he saw that she was quietly closing her eyes with a peaceful smile on her face. Her entire body was emitting a holy radiance. For a moment, Jun Moxie was mesmerized by her beauty. After a long time, Jun Dashao suddenly sat on the ground. The reason was that the Hongjun Pagoda was starting to backfire. Jun Moxie felt as if his brain was being pierced by thousands of needles. Ever since he stopped the output, he had been extremely nervous. With the arrival of these three people, Jun Moxie used the last of his strength to dive into the ground. When the enemy was right in front of him, he didn't feel anything. Now that the enemy was gone, he relaxed and immediately felt that he had no more strength left to support his body. Thus, he sat on the ground without a care for his image. Even with Jun Moxie's current strength, he was still unable to control the massive output of the Hongjun Pagoda. Furthermore, it had lasted for such a long time. In addition, after the Hongjun Pagoda had absorbed the lightning, it had suddenly gone berserk for a brief moment. Jun Mosia's state of mind had almost collapsed at that moment. Therefore, the backfire this time was unprecedentedly ferocious. It was even more ferocious than any of the previous times. Now that the danger was over and Mei Shuyan was about to break through, the relaxed Jun Dashao finally felt his fatigue. His head began to throb with pain. He sat quietly on the ground with his eyes closed, trying his best to endure the unspeakable pain in his head. However, he did not make a single sound, afraid that he would disturb Mei Shuyan's enlightenment. The muscles on Jun Moxie's face became more and more distorted. His entire body started to tremble as if he was convulsing. Beads of sweat started to drip down, drenching his clothes. The temperature here was extremely low. Once the sweat came into contact with the cold air, it would suddenly rise. In an instant, the underground snow cave was filled with a thick white mist. This time it was not spiritual chi but real water mist. Jun Moxie sweat. He just sat there like that. In the end, he completely lost consciousness. After a long time, Jun Moxie woke up again. He felt a pair of gentle hands hugging him, gently wiping the beads of sweat off his face. At the same time, a majestic and warm Shen energy was continuously transferred into his body. He slowly woke up and saw Mei Shuyan's worried face. "How are you?" Jun Moxie smiled weakly and asked, "How do you feel after breaking through? Did you make any huge progress?" His eyeballs turned and realized that he had unknowingly returned to the tent in the campsite. And there were only the two of them in the tent. He tried to move but realized that his entire body was sore. The pain in his head did not lessen after he fainted. It still felt like there were 10,000 needles piercing his head. It was even worse than before. In just a moment, cold sweat started to form on his forehead again. It was really too painful. "Wuxia, don't move. Lie down and recuperate quietly. Mother and Qinghan came over earlier but I asked them to go back and rest first. I said that I need to treat your injuries and no one can disturb me. I thought you should have something to tell me." Mei Shuyan's voice was gentle but choked with sobs. "You fool, why didn't you say so earlier? Helping me raise my cultivation actually caused you to suffer such a heavy backlash. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, even if I had to die, I wouldn't have let you do this. You're really foolish." "Kiki, I have something to say." "Of course I have something to say." Jun Moxie smiled weakly and said in a low voice, "Do you know? I just can't accept it. I just can't accept that I'm always being suppressed by others. There's always someone above me who can suppress me. That feeling is too disgusting." Cough cough. "Ever since I came to this world, no matter what I do, I can always feel that my opponent is far stronger than me. They're always suppressing me. Every time I break through, I feel that my strength has increased greatly. When I feel that I can look down on everything, I'll meet a new enemy, a new and undefeatable enemy. Every time I'll be suppressed to the point that I can't even breathe. Kiki. So every time I break through, I'll continue to fight with my life on the line." His eyes shone with a crazed light, sharp and somewhat hysterical. "This feeling is not good. I'm really tired, it's so tough. But I definitely don't want to be suppressed by anyone, no opponent. I'm the evil monarch. I'm the sovereign of the night. Being suppressed by others, I can't accept it. And I can't accept it. I want to be above all my enemies no matter how strong they are." Mei Shuyan choked with sobs. She could feel the weakness in Jun Moxie's heart as well as the crazed suppression. On this cold winter night, Jun Moxie, who had suffered a huge backlash, had fallen into an extremely weak state. For the first time in his life, he had openly revealed his feelings, his pressure and his unwillingness. First, It was the secular world's imperial power. Then, it was a superpower like the Blizzard Silver City? It's like a mountain that has existed since the ancient times, far away on the horizon, but heavily pressing down on my heart. Then the Shuehan Manor followed up with bullying and tyranny. Now there's the Three Holy Lands. Perhaps there's also the Misty Mansion or some other strong power. Jun Moxie closed his eyes and his face flushed red. Let's not talk about the past. Just take the Three Holy Lands as an example. Their trump cards seem to be endless. When I thought that a great master was an expert, a random Huang Taiyang appeared and he was a superior master. When I thought that was the peak, a large number of venerables appeared. Moreover, there were even saints who were above venerables. This huge pressure makes me feel powerless. It made me feel like I was facing an unshakable mountain at all times. I'm very sullen. I'm fucking sullen in this world. Jun Moxie fiercely took a deep breath. His eyes slightly opened and a sharp cold light flashed in them. So, I want to smash them into pieces. Smash them all. Smash them all. These words came out from the gaps between his teeth, one word at a time. Today I received a call from a buddy before I even got up. He wished me a Merry Christmas. I was very happy at that time. So I said, it's too early. Then he said, it's because I've just discovered that you're the most suitable person to celebrate this holiday. I was curious and asked why. He said, it's because you're a real leftover egg. We're not. I flew into a rage at that time and cursed, you're the leftover egg. Your whole family is leftover eggs. Your whole family wishes you a happy leftover egg festival. Chapter 687. That's why I've chosen this battle of Blizzard Silver City. I've sent the letter of challenge a few months in advance. I want the whole world to know about it. I've had enough of this. I want to have a grand and spectacular battle. I want to take back everything that the Jun family has lost in the past. Whether it's blood debt or dignity, whether it's reputation or life. Whatever you owe me, I'll get it back bit by bit, with interest included. Therefore, even though I know that the Three Holy Lands will definitely intervene with an unprecedentedly powerful strength, and that the future is uncertain, I still chose this decisive battle. I will not look back and I will press forward courageously. Because I'm afraid, I'm really afraid. I'm afraid that if I continue to hide and retreat, my spirit will be completely obliterated. Jun Wuxia leaned on Mei Shuiyan's bosom tiredly. His brows were tightly furrowed as he tried his best to endure the overwhelming pain in his mind. His eyes were still cold and sharp. You said before that this was a battle of personal feelings, and the conditions were not ripe yet. But I've still decided to do it. Although you don't agree with it, you still chose to support it. Because the main target of the Three Holy Lands is no longer you. It's me. Believe me, even if I retreat to the ends of the earth, there will be no way to retreat. The corners of Jun Wuxia's mouth curled into a cruel smile. In that case, we might as well go all out in one go and make an earth-shattering and heaven-shaking song. This battle is the most important one for us. If we win, we'll be on equal footing with the Three Holy Lands. If we lose, we'll be doomed eternally. So we can't lose. But I can't improve myself now, so I'll use my ability to help you improve first. Jun Moxie's eyes were fixed on Mei Shuiyan. As long as you can successfully improve to the 4th level of the Venerable Realm, even if we lose this time, it won't be too bad. This is the least I can guarantee. I have to guarantee my safety first and then we can talk about other things. Even if it's dangerous, I have to take it. Mei Shuiyan burst into tears. She leaned on his chest and sobbed quietly, feeling the pressure in his heart. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. It didn't matter if he was besieged, ambushed, or on the brink of death. However, he still had the Tian Fa forest to back him up. As long as he didn't die, he could return to the Tian Fa forest without any risk. No one dared to come to the Tian Fa forest to deal with him, not even saints. But Jun Moxie was different. No matter what happened, he could only handle it himself. Even though he killed decisively and looked down upon the world, it was only because he had no other choice. He had long since reached a dead end. Behind him was the Jun Moxie family, a huge but weak unique family. If Jun Moxie couldn't handle it, the Jun family would fall apart in an instant, or even be completely destroyed. The pressure on Jun Moxie was too great. Help me up. Jun Moxie felt his teeth were chattering, so he gritted his teeth and said again, help me up. Mei Shuiyan supported his head and pushed him up, making him sit upright on the cotton cushion. But she didn't know what he was going to do. Now use your power on me. Jun Moxie gritted his teeth and panted. His eyes were filled with madness. Use your strongest cultivation, release your aura, completely lock on me and only target me. Attack me with your most powerful aura. You broke through, I want to break through too. Jun Moxie panted heavily. Come on. Use your aura to oppress me. Hurry up. Mei Shuyan looked at him in a daze. Are you alright? If he were to use his aura to attack at this time, wouldn't he be crushed to death? Especially since he had just broken through, he was still far from being able to control his strength. He needed a lot of practice. When I was in Tianxiang, Duju, who was also a martial venerable, used his aura to oppress me, which benefited me a lot. Jun Moxie knew that if he didn't explain clearly, Mei Shuyan wouldn't make a move against him. He could only be patient and explain in detail. And the heaven-earth spiritual qi here is tens of times more abundant than in Tianxiang. His method is to use his own aura to mobilize the energy of heaven and earth, and turn it into pressure. It's as if it's real. Jun Moxie panted and said, although I don't know what kind of method it is or what it's called, I know that it's similar to your heaven and earth cage. So I know that you can do it too. Attacking me like this will be of great benefit to me. Now, immediately display your strongest skills. Use your strongest aura to concentrate your attacks on me. Jun Moxie closed his eyes. I see. Knowing that Jun Moxie was fine and that he really needed to use this to cultivate, Mei Shuyan was relieved. She took 2 steps back and took a deep breath to calm her emotions. Gradually, she returned to the tranquil state of mind. She just stood there without moving, but a vigorous aura had already risen from her body. It was endless, connected to the sky and connected to the earth. The world was suddenly filled with a great pressure, as if it came from the ancient times. That's not right. Your aura lacks the necessary killing intent. It also lacks the strong sense of oppression in a life and death situation. Now close your eyes. Don't think that the person in front of you is me. Just think that the person in front of you is Lucio, that perverted scoundrel, who is about to do something indecent to you. Jun Moxie instructed as he closed his eyes. However, his guidance almost made Mei Shuyan so angry that she rushed up and kicked him. Thinking about this? Wouldn't that make her want to kill him? Strangely enough, as soon as Mei Shuyan thought about this, she felt an inexplicable killing intent. Yes. That's it. Continue to increase your strength and unleash your strongest power. Unleash it to your heart's content. Jun Moxie was a little excited. He could clearly feel the extremely dense and pure heaven-earth spiritual qi rapidly converging on him from the top of his head. Mei Shuyan closed her eyes and made up her mind. She released all her spiritual qi at the same time, which turned into a sharp and terrifying aura. Then she communicated with the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in a mysterious way. Slowly, an unprecedentedly powerful storm was formed. Then it came crashing down on Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie felt his whole body become heavy. He felt as if he was being crushed under the 5 elements mountain. He felt as if all the bones in his body were going to be crushed and flattened into a meat patty. He couldn't help but shout in his heart, "Fuck!" So fierce. Mei Shuyan's cultivation was already higher than Du Ju's to begin with, and now that she had broken through with Jun Moxie's help, not only did she break through in one go, she even reached the middle stages of a 4th level venerable. Now, Mei Shuyan's cultivation had reached the peak of level 4 venerable. Therefore, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that she could use was more than 100 times more than Du Ju could. Faced with such a terrifying pressure, if it was any other revered martial artist expert, they would probably be crushed to death on the spot by her terrifying aura. Just when Jun Moxie felt that he couldn't bear it anymore, the Hongjun Pagoda in his sea of consciousness suddenly rose and rotated. Colorful rays of light shone in all directions. The moment the Hongjun Pagoda rose up, the piercing pain in Jun Moxie's mind suddenly disappeared. It was like the receding tide of the sea. With a schwa sound, it completely receded. At the same time, a huge amount of heaven-earth spiritual qi surged in from the top of his head. It was like a whale swallowing the sea. The Hongjun Pagoda was like a bottomless abyss, crazily absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that Mei Shuyan had mobilized, and then instilled it into Jun Moxie's body. The people who were waiting anxiously for Mei Shuyan to heal Jun Moxie were shocked. Last night, in such weather and in such a place, the unusual phenomenon of lightning and thunder had already shocked them. They didn't expect that in the middle of the night, such a strange phenomenon would happen again. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars in the sky had suddenly stopped moving. But above their heads, a huge patch of black sky suddenly appeared. It stretched for tens of miles, so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. Then, in the blink of an eye, the large patch of black that was almost blinding to the eyes suddenly disappeared. Instead, a large patch of strange whirlwind appeared in the sky. Everyone could clearly feel the existence of the whirlwind, but they could not see it. Bang! The whirlwind intertwined with each other, spinning and whistling, pressing down on the tent that Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan were in. All the Shen beasts, including the Beast Kings, were so shocked that their limbs trembled, not daring to move. This was because they could sensitively feel an aura that belonged to a Saint King in this place. It was weak yet distinct. Solitary Eagle, Feng Wanyun, and the rest looked at the spiritual qi storm in the sky and exclaimed, "Heaven and earth qi! How can there be such pure heaven and earth qi?" The two of them could be considered to be knowledgeable people. Such a strong and dense heaven and earth qi, how could they not want to absorb it? But when the two of them circulated their energy, they realized that although the heaven and earth qi in the sky was so dense that it was almost solid, it didn't leak out at all. No matter how much they circulated their energy, they couldn't absorb it at all. He could only watch helplessly as all the spiritual qi drilled into Jun Mosie's tent. It should be Venerable Mei who's using her peerless powers to heal the third young Master Jun's injuries. Everyone don't worry, Feng Wanyun sighed and said to the worried Dongfang Wenxin and Guanqing Han. Hearing this, Dongfang Wenxin, Guanqing Han, Jun Wui, and Dongfang Wenjian heaved a long sigh of relief. In the tent, as the heaven and earth spiritual qi entered, Jun Moxie's expression became better and more relaxed. Mei Shuiyan opened her eyes and looked at Jun Moxie's expression. She was finally at ease. Once again she circulated her divine power and turned it into a monstrous aura. It was like a divine dragon that could overturn rivers and seas. Once again she expanded her manipulation ability and gathered all the spiritual energy in the world that she could control. The spiritual qi storm was formed once again. Once again, wave after wave came crashing down. The heaven and earth spiritual qi in half of the mountain range was instantly sucked dry. Then it was quickly replenished from all directions and then sucked dry again. The entire sky had turned into a vortex, a bottomless pit. Greedy and mysterious, powerful. Let me tell you something tragic. I caught a cold. Yesterday morning the electricity at home was cut off. After I used up the power of my laptop, I ran to the internet cafe. I typed until midnight before returning home. In the end I caught a cold. When I got home I shivered a little, but I didn't feel anything. So I can't take it today. Tears and mucus, the sorrow of an otaku. Usually he would be fine if he didn't wear clothes at home. This time he went out for the first time. Not only did he smell the stench of feet in the internet cafe, but he also caught a cold. There were only 2 more hours left today. Sorry. Hopefully I'll get better tomorrow. I just ate 2 black and white pills and went to sleep. If I still can't take it, I'll need an 4 drip tomorrow. He had to say this from the bottom of his heart. It was not as good as when his legs hurt. At least he didn't feel dizzy then. Chapter 688. Slowly, the terrifying amount of spiritual qi gradually formed a certain pattern, and everyone finally recovered from the extreme shock. Bear Mountain, whose cultivation had already reached the level of a superior great master, was actually so frightened that his hands and feet had gone limp. This wasn't to say that Bear Mountain was a coward, but because of this innate king of Shen beasts' imposing manner, he couldn't help but feel fearful. Out of a sincere reverence for the king of Shen beasts, he almost revealed his true form in order to show his allegiance. With great difficulty, he managed to restrain himself and stood up shakily. However, he felt that his lower body was becoming more and more restless. Looking around, he snuck out and found a rather secluded spot behind a large tree, where he undid his pants and squatted down. A series of crackling sounds rang out, and a foul stench filled the air. After a while, Bear Fourth Master finally pulled up his pants and stood up, his expression much more relaxed. Fourth Elder Bear's mood had improved greatly as he went to relieve himself. He even had the time to tie his pants as he tilted his head to look at the tall pine tree in front of him. He muttered to himself, "It's so straight, damn it. So tall, so straight, it really looks like a tree that has been punished to stand still. This Bear Fourth Master has helped you fertilize today, it can be considered your good fortune." Just as he was muttering to himself, he heard a series of rustling sounds behind him. It turned out that many Shen beasts had pulled up their pants and were strolling over. From the looks of it, all of them had been frightened by the imposing manner just now. Their faces were pale and their lips were pale without any trace of blood. However, it seemed that they were still better than before. In the past, when they encountered a strong Shen beast who was advancing, they would directly deal with it on the spot. The last time the 6 Beast Kings had advanced, they had caused the Tian Fa forest to be filled with landmines. Now, at least they knew how to take care of their own face and knew how to take care of their clothes. They even knew how to find a more secluded place. They had really improved. Mei Shuiyan's aura was the most intimidating to them. It was not something that the 6 Beast Kings could compare to. Even a Beast King like Bear Mountain, who was slightly weaker than Mei Shuiyan, was filled with fear. Although Mei Shuiyan was already trying her best to restrain her aura, trying her best not to affect the others and focusing her aura on Jun Moxie, the vast pressure still filled the space. Even if it did not have any actual killing power, the Shen beasts could still feel it clearly and were panicking because of it. This was in their bloodline, an aura that they were born to submit to. It was a sincere reverence that came from their bones. If it was someone else who released this aura, it might have aroused their strongest fighting spirit. But now it was impossible. They could only worship. What are you panicking for? Fourth Master Bear tightened his belt and shouted, "All of you line up obediently and come one by one. Don't make a foul-smelling mess. How can you be so uncultured? Do you think this is your own home? If you embarrass yourself outside, not only will you lose face, you'll also lose face for the entire Tianfa forest. Do you understand?" The Shen beasts nodded their heads obediently. It was unknown if they really understood. It was a pity that this tree was directly drowned in feces and urine. But there were also benefits. In the next few hundred years, it would flourish and grow even more luxuriant, far surpassing other trees of the same generation. Inside the tent that was directly above the two people's heads had already disappeared. Waves of heaven and earth spiritual chi and pure green spiritual chi surged into the tent through the gap, then disappeared without a trace. This small gap was like a black hole that could swallow heaven and earth spiritual chi without limit. Young Master Jun's complexion also became redder and redder with the influx of heaven-earth spiritual chi, becoming brighter and brighter, almost turning purple. In fact, his complexion only returned to normal after his complexion reached a purplish-red color. Jun Moxie lightly gestured to Mei Shuiyan, indicating that she could stop. Mei Shuiyan understood and immediately retracted her aura, dispelling the killing intent in her heart. Her aura gradually returned to a calm state. This time, it could be said that the Hongjun Pagoda's spiritual chi had almost reached the point of bursting. It had greatly exceeded the amount of spiritual chi he had before. The spiritual energy in his body had also increased greatly. Jun Moxie could clearly feel that he was on the verge of breaking through at any time. Perhaps he only needed a little bit of enlightenment, a little bit of luck, to break through to the 5th level of the Hongjun Pagoda. Right now, the distance to breaking through was like a thin layer of window paper. It would be broken with a single poke. And in this process, Jun Moxie could clearly feel the invasion of his heart's demons. The 7 emotions and 6 desires were constantly disturbing him. Everything from his previous life to his current life flashed through his mind. Even the most minute things were clear to him and not a single thing was left out. It was like a clear stream so clean that the bottom could be seen. Sometimes his heart was filled with anger. Sometimes, his heart was overflowing with tenderness. Sometimes he was burning with desire. Sometimes he was wild with joy. Sometimes his chest was filled with hatred. Sometimes he was at a loss. All kinds of feelings and complicated emotions gathered in his heart. Great joy, great sorrow, great anger, great joy, all of them intertwined with each other. At this moment, Jun Moxie only guarded the last trace of peace in his heart. He didn't care about anything else. No matter how many disturbances there were, it would be difficult to disturb the calm lake of his heart. No matter what he encountered in the dreamland, whether it was his tragic death, the separation of his wife and children, the destruction of his family, or the death of his loved ones in front of him, he didn't have the slightest emotional fluctuation. It was as if he didn't see it. It seemed like it was only a moment, but it also seemed like he had experienced thousands of reincarnations. When he opened his eyes again, no matter what he saw, he felt a sense of vicissitudes and a sense of unfamiliarity. It was as if he had really experienced thousands of reincarnations before he returned to reality. Even the moment he saw Mei Shuiyan, he couldn't help but be startled. At this moment, a strange feeling of being so close yet so far away was born in his heart. Do you feel that everything in front of you is very strange? Whether it's people or things, it's the same. It's as if you've experienced thousands of years of loneliness? Mei Shuiyan smiled and looked at him. She asked in a strange voice. She could be considered an experienced person. When she saw the expression in Jun Moxie's eyes, she instantly knew what Jun Daxiao was thinking about. That's right. What's the reason? Or is it because everyone has the same feeling when they break through? Jun Moxie tried to use his true chi and felt a golden energy flow surging in his meridians. He felt that his strength was endless. It was as if he could lift up a mountain with one hand. More or less, that is indeed the case. You now possess the strength of a level 2 venerable. It happened in front of me, but I still can't believe it. I didn't expect that your breakthrough would be so fast and smooth. And it's so strange. The strange expression in Mei Shuiyan's eyes became more obvious. Once a breakthrough is successful, everyone will have some kind of illusion when they break through. It's as if they've really experienced countless lives, one life after another. And this illusion is strangely real. When their minds return to reality, they will have a feeling that the reality they're in right now is unreal. In order to pass the stage, I had to wait 3 whole years before I could truly return to normal. That's you. Jun Moxie blinked his eyes and smiled. But who do you think I am? I'm a peerless genius. I'm not as stupid as you. Isn't everything fine now? Haha. His expression actually returned to normal after a moment of shock. Mei Shuiyan looked at him in shock. She didn't expect this baddie, whose skin was thicker than the city wall, to be able to recover immediately after breaking through. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that that was the mark of thousands of reincarnation cycles. Could it not affect him at all? Could it be that this guy was so heartless? Or was a peerless genius really that amazing? Silly girl, you've overlooked something very important. Jun Moxie looked at her gently and said, because when I broke through, I had feelings in my heart. And those feelings were right by my side. That's why I could walk out of it so quickly. When you broke through that day, your heart was not only clear, it was also empty. Even though you were unfettered and relaxed at the same time, you were heartless. That's why you went through 3 years of confusion. And when you broke through to the 3rd level, you were trapped by the 7 emotions. You have to know that emotions are the root of all living things. In the cycle of reincarnation, only emotions are eternal. You put it that way, that makes sense. Mei Shuiyan thought for a while and finally nodded in agreement. I was originally a heartless person. Once I didn't care about anything. There was never the most heartless, only more heartless. I don't know if it's because the heavens are watching over me, but they've given me another life filled with the word, emotions. Whether it's family, friendship, or love, I've experienced it all myself. So right now, I'm at my most healthy. Even though this stage isn't completely free of obstacles, it's not a big deal. Naturally, I'll be able to return to normal very quickly. Jun Moxie smiled. His face was filled with warmth. Also, his aura had changed imperceptibly. An ethereal charm slowly appeared on his body. How are you? Did you comprehend anything after your breakthrough? Jun Moxie looked at Mei Shuiyan with a smile. Did you comprehend any earth-shattering move? The kind that can kill millions of people in one move? How can there be such an exaggerated move in this world? Mei Shuiyan looked at him impatiently and said, but it's true that I've gained something. But compared to a freak like you, my breakthrough is just a matter of time. Your method of breakthrough is really special. You can actually use the powerful aura that others exert on your body to cause a breakthrough. Moreover, it's completely harmless. It's really an unimaginable method of breakthrough. Without a doubt, this was the strange doubt that Mei Shuiyan couldn't understand no matter how she thought about it. The cold wasn't serious, just a little dizzy. This morning, I woke up and immediately went for an infusion. Since last year, I had to rely on an infusion to cure my colds. Since then, I seem to have developed an infusion dependency. Every time I catch a cold, I have to get an infusion. So this time, I didn't wait until it was serious and directly went for an infusion. I have to say, an infusion is really a management. This afternoon has already been a lot more relaxing. Chapter 689. This is indeed very mysterious. Only I would do something like this. Even if I explain it to you now, you may not be able to understand. Moreover, I have only just found out about this method not too long ago. All of this can only be said to be a coincidence. Jun Moxie pondered for a while, thinking about how Du Ju had used his spiritual power to oppress him. He could not help but smile. We should go out now. I'm sure everyone is getting impatient. Mei Shuiyan nodded. Since Jun Moxie did not want to talk about this, she would not ask. Some things were a secret that belonged only to Jun Moxie. Even if Jun Moxie wanted to talk about it, she did not intend to listen. Because she could hear a strong sense of melancholy and loneliness in his words. I was originally a heartless person. Nothing could affect me. There was never the most heartless, only more heartless. I do not know if it is the blessing of the heavens, that they have given me another life filled with the word, love. This sentence seemed to be confusing and difficult to understand. However, even though Mei Shuiyan also did not understand, she could hear something strange in it. So she chose not to ask. She only wanted to use her tender feelings to heal all the scars in her lover's heart. That was all. When Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan went out together, everyone could clearly feel that the two of them had changed. But no one could tell what had changed. They could only feel that they were different from before. They were very different. After some small talk it was finally quiet. Everyone dispersed, leaving only Jun Wui, Dongfang Wen Xan, Solitary Eagle, Feng Wanyun, Jun Moxie, and Mei Shuiyan. Tomorrow is the 2nd of February. It is the day that I said, on the day when the flowers bloom in spring, Silver City will be broken with one sword. I plan to go to Silver City for a stroll tonight. Jun Moxie looked at everyone and said slowly, sometimes, it is better to know the enemy as well as yourself. You're going alone? Dongfang Wen Xan frowned and showed a worried look. Can you do it? It's okay. Jun Moxie smiled. If I can't do it, then no one in this world can. Mosia's words may sound arrogant, but they're also true. Jun Wu-yi smiled as he agreed with his nephew's boasting. Dongfang Wen Xan looked at Mei Shuiyan. Mei Shuiyan nodded lightly, looking very confident in Jun Moxie. Then you must come back soon. Don't let us worry too much. We are very worried today. Dongfang Wen Xan said with a worried look. A loving mother's heart had always been like this. No matter how powerful her children were, in her eyes, they were still the children who needed her to shelter them from the wind and rain. Jun Moxie nodded and said, Third uncle, it is better for you to rearrange the formation tonight. The main thing is to design some formations that can deal with the joint attacks of masters who are several levels higher than them. In tomorrow's battle they will definitely be lacking in this aspect. As long as we can use this method to delay the time, it will be convenient for us to arrive in time to help. It is too late for you to say this. I have already made the arrangements and plans. Jun Wui smiled and said, Don't worry. Even if there are masters among the enemies, I will not let them carry out the beheading operation smoothly. Ha! Everyone laughed. Everyone naturally understood what Operation Decapitation referred to. Jun Wui's face was a little strange. Jun Moxie's face was also a little unnatural. Both the uncle and nephew were a little strange. Jun Wui roughly knew what Jun Moxie's main purpose was. This time it was not just to test the situation. There should be a more important purpose. Han Yen Yao. Jun Moxie wanted to go and see if this woman, the cause of all the tragedies, was really worthy of his third uncle's love. It would be too late if he waited for the dust to settle. What was false could become real at that time. Therefore Jun Moxie couldn't be at ease. After all, Han Yen Yao was the cause of everything. Therefore Jun Wui was worried but also very eager to know. He was even more anxious than Jun Moxie. I don't know how little Yao will feel when she finds out that I have led troops to attack Blizzard Silver City. Watching Jun Moxie go out, Jun Wui quietly took out a silk handkerchief from his bosom. He slowly unfolded it, and there was only a lock of soft hair inside. There were 4 lines of beautiful words on the handkerchief. I have not combed my hair for 10 years. I look at Tianxiang every night and never look back in this life. Jun Wui suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of security in his heart. She will not let me down. Little Yao, you will not let me down. The sun gradually moved to the west, and the world gradually turned pitch black. But the snow on the ground reflected the light, and the entire area was silvery white. It was bright and elegant. Jun Mosie's clothes were whiter than snow as he quietly swept out of the tent. Mei Shuiyan followed behind Jun Moxie. She watched him soar into the sky and then suddenly disappear. She stared blankly for a long time. Then she went back. Jun Moxie flew through the air without any misgivings, charging towards the snowy peak with a speed akin to that of a bolt of lightning. No one would be able to see his flying figure at this moment. The speed of the yin-yang escape was absolutely beyond the limits of any qinggong in this world. In fact, it was more than twice as fast. Relying on this astonishing speed, it didn't take him long to see the city hidden deep in the snowy mountains. It was frozen between heaven and earth. Blizzard Silver City was truly worthy of its name. Looking from afar, countless snowflakes floated down and enveloped this silent city of ice. It was mysterious and spectacular. The surrounding 7 peaks surrounded the city like stars surrounding the moon. Although there were snowflakes floating in the sky, there were still stars shining in the sky. Specks of starlight shone on the snowy ground and the mountain peaks, reflecting sparkling and translucent colors. Then they converged and formed beams of resplendent multicolored light that reflected on the Silver City itself from all directions. This made the ancient city of ice present a dreamy and magnificent color. Anyone who saw this city for the first time would have a strange dreamy feeling in their heart. In front of the Blizzard Silver City, there were 4 huge icicles. There was only one word on each icicle, and when put together it was Wind, Snow, Silver, City. It looked simple and crude, but it was very imposing. It was simple and unadorned, yet heroic. It was as if 4 giants were guarding the gates of the Blizzard Silver City for eternity. Night had fallen, but there were still many people shuttling back and forth in the Blizzard Silver City. These were low-level disciples dressed in white. Their faces were filled with an indescribable expression. Some were excited, some were frightened, and some were fervent. This was because many great people had entered the Blizzard Silver City today. They would use their strength to help the Blizzard Silver City resist the foreign invaders. Each of these people was a legendary figure. The names of each of these people were earth-shattering, powerful, and powerful enough to write a legend. This made them, the juniors, put down all the burdens that they had been carrying in their hearts for some time. There were also many people who were patrolling and talking in low voices. Hey, do you think we can resist the attack from the June family with our current strength? Are you kidding me? Even without these seniors, it would be a piece of cake for our Blizzard Silver City to deal with the June family. And with these seniors, I think the June family should be the ones who should be worried. That may be the case, but everyone has been saying that the June family's strength is growing very fast. No matter how sharp they are, they can't be sharper than the 3 Holy Lands, right? The powerhouses of the 3 Holy Lands can directly what? Directly like a heifer flying to the sky. That's true, it's really flying all over the sky. That's right, you worry about falling out of bed and falling to your death. You worry about too many things. June Moxie was not in the mood to pay attention to these juniors of the Blizzard Silver City. He directly pierced through the square like a sharp sword towards the brightly lit main hall in the middle of the square. It was so late but still brightly lit. Tomorrow was the day that the June family would send the letter, but he did not rest early to conserve his energy. Would he be so abnormal if it wasn't for the June family? How could those bastards from the Shao clan be in the mood to sing and dance and have a lantern night banquet? June Moxie silently passed through the wall made of 1,000-year mysterious ice, and found himself in the central hall of the Blizzard Silver City. This hall was indeed bustling with noise and excitement. Moreover, he did not recognize most of the people here. A man and a woman were sitting in the main seats. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was elegant. They looked to be in their 30s and should be the current lord of the Blizzard Silver City and his wife. Moreover, he could vaguely see Han Yenmeng's shadow on their faces. However, their complexions were not particularly good. There were a dozen or so old men sitting on one side of them. They should be the elders of the Blizzard Silver City's Han family, Shen Xian. On the other side, a white-haired handsome man sat slightly lower than the lord. His hair was as white as silver, and his face was as tender and fair as a baby's. He should be the great elder of the Shao family, Shao Xingyun. Because June Moxie could see his Xian-Qi cultivation at a glance. Shen Xian 4th grade. Moreover, he should have been stuck at this level for a long time. He could clearly see that the meridians in Shao Xingyun's body had been mysteriously severed due to his unique eyesight after his breakthrough. And it was precisely this interruption that caused him to have no hope of ever entering the ranks of the great masters. This is probably the result of my grandmother's underhanded methods. June Moxie couldn't help but praise in his heart. This grandmother of mine is quite a character. She's very decisive. Without saying a word, he had severed a person's future. That's very ruthless. Behind Shao Xingyun there were a dozen or so old men with grizzled hair and beards. Their clothes were as white as snow, and they were presumably from the Shao family. There were 3 middle-aged men sitting at the head of the group opposite the people from Silver City. Their expressions were calm and composed, and their bearing was elegant. Their faces were warm like jade, but their eyes were filled with a sharpness that couldn't be looked at directly and couldn't be resisted. Hidden in the depths of their eyes was a feeling of having experienced the vicissitudes of life in the mortal world. None of these 3 men were simple. It seemed that they were the leaders of the 3 Holy Lands. These days can be said to be one disaster after another. Something has happened in the group. I'm very disappointed and sad. I've made friends with all my brothers and sisters in the group. I can't bear to part with any of them. I care a lot about them. These virtual emotions are very precious to me. I'm an only child and I don't have any brothers or sisters since I was a child. But I have a lot of them on the platform of this network. I've always believed that these feelings are very real, very pure. Every brother and sister in the group is very cute and kind. I care a lot about you. I care a lot about you. All the brothers who have entered the group know that I can talk to anyone, and I can even joke around with them. It's very relaxing. I hope to bring everyone a peaceful nest, and let my brothers and sisters laugh in the group. I've always been trying my best to take care of them, and I've always been carefully protecting them. I've even taken care of the feelings of my brothers and sisters. Perhaps it's very foolish of me to do this. But I really can't bear to part with them. I can't bear to part with anyone who used to be with me. I can face thousands of curses and accusations from strangers, and I won't take it to heart. But I can't bear to leave you unhappy. I don't want to lose them. Watching my brothers and sisters chat in the group every day is my greatest pleasure outside of writing. This feeling is very good. Everyone can leave, but I hope that you can leave happily. Even if you're not satisfied with the book or me, as long as you say it, I'll still give you my blessings, and watch my brothers and sisters leave. I'll only leave behind the happiness we once had in my heart. Perhaps we'll meet again one day and we'll still be able to smile at each other and chat warmly. This is my greatest wish. But I've finally discovered that there are some things that I'm powerless to do. There are some things that I can't help with even after I've tried my best. Chapter 690. Third update. Fourth update. Behind these three were the Venerable of the Horizon Xiao Tianye, the Venerable of the Broken Sword Hua Fengwen, and the Venerable of the Cruel Blade Chu Wuqing. The three of them did not look much different from the last time they met, only their faces were slightly pale, and their eyes revealed traces of indignation. They had joined hands to find someone to demonstrate their strength, but instead, they were intimidated by the other party. A total of 6 experts had gone, but 2 had died and 1 was seriously injured. The remaining 3 were also injured. How could they not be angry? The 3 venerables were so sullen that they were about to faint. They had never been so sullen in their lives. On the side of the 3 holy lands, only these 6 people were present. The other experts were not present. But just the 6 of them were already enough. Not to mention a total of 6 experts, even if there was only 1 of them, it would be enough. When Jun Moxie arrived, the Lord of the Silver Blizzard City, Han Zhanmeng, was speaking. He had a worried look on his face as he said slowly, I think everyone is clear about the past and the causes and effects of the past. I won't say much here. But regarding the Jun family, I personally think it's better to wait and see. If we forcefully intervene, I'm afraid we will be accused of using our strength to bully others, and we will be tarnished by the Holy Lands. Xiao Xingyun snorted and said, From what the Lord has said, can I take it that this matter was done by the Xiao family, and the consequences should be borne by the Xiao family alone? In other words, now that the Jun family's army is here, the Xiao family will be pushed out, and the Jun family will be slaughtered and wiped out. In this way we won't have to fight each other and we won't have to hurt each other. Great Elder's words are too much, Han Zhanmeng said calmly. Everything in the world has its own rules, and the people have their own way of thinking. You reap what you sow. I'm afraid that outsiders can't do this for you. There's a saying in the pugilistic world that you will have to pay for what you did. Everyone knows who was right and who was wrong back then. Are you saying that you can bully the Jun family, but the Jun family is not allowed to seek revenge? He smiled forcefully and said, An eye for an eye. This is the right thing to do. This time the Jun family has openly come to our doorstep. So, you can slaughter the entire Jun family if you have the ability to do so. In fact, you won't even leave a single person alive. This city lord will not stop you in any way. What about on the other hand? The meaning of the Lord's words need not be said. The Silver Blizzard City wouldn't intervene even if our Xiao family were to be exterminated if the Jun family were to become much stronger than us. Xiao Xingyun sneered and looked at Han Zhanmeng with a sharp look in his eyes. I didn't misunderstand the meaning behind your words, did I? The Xiao family has been loyal to the Silver City for generations, but what have we gotten in the end? In exchange, the Silver Blizzard City, Silver Blizzard City? When a strong enemy was pressing down on the border, he couldn't get the support of his master. City Lord Han, aren't your words a little bitterly disappointing? Han Zhanmeng had received instructions from his father, Han Fengshui, so he naturally would not back down. But now that the Xiao family had the support of the 3 holy lands, their wings had hardened. Therefore the 2 of them started quarreling in the meeting hall. This was the first time in the history of the Silver City that an elder and the city lord were going against each other. Mo Xiaoyao looked on coldly from the side, not intending to speak. Great Elder, don't tell me that I have to repeat this from the beginning? Han Zhanmeng's wife, Flying Frost, Shui Shuangqing, frowned slightly and said, When the Xiao family dealt with the Jun family, they also sent people without saying a word. It wasn't until the entire world was in an uproar that we found out from the mouths of our disciples that the Xiao family had dared to commit such a heinous crime by killing the Tianxiang military's white marshal Jun Wuhui. Back then, when you acted willfully, did you ever treat us as masters? When the city lord ordered you to return immediately, what did you do? Didn't you still create chaos in the world and only returned when you were satisfied with your achievements? What do you think of our Blizzard Silver City by doing this? After he returned, the lord of the city repeatedly ordered that no one should ever lay a hand on the Jun family again. But 3 years later you conspired to kill 2 of the Jun family's rising stars. How can I not feel disdain for such actions? Xue Shuangqing was a little angry and said, ask yourselves, when did you ever treat yourselves as subordinates of the Silver Blizzard City? Back then you acted willfully and killed so happily. Now that they have come for revenge, you want the Silver Blizzard City's Han family to take responsibility for you? What kind of logic is this? When you cause trouble you want to have fun. But when it gets bigger and you can't solve it yourself, you want us to be your scapegoats. And you want the Xiao family to continue conserving your strength and bide your time? Xue Shuangqing's face was a little red. Is there really such a good thing in this world? But you are still the city lord of the Silver Blizzard City. You can't deny this. If you can't protect the safety of your subordinates as the city lord, then what's the point of us pledging our loyalty to you? As a qualified leader, shouldn't you act like this? Do you want to throw away your own brothers and sisters when something happens? Do you want to live a peaceful life on the sidelines? Then what is the Silver Blizzard City? Xiao Xingyun's eyes flashed as he asked in a loud voice. If you can't protect your subordinates and uphold justice, then I, Xiao Xingyun, will make a bold request. Xiao Xingyun's eyes shone as he looked around at the crowd. Then he said in a loud voice, then I ask the Han family to hand over the position of the city lord and the control of the Silver Blizzard City. Because we can't accept being bullied by a cowardly master. That's such a cowardly thing. This was the greatest humiliation for a martial arts sect. If you don't have the guts to uphold justice for your subordinates, then we will do it ourselves. The Han family doesn't need to bear this title anymore. Uphold justice? Uphold justice? I really don't understand how you can say these 2 words. In the end, you still want the position of the city lord, don't you? Your wild ambition has finally been exposed. Xiao Xingyun, you've been planning for this day for a long time, haven't you? Are you confident now? Are you ready to reveal your true intentions? Han Zhanmeng narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Xingyun coldly. Han Zhanmeng, don't try to accuse me. You're timid, weak, and incompetent. What gives you the right to be the city lord? Is it because you're the eldest son of the Han family? Now that the seniors of the 3 holy lands are here as witnesses, you've already revealed your despicable intentions of betraying your subordinates. What more do you want? Xiao Xingyun sneered. Don't tell me you want to use your position as the city lord to oppress others. You must know that from now on, the Xiao family will no longer recognize you as the city lord and will no longer be a vassal of the Han family. Very well. Xiao Xingyun, are you finally showing your true colors? Han Zhanmeng looked at him coldly. Let me ask you, where are the 3rd elder and the 6th elder now? Have they already fallen into your evil hands? Where are Mu Shuetong and Meng Er now? Xiao Xingyun, you've been planning this for a long time, haven't you? To think that you have such good patience to be able to endure until now, when your hair has turned white before revealing it. Now we're talking about the current crisis. The disaster of the Jun family is imminent. As for the 3rd elder and the others, how would this old man know where they are? Maybe they've gone somewhere to play and they're having too much fun. Xiao Xingyun sneered. You must know that Xiao Han and Xiao Fengwu are also part of the Xiao family's team. This old man is much more anxious than you are. Oh, could it be that you were afraid that the Xiao family would usurp your authority so you sent people to assassinate them? It's no wonder. You only have 2 daughters in this generation, and the Silver Blizzard City has no successors. But this old man didn't expect you to be so vicious. You buried the future of the Silver Blizzard City for such a despicable purpose. Xiao Xingyun retorted, but everyone who heard him felt their hearts skip a beat. Many people turned to look at Han Yanmeng with a faint look of suspicion in their eyes. Xiao Xingyun's words could be said to be a sore point in everyone's hearts. Han Zhanmeng trembled with anger. Even his eyes had turned red. He had already discovered that something was wrong with Xiao Xingyun's words. When asked earlier, he always said that the 3rd elder and the others were outside doing something. But when asked now, he actually said, how would I know? It was so contradictory that it was easy to guess what was going on. Xiao Xingyun, you're really vicious. Han Zhanmeng slapped the armrest of his chair and stood up. He stared at Xiao Xingyun and said word by word, you will pay for what you've said and done. This old man has already paid for it. Our Xiao family has already paid for it for countless generations. Xiao Xingyun laughed mournfully. I've been a slave for hundreds of years. I've been ordered around by the Han family for hundreds of years. Isn't that enough? The Xiao family has been loyal and devoted for generations. But in exchange for the miserable ending of being abandoned today, was such a price not miserable enough? Even if we have to pay more, can't we afford it? Han Meng. Don't try to come up with such empty words. This old man won't fall for it. Jun Moxie did not expect to be caught up in the internal strife between the Han and Shao families in Blizzard Silver City. Looking at the two quarreling below, but the faces of the people from the three holy lands were expressionless, Jun Moxie suddenly thought, the Shao family must have reached some kind of agreement with the three holy lands. Otherwise, with so many venerable experts here, how would the Shao family dare to be so presumptuous? Not to mention seizing power, they probably wouldn't even dare to speak loudly. Who would have thought that the three holy lands who looked so dignified on the surface, would actually participate in other people's private struggle for power? Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. Since you guys are so shameless and want to bite back, let me add some fuel to the fire. The third elder and his men had been silenced, so there was no evidence left. There were still 2 survivors from the Han family who were still in the tent at the foot of the mountain. They definitely wouldn't be able to get here in time. But the people from the Shao family definitely wouldn't have been silenced as well. Even though they were crippled, they weren't dead. Even that bastard Shao Han wasn't dead. How could he have disappeared without a trace? He must have been hidden by the Shao family. Chapter 691. Fourth update. Jun Moxie snickered sinisterly, and flew out with a whiz. That day Blizzard Silver City had sent out 6 elders and the 7th sword, a total of 13 people. Shao Han, Mu Shuitong, Han Yanmeng and Shao Fengwu were also there. The 3rd elder, the 5th elder, and the 7th sword master had been besieged and killed by the Shao family. But the Shao family had dispatched 4 elders. The 2nd elder, Shao Buyu, the 6th elder, the 8th elder, and the 9th elder. Shao Buyu had been toyed with and had been forced to perform a striptease in front of everyone. And the 6th elder had been pierced through the chest by his sword. However, the 8th and 9th elders hadn't died. As for the 2 youths of the Shao family, Shao Fengwu had been crushed to death by him. But Shao Han? He had only turned him into a cripple, but he did not seem to have died. It was impossible for him to have evaporated into thin air. You want to obtain the position of City Lord fairly? How can it be so easy? I want to make you feel uncomfortable. I want to make you eat flies when you eat. I want to see how shameless you can be. If I don't play you bastards to death, my name is not Jun Moxie. Jun Dashao flew out like a bolt of lightning. Just as he flew out, Mo Xiaoyao, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with doubt as he looked at the hall. Although it was just a simple glance and he did not even look at anyone in the hall, the power in his eyes was like lightning, silencing the quarreling crowd. Venerable Mo Xiaoyao, with his 4th level spiritual sense, could clearly sense a powerful presence suddenly appearing and disappearing. He looked around slowly, his eyes filled with caution and doubt. But he did not find anything and he closed his eyes unwillingly. Could it be a misperception? At this time Wei Kong-kun quietly said, "It's not a misperception, there is indeed someone. Just based on this technique, this person's strength is not below ours." Mo Xiaoyao nodded quietly and replied, "Let's wait and see. If he appears again, we'll work together to drag him out and kill him in one strike." As soon as Jun Moxie got out of the hall, he instantly spread out all of his divine sense. It was like a heavenly net without any loopholes. House by house, his speed was incomparably fast. This was a spiritual sense that belonged to him. It was very difficult for anyone to discover it. Even experts who were stronger than Jun Moxie were no exception. This ability was the heaven's net spiritual sense, that he had comprehended in a flash after his breakthrough. It was as vast as the sky and as mysterious as the universe. Everyone could see it, but no one could touch it. Although it was a huge silver city, it only took a short while for the search to be completed. However, the result was very surprising. Could it be that the Shao clan was really so ruthless that they would not hesitate to kill 2 of their own experts in order to frame them? It couldn't be, right? Jun Moxie frowned. Suddenly, he dived down from the sky and entered the ice layer with a whoosh. Then he started to search underground again. Just as he had expected, there were countless secret chambers underground. With a thought, Jun Moxie used the power of earth and the yin-yang escape. Then he started to search bit by bit. When he found the vast space under the Silver City's Great Hall, he suddenly met with a strong obstruction. Even though he had just broken through, and his powerful deific sense was still unable to penetrate it. It was as if there was a mysterious force protecting that place. This mysterious force was undoubtedly very strong. There was no doubt about this. Moreover, this was definitely not the kind of deific sense that belonged to humans. Instead, it was a mysterious and special force that he couldn't understand. It was warm and strong, vast and mysterious. Jun Moxie's heart shook. He simply avoided this direction. However, he firmly remembered it in his heart. To think that there would be such a strange place in the Silver Blizzard City. If he had free time in the future, he would definitely go and see what was going on. When his deific sense turned to the left, his spirit was finally roused. Found it. Wuxia directly pierced through the soil without any hesitation. Wasn't this guy lying on the bed in the secret chamber Xiaohan? On that day, Third Master Jun was kind and only crippled his martial arts. However, Jun Dashao didn't let him go so easily. He gouged out his eyeballs, tore the tendons of his arms and legs, cut his ears and nose, dug out his tongue, broke his spine and even crippled his fifth limb, but he didn't kill him. Although living like this was more painful than dying, Jun Moxie's purpose was to let him live like this. But wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? Therefore, he had also injected a huge amount of vitality into his body. As long as the outsiders didn't kill him and he didn't lack food, then Xiaohan wouldn't die. And the truth was just as Jun Moxie had predicted. Although Xiao Xingyun and the others were cruel and merciless, they couldn't do anything to their own descendants. Therefore they still secretly raised him. Seeing that there was no one in the secret chamber, Jun Moxie appeared in front of Xiaohan's bed with a whoosh sound. He sniffed the air and a trace of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. The place where such a crippled person lived in was an underground secret chamber, but there wasn't the slightest smell. It seemed that the Xiao family had taken good care of him. He took 2 steps in the secret chamber. Although Xiaohan couldn't see, his senses were exceptionally sharp. He could sense that someone was beside him. He moved his arm and a puzzled look appeared on his face. Xiaohan, I know you can hear me. That year I cut off your ear but I didn't burst your eardrums. Guess which one I am? Jun Moxie moved closer to his ear and asked with a smile. Suddenly, Xiaohan's deformed face revealed a horrified expression, as if he had seen a ghost. He shook his head vigorously, and his tongueless mouth emitted a strange ho-ho sound. At the same time, resentment and hatred emerged from the depths of his heart. You can hear me and you even guessed which one I am. You're quite smart. This feeling right now, isn't it good? Jun Moxie said gently, but his tone revealed a deep cruelty. Today I came to add another main dish for you. Because I realize that you're living too comfortably, so comfortably that even the heavens can't tolerate it. How can this be? This is too disappointing. Xiaohan's body struggled violently, and his face revealed a bone-deep fear and pleading, as if he was begging Jun Moxie to let him go. Don't worry, I definitely won't kill you. I really can't bear to see you die. You're lying so obediently right now, why would I want to kill you? Jun Moxie smiled and suddenly took out a medicine bag from his bosom. He opened it, pinched Xiaohan's chin and poured the medicine into his mouth. This is a good medicine, and there's only one in the entire Shen continent. This was specially prepared for you before I came here. In this world, besides you, there's no one else worthy of this medicine. You really should feel honored because you're already unparalleled in this world. After taking this medicine, you'll itch every day from the bone marrow to the outside. And it's the kind that can't be scratched. It'll make you itch so much that you want to commit suicide every day, but I can't find any problems with it. You've done so much for my Jun family and my third uncle, how can I not repay you? Jun Moxie smiled mischievously. I'll make you the #1 itch in the world, and it can also be considered as fulfilling your great reputation. Jun Moxie took out a small golden flying knife from his bosom, and reversed the flow of his spiritual energy. He conveniently smeared the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit on the flying knife, and then lightly pricked Xiaohan's 10 fingertips and 10 toes. It was really a light pricking and it didn't even hurt the skin. So, he said in a very satisfied manner, I know that you're a beast and your senses are extremely sharp. Aren't you surprised that you didn't even hurt the skin after so many movements? Don't be disappointed because soon your fingers and toes will slowly fester, and they'll slowly fester into a yellow liquid. Don't worry, you won't die and it'll fester all the way to your neck. I reckon that you'll still be able to breathe and it'll take at least a few years. Slowly enjoy it, Xiaohan, this is our Jun family's way of repaying you. At this time, Xiaohan was already screaming in pain, and the medicine he had taken had already begun to take effect. Xiaohan's entire body began to tremble. Jun Moxie laughed and disappeared in a flash. In the secret room, Xiaohan's body swayed in fear, and he used all of his strength to tremble and moved little by little. Finally he fell off the bed with a thump. The servant outside heard the sound and hurried in, but only saw Xiaohan struggling on the floor. No one. Strange, he's already so crippled but he can still struggle to get out of bed. The servant shook his head in puzzlement, and went forward to carry him back to the bed. But Xiaohan was struggling desperately, and was almost unable to control himself. His mouth couldn't speak and his body couldn't even express the strange itch. Moreover, his body couldn't be seen on the surface of his body. All of this pain could only be endured by himself and no one else could see it. Moreover, the pain from his fingertips and toes felt as if they were being pulled out from his bones, and the pain was extremely excruciating, but his hands were crippled and he couldn't even write. He could only silently endure the world's torture, until the end of his life. Xiao Han's current misery could be said to have never been seen since ancient times. It seemed that in the entire world only the evil prince Jun Moxie could come up with such a cruel punishment. This was the retribution he deserved for his misdeeds. Jun Moxie instantly flew out of the secret room, and nimbly controlled the power of Earth. Soon he found the secret room where the 8th and 9th patriarchs were hiding. It was not far from Xiao Han, and their rooms were next to each other. The standard of that place was much higher than Xiao Han's. That day both of their legs were broken, but they didn't suffer any other losses. Their Xian Qi strength was also maintained at the original level. Moreover, the stone rooms that the two of them lived in were quite spacious, just like a small home. They had everything they needed to eat and wear. Right now, the two of them were gathered in the 9th Elder's secret chamber, drinking tea and playing chess to kill time. Beside them, there were a few women serving them and they seemed to be their family members. Two old men, both dressed in white robes, sat opposite each other. These two old men both had white hair and a youthful complexion, and were in good spirits. In front of them was a chess board, and the sound of the chess pieces falling was crisp and sweet. The two looked at each other and smiled. From the teapot beside them, steam slowly floated out, and a rich tea fragrance wafted in all directions. Seeing this scene in front of him, Jun Moxie was a little envious. Fuck. This was simply the life of an immortal. Fuck, they're actually more comfortable than me? Are you two handicapped people? Jun Moxie was jealous. Without a doubt, the consequences of making Jun Daxiao jealous were quite serious. In the book comment section, I saw 2 lines of a poem by Holy Question. The evil prince of a generation has no regrets, and there are 2 people in this vast world. I will continue with these 2 lines and have some intimate contact with this friend. The evil prince of a generation has no regrets, and there are 2 people in this vast world.